A story about a guy, a senior in high school who, like King Leon, literally sits on a chair with his legs tipped up. Ask your friends if they're okay if they don't let it hurt every time. The guy looking at this whole picture realizes that he is very unlucky because he randomly ended up right in hell among total bullies. This end was the ultimate nerd. Since it's not even a week into the school year, and already there is a hierarchy in the classroom, showing us how self-governance happens from the lowest class to the highest. The nerd thought that he was the outcast boy in the entire middle school, and he couldn't look any better in high school either, because he would be quiet as a mouse, so he definitely wouldn't attract other people's attention. Towards the bullies in general didn't care about others. They had so much fun every day. It is said that others should look like spitting, continuing to tease the school kids, just the guys, and thinking about how they could still get it. But on the other hand, that same nerd realized that in that moment, no matter how pathetic and selfish it sounded, but he was just thinking about how nice it would be to be in his shoes. But at that moment, the sharply bully looked towards Botanicus and immediately realized that he was looking in his direction. And then his gaze shifted to the other guy, who answered him. I mean, he looked like a womanizer. So he's also petite, and he'd probably wear a dress if they ever played hooky. Also, looking at the guy, everyone just mocked him, saying he had longer eyelashes than a girl and had a girl's name. Decided that at this point he wanted to see if that was really the case, so he checked his pants. So the guy just sat at his desk engrossed in his book. And as soon as the bully grabbed the guy, he immediately realized that he was a man after all. After grabbing the guy, the bully said he had an anaconda down and laughed at him. The bully couldn't even expect the guy to take away all the bully's desire to stick it to him with a sharp punch. The bully ignored it as it happened, grabbing him by the throat because he clearly didn't expect that. Meanwhile, the guy not immediately grabbed his bag and headed in the direction of the bully. And everyone in the class could not help but notice that he was only thinking. After all, everyone knew perfectly well that you can't mess with bullies, but the guy just took it and hit him. He immediately started screaming, but the guy was completely out of his mind with fear. But what happened next, the bully clearly did not expect. The guy didn't just take his bag, he was easily able to free himself from the bully's grip. Also, with one movement of his leg, put him on his knees. Literally meaning, the bully naturally started yelling at the guy to let him go as he was now really pissed off. But the guy decided not to listen to the bully and in literally one move, slapped him across the face. The bully was shocked by such an act. How dare he slap him? The guy was not going to listen to the bully anymore and slapped him in the face again with the palm of his hand. The bully had already at this point let out a tear and said that he had enough as soon as he was free. But then another blow came flying at him, getting harder and harder each time. To what the only guy was saying he hadn't realized yet for so long. She slapped him once more across the face, holding his cheek. And at one time, on all the classmates around the world, bullies were bullying all the time. Literally, where the guy just fought back against the bullies and slapped them. The nerdy guy that is, this is unusual, as it was believed that he had never seen anyone fight back against bullies so boldly. And at this point, the guy stooped down and said that if he dared to shout out his class number one more time, the fact that he wouldn't dress up with him anymore just looked grim. I was the first dragon in the freshman class in high school, and everyone had never met someone as sneaky as they were before and after that day. Meanwhile, in another class, one of the bullies came up to a guy and said that he seemed to be threatening to beat the guy up, and he was sure it wouldn't come out the other way around. But the people he was talking to, who were Jewish, asked why he was picking on him again. They were high school graduates who were talking and discussing something among themselves. But then the guy said sharply that he didn't want to get involved with them anymore. But he had already been picked on today. But no one realized whether it was from the 3rd grade or the 9th grade. To what the bully said he didn't know in his heart, because he had just gotten slapped by a guy of the class. But the other guy, once he got the right to speak his mind and express himself, just laughed and said that he had such an imagination and told very good tales. And we should remember to add some realism next time, just like in this medieval story I included in the article. I recall the events earlier when he realized that he would have to fight some more as he was playing quite dirty. But the bully was fully confident in his abilities and thought that the guy couldn't beat him. But at this time, the guy immediately offered to check it out and get off in the 5th grade, because if it was not confirmed, then he could forever talk about his defeat. But the guy was completely confident, realizing that it was all fiction, so he seriously questioned if he got it right. When they approached ASU, they found the guy who had done it and realized that he also looked like a girl. It also became clear that the bully had left early, perhaps out of shame in front of his gang. But the guys also had mixed conversations because they didn't expect him to weigh 50 kilograms more, which was surprising to them since they were in different weight classes. Another guy remarked that he had goosebumps crawling on his skin, as if he was under the gaze of the devil, and the bullies from the other circle thought it was curious. not understanding how it was possible. But then the guy on the right suddenly appeared, and the guys didn't have time to sort out how he came up to them so quickly. After all, it was a guy from another high school, and rumor had it that he had already gotten even taller. And the guy turned around sharply to look at those guys who were looking at him and discussing him. And one of the guys got curious too. But that guy suddenly noticed that those two were still continuing to laugh, not breaking up. But the guy suddenly lowered his gaze and asked them, "Why are they so funny?" And the guy noticed that they are just as flashy. And it occurred to him that they fit together very well. On the other hand, this foursome seemed impossible to get together. But they would become high school legends later on. But it was too early to talk about that for now. Meanwhile, after class ended, everyone went their separate ways. Some went to the league to play, but some didn't have enough money. And some had to pay back the money. I don't remember who they lent to. And that kid had an easy time getting out of school. He only had a little bit of trouble. And his intuition very rarely failed him, because he was very aware of what might happen in the future. In this video, what the guy was talking about happens. He is confronted by 3 bullies, one of whom he had already beaten up at school as their classmate. His classmates wonder why he's cosplaying a cyborg since his face expresses calmness, as if he's not afraid of anything. The skinny guy reacts to this and starts laughing, considering it a display of naivety. The bullies quickly run up to the guy and say that if he hadn't tied them up, they would have punished him, but he used an insidious fear tactic by tying them up with a belt from his bag. The guy with a confident face asks them why they say that. They go on to say that his fighting style is insidious because of his slender build and short stature, despite his strength. The guys believe they outclass him in both quality and quantity. They then quickly assume that he can't stop them in this position and call for him to be silenced. Our hero feels fear and shaky knees but is unable to offer revolutionary support. The guy realizes that this is just an illusion and pays no attention to the words of the bullies. He focuses on his victory, ignoring the taunts of the bullies as he hears his address and questions where his rant went. Chuckling, he was already pooping his pants in fear. But the guy in front kept pointing at the hero, saying that he was shaking all over, and that you should deal with the one in front first. You should suppress your emotions and make them tremble with fear, because this guy isn't that fast. Well, what actually I expected from the hero. I realized that the one who stands in front is the biggest will go into the fight first. I from the first blow helped only by the ploy the heroes made by believing without giving the opportunity to hit himself. Then he suddenly grabbed the big guy's pants. With a slight pull of his hands, he pulled, causing the big guy to lose his balance, causing him to literally fly down. As soon as the big guy was on the floor, he jumped up and hit him. Realizing that this force would not be enough, he immediately kicked the big guy again. But the friends of the bully immediately got angry. The skinny kid is gonna pay. The kid decided to immediately literally threw sand in the eyes of the big guy so that he could not see anything. "Bully, you've already started yelling that he didn't correct his grandson in his eyes." The hero wasn't going to stop there, so he immediately prepared for his second attack towards the bully while he was blinded by the sand in his eyes. Hitting the bully's face with a precise phone movement, he made it hurt him even more than it did before. And the latter immediately grabbed his eyes, screaming in pain. But the third bully, who was previously tied up, was very much afraid. Looking at the heroes, did not understand who this guy was and what he allows himself, as he fell 2 thugs for literally 1 blow. Meanwhile, the heroes immediately said that he had warned him that if he pulled something like that again, they might gouge him. So he immediately took off his belt and held it in his hands. The guy, as soon as he saw this video, immediately felt even more surprise, realizing what could be in store for him. But our hero, with a slight movement, hit the strap right on the head in the exact target. Saying he's pathetic, I wondered to him why it didn't work. That's why he'll always get one if he still tries to pull something like that. And as soon as the hero started walking, the bullies started asking each other how they were feeling. After all, they couldn't even open their eyes to look at each other. And while the other bullies said that they had stopped crying because they should get up and catch up with whoever did this to them, a guy from another school showed up, watching all of this. Thinking and realizing that they were bound to throw this something out if they lost, so worried and looking behind them. While the environmental conditions spread like wildfire, and many began to discuss amongst themselves that they had heard that the new kid was giving them a bully. After all, they even brought their friends along, but still went with the face on the pavement, and apparently he used devious hands. Of course, after such rumors, someone was jealous, someone embellished in the stories, and someone believed that he could overpower that guy in the rumors. And even when the hero walked into the classroom, everyone started talking about it, since everyone was rooting for him. And some didn't even know him yet. So the other bullies were asked, "Is this the trickster who kicked ass?" This very nerd, as soon as he sat down next to the hero, thought to himself that he had scared that big guy, and he had frozen stupidity that time. Turning to the hero, he immediately began to say that since it is not so much like that, Can he give him some advice? Because we should not get in the eyes of that guy, as he and Nail can hero. Just said, "It's the sound." And Botany literally threw a fit. But then abruptly a gang of hooligans walked into the classroom and told everyone to shut up. And the nerd in turn immediately thought and realized that now something was about to happen as it was expected. What actually? And it was necessary to order, since the bully immediately threw a glance in the direction of the hero, about whom there were rumors that she humiliated her abusers. For the time being, the hero, meanwhile, was adamant. He looked literally dead eyes and so continued to look. The bully immediately took the chair I had moved in front of the hero. Everyone in Islam addresses him, talking about the rumor that he beat the bully yesterday, so also their friends. I under the bridge and then took off. Is it true? And even the nerd, when he heard this, was shocked, as he now realized that the rumors were not lying, and all this time they were telling the truth about him. And the bully claims he doesn't care about my father, but one of the bullies was his nephew, so he's gonna avenge him. Anyway, they can do the easier thing. He will apologize, forgive, and the bully won't do anything else. The question is, does he know who he is? Yeah. So he'll be very angry if what he wants doesn't happen. But here is a nerd, well aware that this man, who became famous under the school even before transferring here, already the whole school went under him. But the hero didn't yank a single eye through his face. You've already said that you didn't say that first of all he has nothing to apologize for. But I go on to say that secondly, it doesn't matter to him who he is. And then suddenly, for everyone heard a very strong laughter, and the bully, who was sitting opposite the hero, immediately realized what it was about, raised his eyes to the one who laughs. But we immediately noticed that the very bully, who was literally flooded with tears, went from the fact that he strongly could not contain his laughter. Said this very bully that high school him, and no one here, his pawns not a bit surrendered to, laugh at the bully was driven, about the fact that she warned him in advance, that if he starts to shake his rights in their school, he will tear off everything to him. Said that was the end of making a big brother out of himself in someone else's class, continuing to make fun of the bully who thought he was the coolest guy here. I go on to say that little suck-up is concerning too. And we said right away, then we all took off as soon as possible higher up. If they didn't, they'd be much worse off. And everyone standing around immediately marveled that he was crazy and could actually do something bad. Meanwhile, the hero doesn't understand what these guys are talking about or what's going on at all. To which the hooligans immediately laughed and asked the hero to apologize for this circus, with the masked hooligan caught by the shoulder, and then pulling him with them out of the classroom, saying goodbye, saying that they had been studying well. The class, including the nerds, didn't realize what it was, as they were shocked that the bully apologized to the hero, thinking that the guy was really very cool. After all, not only is he a very cool fighter, but he's also very brave. I think it's just luck, and he would like it too. Also, the nerd had a feeling that this school year would be peaceful and free, so he immediately said that the heroes were lucky. Meanwhile, the bully was already sitting outside, upset. I realized that he was just humiliated. The guy throughout the adaptation got very angry, as he was really made an idiot in front of the whole class, and not only, but he also understood perfectly well what he would get if he repeated across his words, so there was nothing I could do. Still, he fiercely wanted to network there, and someday when he had the chance, he would get his revenge. So the kid decided to call the number with help and found the right contact. He decided that he would call him just as he realized that the bully was also being filmed. Perfectly understand that this is the most ideal option for him. Meanwhile, the guy who called the bully is chained to the nerd, and they say that if he stays in that position for 2 hours, he won't be touched. Despite the guy's eyes, apparently it was obvious that he could not stand any longer and already wanted to give up. And at this point, the bully noticed he was dialing a whiner, but not the kind of whiner he wanted from him. And picking up the phone, he immediately asked what he needed while he was standing in the other guy's arms. And the bully immediately started saying that he knew, and that he was enrolled in high school, and Park-hoo was also in that school. On bullies who shake off and have no right to call him, but from the looks of the development plan, he said. And boy, he is pissed off as he graduated from middle school and also went to high school. The guy keeps telling him that he would have fucked the asshole good, but then they got in the way and that's why he promised to destroy him. The next time I see him, asking if he'll let him walk around calmly talking shit, I realize that he's obviously turned on by these words. That actually happened because the bully immediately said that he was going to kill him without him, so he should shut up and see what happens next. The bully immediately laughed, realizing that he had fallen for it, as the little girl kept saying that's what he wanted to tell him. The bully immediately interrupted and told him not to stay any longer because he would crush him. And the guy chuckled perfectly, looking at the phone that his plan worked, and the reaction of this complete idiot could be easily calculated, as he is even dumber than he thought. After the end of the conversation, the bully was really pissed off. His friends immediately started asking what he said, to which the bully immediately replied that Park Hoo-min was going to finish him off once and for all. I remember an event where they were facing each other fighting, but at some point, to finish the fight, they were prevented by people who approached, realizing that they were stalling like brats and only knew how to talk. Threw the schoolboys over the people around them. They were making fun of him. He immediately told them to run away from him as fast as they could get away. The bully was well aware that he needed to deal with this guy eventually, so he ordered his underlings to get the guys together and bring him in as soon as possible by any means necessary. The underlings immediately said they would do it. But it was crazy since it's a good chance to show their loyalty, but not at the cost of them not in life. The bully immediately began to say that this time you will definitely destroy him and let him dare, and then open his mouth in his direction mouthed to his subordinates. But some thought that he had to go himself because to bring him here easier said than done. In addition, he is also a small Sashka in the alliance. Meanwhile, the protagonist I also continued to sit at his desk. I'm studying. The nerd asked him if he was studying or not. Realized that he knows nothing about him at all. But looking closely, he saw that he is a serious student. In addition, and looking at the protagonist of he realized that he is a little shorter than Nerd apparently, and so is the body like. In addition, his appearance is very different from others. Yes, which he thought that he would definitely be confused with a girl. Looking at the protagonist, Nerd remembered the events that video earlier, and realized that this is the same man who was easily able to beat the bullies. After all, he as no one else knew since the video all with his own eyes, but could not get it out of his head cunning in the fight that he took advantage of, then tied the bully. But then suddenly our hero, I noticed that the nerd was looking at him, turned around and looked at him and asked him if he had anything to say to him, and the nerd immediately got really scared out of his mind. Started to say that no, because he just wanted to warn him that it is dangerous to walk under the bridge, because in that place there are many accidents, and it is a favorite place of all hooligans, so he just wanted to warn him. He just said that this is the shortest way, and the botanist confirmed that it is indeed short, but for example recently, after all, due to recent events, they all forgot that even if the bullies are not around, the guys are still in a scary school that resemble Valera with Yen. And all the classmates who sat behind our hero with a nerd also did not particularly share it. After all, he behaved like the main lake and he got on their nerves. After all, looking at him, they realized that he became their new star. I think maybe he's not as cool as they turned out all this time. But then abruptly the main character from his desk and the nerd did not understand where he wanted to go. To which immediately the protagonist said he was going to go to the bathroom. And the nerd immediately with a smile I said sure, but not before saying that it's dangerous there too. And meanwhile in the toilet, two guys were discussing the fact that they wanted to get away from the Matashu as soon as possible. But they knew very well that teaching the hawk to immediately calculate them, he would not be good. While at this point the protagonist we just hands one of the guys who Porozhnev Shisia also mouthed that checked out did not get in his face. Pushing our hero away, he just told him to get out and stuff, telling his buddy to hurry up and finish. And at this point they're like his threats. But this show of disrespect is starting to annoy him, because all people are imprinted in their own images and he must have realized that he looked like an easy target for pranks. But he also realized that there was no need to repeat what had happened in the past, so he immediately calmly went back to class and sat back down at the desk with Nerd. So Nerd unsure voice spoke despite the hero that he finally returned. Without turning around the hero, I noticed a mark on the neck in Botanic, perfectly realizing that it seems that in the time that he was gone, something happened. That he should have been quieter than the grass. But for a moment he was so engrossed that he couldn't help himself. Remembering when the hero left, and the botanist immediately began to say that he was well aware that he had a lot to tell, as he was well aware that he was from these places and a lot of things may not know. Besides, he hoped that he would be grateful to him for what he was doing for him by telling him everything he knew. But at this moment, while the nerd was thinking about all these topics, one of the hooligan classmates came up to him and from behind hit him and told him to shut up once for all. Since if he does not shut up, it will be much worse for him. Said also that he would watch him if he opened his mouth again, he would be congratulated, and the nerd understood him perfectly well that he had forgotten what school he was in. After all, he should have kept quiet. After all, he is not such a loser as he realized, thinking of the hero just hiding and trying to sleep. But the hero also realized that people still don't understand anything, for they have never seen someone like him go on a rampage, and he's really tired of it, and he won't do anything if they just leave him alone. You realize that the most rational thing to do right now is to just watch what happens. Meanwhile, the hooligan who used to come over, he went up to one of the guys and said he wanted to play pool with them. But the guy told him he didn't play with newbies, and the hooligan immediately started saying that he'd heard that the part-time employee at the pool hall by the bridge was hot, and yesterday the guys went there. They had coffee and stuff like that. Keep saying that the guy started saying that Adama's there like she came straight off the TV. But the guy also wondered if he had money, because he wouldn't pay for two people, he certainly wouldn't. And the bully immediately replied that, of course he had money. That's why they could go play pool right now. Where actually they went, because now he won't be able to answer asking if it's true, or if what the guys said, and she's really pretty. Not even thinking about the fact that they were watched by one of the wards who immediately sent a message. Where are the hooligans headed? You know what they have left to stock up on popcorn and enjoy. Meanwhile, the 6 hooligans immediately received the message and realized that they should move out and capture Park Hoo-min, because at 4 o'clock the passage under the bridge at the gate building of the high school. And the bully wanted to skip the last lessons and go straight there since the world knew about that beauty. If they were late, the tables might not be enough for them since they had never even skipped English before. And the guy immediately began to think, after all, they really have never missed, yet realizing that he acts as if it is a convincing argument. But already having thought a little, they immediately decided that still they can leave the level of English and not go to it, and ran faster billiard room. And already passing under the bridge, they began to talk among themselves, saying that under the bridge is always so quiet, and it was scary because it was possible if the ghost will really appear. After all, they were scared and realizing, and also desiring to see that very beauty, you understand that one of them now the heart will jump out. Meanwhile, about those hooligans who hit either nerd met a look with our hero, but without saying anything, just looking at him. Also, just looking at nothing, said nothing, just staring at him, literally burned out, well aware that they are checking him out. So turned around he simply because he further without even turning around to look back. The more they look at him, the more they doubt. Are they really gonna let this shrimp act like he's in charge? They also think that Hi-Man isn't here right now, and they'll put that kid on a spatula in a heartbeat. You think nobody. And at that moment the bell rang because math class was starting. And when Hiroya sat down at his desk, the bully who was watching Hiroya walk by turned around. Simply spit in the direction of the hero, but he got on his leg. And it noticed not only the hero and also the nerd, who immediately got scared, not realizing what would happen next. On the bully immediately began to apologize to our hero, saying that he sincerely apologizes because he just had to clean, and he is guilty, so and wanted to spit on the floor, and miss say that all sorts of things happen and understands it or not. And already passing the class, one of the guys, I told him that he is more rehearsed on, but he thought that he cannot do anything because the lesson has already started. And at that moment, the teacher came into the classroom. He tapped on the table and ordered them all to sit down as they were starting the lesson. And at this time, the hero, I understand perfectly well that he showed his abilities, but did not understand how to answer, so that the thoughts at least a little bit held in their heads. And what else should he have done to make them finally understand? Meanwhile, the hooligans were already sitting on the bike going to the right point under the bridge to intercept the guys and take him with them, since Winter said that classes end at 4. So if they were in the passage by that time, they would definitely be intercepted. And at the moment, it was 3 o'clock, so they had time for everything. And in class, the nerd was just thinking about something that happened just a few minutes ago. And also realizing that just recently, everyone sat quietly while Choi Hi-Man was here. But now that he's gone, they're starting to gang up on the main character. Plus, the local hooligans have a hard time believing what they're seeing, thinking they refuse to believe it. And looking at the hero, it seems that he does not care. But then he is video omniscient and determined looks. And at this time, the hooligans opened the door, and were surprised as all with you were empty. I did not think they were fooled this time. Until at some point the girl looked out and asked what they were talking about and greeted them, and the hooligans immediately got embarrassed because they melted a lot before they saw the girl. And she immediately went on to say that the owner is not here now and he is absent, asked if they want something to drink, to which the guys said that they would play 3 games and drink coffee. And the girl smiled and said she'd make them 2 coffees, and the guys thought they hit the jackpot because they realized she was a goddess. Meanwhile, the girl was already making 2 coffees for the customers, and the hooligans had already arrived under the bridge waiting for the boy to pick him up. You realize they're early, but if they don't show up, they're going to lose their schedule. And as soon as the lessons are over, all the teachers, I told the students not to linger and go straight home. Since the lesson is over, immediately turned around and looked at the subject of the 2 guys who spit on his pants. That actually, they in turn also looked at the hero, watching what he will do. And as soon as they didn't realize that he was just sitting there watching, they decided to leave the class laughing. But the hero, I realized that very soon he will deal with all this. He at some point remembered the words nerd told him back in class about the tunnel. I mean, even the news showed a student not in the school was hit and taken to the hospital. Everyone in the neighborhood knows about the tunnel. I'm also watching other people just decide to go around, realizing that they're scumbags in high school. And as soon as the hero came closer, he saw a few guys who had something to discuss among themselves, thinking, where is Park Hoo-man, because he should have already come out. But the guy who was most afraid would assume that he could tell someone about it, and here he leaked. The heroes looked up to see the hooligans sitting inside and counted how many there were. And as soon as he realized that there are 5 people there, he knew perfectly well that he cannot pull so many, and there is no need to get into unnecessary conflicts, so he decided to bypass. The swollen guy who was most afraid only thought that he actually wanted Park Hoo-min to escape. Well, as soon as our hero began to walk, he immediately heard someone echoed him. It was the fat man who called out to our hero to stop immediately. And as soon as the hero turned around, then leave him, immediately spoke to him to drag his bony tomorrow to him, and immediately. To what our hero I looked very nonchalant thinking what to do with it, since at the moment he has not yet seen the solution. But immediately started laughing, saying that his high school really is bad as they say, since even the snags act so arrogant. And one of the guys I was the head retainer told the fat man to notice the fact that he was now glaring at him. But he did not even hear it coming up to our hero, grabbed him by the shirt, began to drag him behind him. I say to go with him, Daredevil. And the heroes, meanwhile, to think over their 5 opponents, think whether he will succeed since he has not faced such a thing before, and whether it is worth it to obey him this time. Yes, all at once began to say that the Goni waited for apparently drooling since they are waiting for him for so long and he is a tough guy. When he tried to grab the hero by the head, he immediately said he'd play with him and let him go. And the hero is still pondering whether he can just let it happen, because then he was able to beat 3, I think, and ponder whether he will allow it to do. At one point he even said to himself no, because even if he's just a little pipsqueak, he can easily finish her off. So his hand immediately slipped into his pocket where there was a pen. Taking it out of his pocket, he already knew what method he could use to finish off the fat man. And at this moment, this sex still didn't realize that he knew that he was telling our hero to cry, and then he would just let him go. But he didn't even expect that to happen next, because the hero I easily ripped out his hand by hitting it against the wall. And then with that same pen, he immediately had tears in his eyes. And the guys who were in his company did not understand what is happening and how it happened. And the guy who noticed how our hero I stared was not surprised by this outcome. And the hero I still did not intend to stop there, so he took out a brick he immediately swung, and with ease was able to break it, fell his opponent in unconsciousness. And already in this situation dominated our hero, I told him to stop whining, asking what happened to him and if he wants him to call his mommy. But then we're shown again the hooligans who were having fun at the pool club, because one of them looked out the video window that something was going on outside. And one of the guys, I went up to the other guy and asked him, "What do you mean, where is he looking at?" And the bully is the same guy I noticed that I'm even their school uniform. But the guy immediately recognized because he knew that Ji-hoon's right-hand man was there. And Huli he immediately realized because he's right, if he obeys Ji-hoon, then they're here for him. But anyway, who's that guy? Besides, the bully really liked her. Smart like him. Then he realized that she could finally blow off steam, and this was his opportunity, because the other probably might not be. Meanwhile, the guy continued to watch the guy who was literally destroying him with all his bravery and courage. Watching all this, he liked very much how he fights, understanding that phrase that say little gave, he was impressed by our hero. So he immediately wanted to watch him live me with a window. So choosing from the billiard room, he asked his girlfriend not to clean that she something immediately started yelling for them to go back to the hole first they should pay. And in the back of all the hooligans who were with a fat guy and immediately stood up asking what he was doing, he realized that he couldn't beat the Peters, but he wasn't going to stop. I realized that everything has a way out and should only wait until one of them swings first and hit him directly. That actually happened, because one of the hooligans immediately swung to hit our hero. But then suddenly appeared a guy who literally threw that bully who swung earlier. Our hero, I was very surprised because I did not understand what was happening. After all, near appeared a guy who greeted them, say that he is a student of the high school, is the same guy who previously watched our hero from the window, but never approached him. But the guys did not know who he was, thinking that he came out of a snuff box and kicks, because he does not think about his health. One of the hooligans recognized him, he's a high school kid. And here's a guy looking at all this and did not understand on what he got into this scuffle because the South is too much. Turning to our hero, saying that he is from the class again, hero, I asked, "And what is this thinking how he knows him?" And the guy went on to tell me to be realistic because the situation smells fried. I asked him if he has any ideas and thinks he can beat them all. She that our hero, I answered that his plan is to hit one more and hope for the best saw. If he even turn into meat, he will not care. And the guy immediately thought that he is much more reckless than it seems since they are in a total very bad situation. But then one of the main company started to say that he thought that they would be able to cope with what they were in. But then suddenly, the guys who were in the billiards immediately ran up to the tunnel, happy, saying that how many different people I met in one place. And the hooligans were very surprised. They were expecting him, but they didn't think he'd show up so suddenly. To which he immediately began to say that he meant they were here to see him beautiful, saying it doesn't matter. Besides, they should get down to business because it looks like he's on this side today. saying besides that he's on the team of the fearlessly small, meaning our hero. But still, it was a new experience for our hero because someone always fought alone, and someone who was so tired of watching, though he would be one of them. This time it was different as our hero I was no longer alone, but on the main eye of the opposite gang told the bully that they are here only because of him, to which the guy immediately began to say that then why should he listen to the six of Ji-hoon? We keep saying that, by the way, speaking of him. If he wants to meet him, why didn't he show up himself? And why is he pulling guys to tell him something? That he's just mimicking, saying he's not worthy. And the guys were apparently very angry about it, so he immediately told him to shut his mouth if he didn't do it. He'd deal with him himself, because if he wanted his hands to take care of the other one. And as soon as he heard that, just like that time, and he got even more angry because they all knew that he would never dare to get on the Rajion. But suddenly one of the guys hit him with incredible force. On what the bully immediately close your eyes video. Hopefully with him to negotiate and peacefully separate on this, we now do not happen. After all, apparently the words of the Hooliganov hurt the guy, and what he got very angry became mercilessly beat him. But then suddenly he got a counterattack, because against him was not some boy who could just tolerate all these blows. And what even the boy realized that they just will not be grabbing his head. But the one thing the kid couldn't expect was that he was going to get hit from behind as well, saying that now he should realize how stupid it is to take hits on himself, because who does he think he is? Besides, they're just getting started, so there's more to come. And one of the hooligans immediately realized that he went for everything just to beat them and nothing else. Despite our hero and the kid who stood up for him, he thought they'd help him and take them all down. And as soon as one of the guys I grabbed wanted to hit him, suddenly the bully managed to run up and grab his arm without hitting him. Turning around, he saw who grabbed him and himself says that now will not be able to focus on one target. After that, the guy tried to yank his hand. She was well aware that he could not snatch it because the grip was very strong. Although in strength he did not lose to him. Realized that Ji-hoon biosi against this monster but not realizing how he got such strength. Meanwhile, the green-haired guy could easily take out two hooligans. And the guy who started the first fight literally took on another bully who I was trying to hold down. And here is the funniest thing happens. This is all despite our heroes realized that he was going to him, and he immediately thought that it is actually he himself will finish him off as he had with him not finished business. And as soon as he approached, he grabbed our hero by the collar, but he did not think what consequences will be after that. After all, our hero turned around and said that there was no point in grabbing the collar because he should have hit him right away. Grabbed in the fat man for a stick, he literally began to twist it and what he felt the strongest pain. But then the hero said that if you do not hit, then it would be necessary to grab the hair demonstrated on it how to do it. And then in this second, he with the help of a grip, this stick literally threw him into the wall. And at the moment of the fight, everyone was busy with their opponents, that no one could expect because everyone literally stopped fighting at once. No matter what position they were in, they all stopped fighting and just turned their gazes around. They were very much shocked after all. They did not understand how this is possible looking at our heroes. After all, he was literally able to knock the fat man into the wall with such ease that no one could believe it. And then suddenly our hero, I showed that all quit because he is already sick of them. And already after a while, one of the hooligans who helped our hero sitting in the billiards only thought that this and impresses him as he saw the look of that small implied by our hero, realizing that he is very loot. Well, that the guy who played billiards with him also, he says that one of those with whom they fought normally to him applied to it as Kiev in hands at all he could not hold. Well, and also he was very interested in how the hooligan will explain why that guy went with them as he likes him very much. To what the guy with green hair said that they should do without rudeness after all. If he considers it a celebratory event in honor of Victory High School 1, I also keep saying that he's only here because of the girl who works here. That a guy would go to an extracurricular activity somewhere after he made such a fuss. You realize he's lying, and that's not his style at all. But two guys turn around and say it's his style. After all, the events are moved back 30 minutes ago, realize that it's mission accomplished, and it's all thanks to him. Although his methods slightly did not scare them. At some point, they did not even notice how our hero I began to walk realized that he is very fast. Bully shouted that hero did not leave and at least Remeno together with them to do well or played pool. On what our hero rap said that unlike them, he has something to do. So they should somehow rest with them, as well as he is not interested in participating in all this. That surprised the guys a little, because they certainly did not expect to hear you from our hero. Continuing to speculate whether they think that the scumbags in high school after Tim got away with it, the bully said that of course not. Because it's Ji-hoon's supermind that won't let him get away with it. Besides, he didn't want to think about it anymore because let him come when he wants if he wants to deal with it so badly. But then as soon as one of the guys I won, he turned to the other one saying that now he'd have to pay for all of them. And already in the moment, the guy with green hair interrogate the girl, why so expensive? And that girl kindly replied that the guy said that he will pay because of the previous. So that's the price for what the guy behind the back. I immediately said, "Get lost, we," and began to run away laughing. But then one of the hooligans turned to the kid and asked him if he could forget the incident that happened recently. They hugged him and said that it was not his fault and that he should stop thinking about it. This is noticed by a guy with green hair. I think they hugged because of it accidentally. And already in the evening in the classroom, teacher was telling a new topic at the moment when our hero entering the classroom heard from the teacher appealed to him that you cannot be so late because he distracts them from the new topic. On what the hero I bowed and apologized, saying that this will not happen again. This was noticed by a girl who was sitting in the classroom, turned around and looked at our hero. She immediately thought he was cute, even though I was so pale I was smiling. She realized that he would make a perfect singer, because with his parameters it would be by the way. And at some point the teacher said that they would continue after a short break, so they could go to the bathroom and rest a bit. And as soon as the teacher came out, one of the guys started to discuss the recent confrontation. Because they heard that their school today it was going for the guys, because they knew the whole kitchen, because they are not the last guys in high school. Although on the other hand, it's just a shame that they themselves did not go because you have to study and in general keep your identity secret, which is actually confirmed by another guy said that he was famous in high school. Although he very much did not like to study among these nasty nerds, but still they better understand that it is better than to fail with the uni, on that some nerds only thought to themselves that build themselves cool. On hooligans laughed, saying that these kids are now eating the earth in any case, as from them both clients, and even from the middle levels. And here is a girl who previously liked our hero. I turned around just and think that they will be. And it is in such a class, so in silent conversations, all uncomfortable. And the same hooligans who tried to run over our hero stood in front of his mane and accounted for their actions. Interrupted, say that it would be okay if they are not strong hooligans. It is still understandable. But even with a whole bunch of guys, they still came back with nothing. One of the guys tried to justify himself and said that Jin Ga-yul was with them, as well as Go-hyun and some other freak. When the accident looking at the fat guy started to realize that it means from a new name, so this big guy, to what the guy continues to say that if they set it all up and pitted them against each other and leaked information to both sides, Nagpuri knew it was a very fucked up idea because he would never do such a thing. Besides, he was kicked out of the alliance. He wouldn't have given it an extra headache. I noticed that he wanted to do everything quietly, not for the stain in his name, but his whole reputation went down. And also angry, I turned to the helmet, so-called this stick. After all, he seems to be very proud of his abrasions and Patches laughed to show him in such a way. I asked him to give him medals for the fact that Cooley snatched from the Noonaim. Telling him that he's useless, I'm not even to dare to shine in front of him, and while he himself does not allow it. He couldn't say anything to anyone but thought to himself that he should have yelled more at someone like him. Chan should have told him off, realizing that they'd still get it even if he was with them, so he said so to the leader because he had done their dirty work. That's why they'd have to deal with the consequences, because he got his face beaten up. To what he says, immediately he got angry. They say that in his eyes he was lying and a dog. We should know exactly what he says. Meanwhile, our hero, I was sitting and just remembering the events that happened to him earlier. After all, at some point he heard such a phrase that in the team of fearless little when said the bully on. Our hero for a long time could not get it out of his head, reasoning about the team whether he needs it at all or not. And the head and gang sitting reasoned, because one hasty decision made on a hothead turned against him, and had to do everything himself. I understand that these Kolkozniki are just waiting for their hour, constantly looking for a way to undermine him, and need to smash him. Everything that is possible to what he disgraced him will be recognized by all. After all, he's not the same person he used to be, and he won't be able to live peacefully if he doesn't surpass Hu Ming. And at this time, while everyone was thinking, including our hero and hooligans in the classroom, returned teacher who ruled the lesson he only, and said to the students that they did not forget to read the black chapter before the next lecture. I thanked them for a good lecture and ate a good weekend. Our hero immediately started to gather all the books to go and have a rest after all. And at this time, the hooligans who among themselves discussed the events to go to the internet cafe, because they often hung out there. But then one of the hooligans turned around and looked at our hero and noticed his high school uniform. Snatched in the notebook from the hands of our hero, he was surprised by the outline because it was very long, said that he would borrow it and wants to rewrite, and the other guy thought it was a great idea. But the girl who previously liked our hero, I watched all this looking at these hooligans, only thinking to myself that the guy did not give them these notebooks. On what our hero, I just simply said, okay, and the hooligans rejoiced because it was for them to fall back. I detailed lectures. Consider that in addition, this lake, at the rate of frightened of fear. And meanwhile, one of the students came out of the neighboring class as they're also finished lessons, and suddenly he noticed our hero. And apparently this kid recognized our hero, not understanding, because he thought that he was going to the night high school. Remembering the events where the principal of the last school said that he announces the students with the best academic performance, and among the 4 classes was also our hero. Remembering these events where he was constantly going on stage to receive award after award on his way to the elite society. But he still didn't understand how such a star was attending the infamous school, thinking it was because of an incident that happened earlier in the day. Our hero walked up to the bus stop as the bus was pulling in to pick up people. And at the moment when he was getting on the bus with a C-grade girl, noticed him surprised pleasantly that they were going in the same direction, thinking only that one way, one bus, and it seems he is a very simple, soulful man since so easily gave his notebook. But then she sharply thought why all her thoughts only about him because he is so defenseless and like a child abandoned by the shore. Immediately remember, Ad inside herself promises that exactly next time she will definitely protect him from all the bad things that she deceptively strong. And when she entered the bus, one of the elderly men asked the girl to hold on tight since it was dangerous. But she only thought that she might be able to have a couple of sheepish words with him. And as soon as the bus sharply jerked, the girl immediately almost fell down, grabbing the handrail. Already everyone was surprised. But she only cared about one thing, turned around. She looked that the guy is not even a movie look at her, thinking that she only wants to know him better. And the next day in the classroom sat the very bully on which to beat our hero where classmates digested between each other that they did not think that he would come today because suddenly he came to take revenge on the protagonist. Although on the other hand, it is better for him than to heel to the bottom, and better still do not talk about it because everyone is already buzzing. After all, they also heard that their henchman also beaten. And then suddenly the bully responded to the classmates and told them to shut their mouths and keep quiet and be quieter than the grass. As soon as the bully said these words, suddenly the door opened and our hero entered the classroom. It was immediately obvious that the bully was scared and did not want to get in front of our hero. But our hero only stared at the bully without saying anything, just passed by, and make his desk to Botanic pushed a chair to himself ready for the lesson. But next to the guys who sat at the next desk near the bully, immediately saw that the bully trembled, and he dropped under his face. Smiling, one of the guys said to look at High Man, because he is trembling like a blue sheet, thought that they can help him to push that upstart. And here's the bully. I'm just thinking that he can't bring himself to do it, because he doesn't want to see his hard stare again. And sitting on a break with his friends, they asked him what they should do now. On the bully, thought that they first need to feel the ground for further decision-making. And at the moment of conversation, suddenly opened the door, and where began to come in those 2 guys who were sitting at the next desk. And as soon as the bully saw the quiet, he immediately got angry and asked what they wanted from him. On what the guys did not immediately smiled and said that they do not need to chop, so stretched out his hand. That made the hooligan very angry, because he thought that all the Basota would pounce and pick in front of him if they wanted to taste his face. But the guys immediately pulled tons more calmly said to him to besiege because they do not want that at all, as they are here purely to talk to him because they knew perfectly well that probably that jerk very much irritates him. That's why they wanted to offer him a deal to join forces and crush him together, because he has nothing to lose. And besides, he can't let that kid rage over him as it doesn't allow it for him, especially now. On a source, subject said that after all, he was going to join the alliance and through the connection, it could be safely done. But so far, no one knew that this kid still wanted to destroy him, because he thought that if he's shown in front of the alliance, Spingaleta will be restrained getting what he wanted at once. As they say, 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking that if he didn't catch them off guard, he wouldn't be able to teach the little guy a really good lesson. The bully didn't like the idea as much as he thought they didn't realize how strong and dangerous he was, and asked what kind of plan they had, if any, to which the guy immediately said he would take him down, and bully would be his insurance while here to deal with him. The bully at first didn't understand this notion of insurance, he was surprised. But the kid smiling said that he was not afraid as he could knock out this kid because he needed him clean to raise the tension in the neighborhood. And at some point the bully began to think, because if you think that if he really beat him, what will become of the hierarchy? As he realized that he needs to consider all options and the current situation can help him climb to the top and later deliberately get even and return to his place. Meanwhile, in the classroom, our hero, I was sitting at the desk writing down the outline, saw a spit suddenly fall on the notebook. It was the guy who offered the bully to see our heroes who approached Spit and said that he was a stretch and again adored because he was so sorry. Continuing to drool on the notebook of our hero, but only, and repeated that he cannot stop doing it probably because of the fact that Juchi as wants something sweet. On what our hero, I just lifted his head, looked at him at this guy with bewilderment, because he apparently lost fear. But the nerd who sat next to our hero realized that these hooligans decided to take revenge, and this he considered disgusting. But our hero, Ya, was very observant, so he videoed that, hey man, has already realized everything, and he has long lost the will to fight. When you watch that, he hides behind other people's backs and does not do anything not to say anything. But also our hero realizes that this guy refuses to recognize him, and he only needed a chance to reach him and his friends. A little even happy hero did not change in the face realized that, and the chance provided sooner than he expected. Although the kid did not stop mocking our hero, saying that he was not afraid to block himself after a random victory. We continue to say that his skills are bad, and people like him need to dunk their heads in the toilet to know their place. To which our hero so far has not reacted in any way. He just took a napkin and began to wipe his notebook on what the guy shouted at him that he was talking to him. Then immediately hitting our hero slapped, I told him to respond from what the whole class was shocked at, especially at the nerd who sat next to our hero. And also hooligans expected such audacity and realized that it could end badly. Although the heroes realized that being on guard every minute of the hour of the day horribly fatigued his cause, right, since High Man will not make a not thought out decisions. The guy continued to yell at our hero, say to remember his position, dodgy different baby, because he has long been watching him. But the hero perfectly understood that he should think a step ahead and act sharply, as the opponent is bound to fall into a trap that is actually he did. And hit in the book, guy. He perfectly understood that he does not care if his trick is considered dirty. Everyone in the class was very much surprised by this outcome of events, because they expected that the hero just so in the Facebook guy. But the hero knew perfectly well that the only thing that mattered at the moment, it's not to lose and show what he can do. But as expected, this guy's friend will stand up for him immediately shouted that he uses the book and it's a dirty trick. Found our hero. I tried to transition to these books in front of his face, but the guy easily whipped out the book, not expecting any trick. But there was a single tail, because our hero did not want to hit him with the book, he wanted to distract for a blow from the knee. Then picking up the book slept he only if he looked at the guys who were defeated and lying on the floor is no longer as talkative as before. And here is a bully who could not say anything. Well, and of course to intercede and engage in battle, I realized that there is no point. Since at this time, our hero, I approached the guy who spit and talked, most of all swung at her, I said my name. Striking again since one summer day, after a year of high school. He vowed to himself to never lose again. That's what he was proving to himself. And not only that, let's not even get close to him. To that, as soon as our hero, I started to go bully. I don't understand who he is and why with such appearance can be so strong slash. At the moment when the hero passed by the bully, they got scared and couldn't say anything, just stared in silence. And the whole class couldn't say a word. They were shocked because they'd never seen anything like that before. But there is on some side of the nerd was pleasantly surprised because he also did not expect that our hero I will stand up for himself and will not give offense. But the only thing that the hero I began to do is just silently took a napkin and began to wipe the book, which was a little stained. Still, the hero had so far little that it was a shocking but revealing incident, and he just left his enemy at full retracing his steps to the north to wipe the dirty book. This scene must have been very deeply etched in the memory of everyone in the classroom, so that they would remember once and for all that our hero is not to be messed with in any way. But and bully, it really cut into the memory as he realized that he will never turn this situation in his favor. And this guy who wanted to destroy our hero, it made it even worse for the bully as he was now in complete failure. And of course, this news they made you wait a long time in other classes. And as it has already reached the other bullies who were a little even in shock. The guys who were earlier in the tunnel were shocked, but one of them was teasing the other. They say that this kid, even his head start in fights. And after all, they all understood perfectly well that he managed to fight 3 times in the same day. Although the guy was well aware that the local hooligans thought that I could not destroy him since the kid looks like a gasp, and they did not stop the anger that sits in him and he sometimes lets it out. They just could not believe what was happening. And the bullies got that class all figured out, to which the other guy confirmed that he was hoping to deal with Hey Man on his own. A new friend I bully on what to laugh at him say that most likely he did not win, and what the guy very much angry said that he shut his mouth because he at least at him tomorrow will lie. But then the bully noticed that, by the way, Che Hong was strangely lurking. But the answer was that his gang was blown dry, and he would not get out until he thought it over and would not act hastily. After all, he perfectly understands that our hero, I am a real fighting dog, despite the appearance he has a sufficiently developed fighting technique. But behind the conversations, Huliganov overheard the same guy who long ago vodka on them. Realized that Ji-hoon even fingered to come and send meet himself gang of his cut. Realizing that if you think about it and put it right, he's just pussyfooting around with Baek-jin. Turning around, he just clutches his head, realizing that nothing will work out since his freebie is going down the drain. And the scene changes to back to the bully who sat with his throne. It is said that since that time, he has not yet received word and leads, so in all likelihood the exit will be looking for them themselves. But I didn't mind because the only thing he didn't understand was how the helmet had managed to show up in such a pathetic state. In the news immediately again, I thought that I would talk to him. realizing that it would be very bad for him, which actually happened because the leader immediately asked if he was not ashamed of such a sight. I went on to say that he would give him a chance at redemption, because the picture would be much better if he forced them to make the first move. And the chance was to wash the shame out of himself as he should do to his abuser what he had done to him. In the fat man of such a particularly was shocked interrogated whether he should do it alone. To which the Crash immediately got angry, saying that he apparently thinks he's joking, but he's being quite serious since considering all these rumors about how they got beaten up. Joking, and he asks, isn't he can't ask just as normal to him that some new name has torn his cactus warm? And what is there Stika immediately a different anger? And he said that he himself will finish this case realizing that he gets involved. And they say such words pleased from what he said that he will wait thinking not even try to hide his mood? But he said that was all for now and they would talk again later, because he had something else to talk about and the others should leave. And as soon as everyone started to leave, this one stayed in one place and said immediately yelled at him and said that if he couldn't hear, he would help him leave now. And what if Sex immediately turned around and began to leave in the other direction about himself, because he realizes that he cannot do it. After all, he would also be interested to see Speaking and his actions during the clash with that demon. Remembering our hero, he only thought how he could destroy it after that in the tunnel. And meanwhile, when our hero was walking down the school corridor, all the students from different classes just looked at him literally saying that he was able to destroy Hi-Man. And it was amazing because they did not understand how he was able to beat those guys. I know it's 5th grade now, but they forgot his name. For all remaining doubts and jokes turned to confidence after such a resounding victory. In addition, 2 fights in one office strengthened the position of our hero, and no one else wanted to contact him. Our hero was not interested in this, because he every time recalled the events that happened to him recently very closely. After all, at some point no one understood why he did it, and all who gathered were shocked. But everything is already different, not as it was in the past, because he planned everything himself and did everything himself. In addition, the heroes understood that he would use whatever methods he had to as if they were mind games or something or more. But some of the disciples couldn't believe it and asked the nerd if it was true. To which the nerd immediately said that he was telling the truth since he had personally witnessed both fights. But everyone thought that with such a body it would be a problem to pull once. But at some point, everyone began to realize that now he was Ichneus #1. But so far it was hard for everyone to believe, and the nerd is well aware that they can check as soon as they see him in action as this guy is invincible. And at that moment the very bully who was also in the tunnel confirmed that it is he who is the strange little eye from which everyone immediately shuddered. After all, the hooligans perfectly understood that if you think hard enough, it was our hero I turned the guys in the tunnel in flight. And as soon as the hooligan left, and Botanica at the other guys immediately left to ask if it is not the Mad Dog, and the middle me on what the guys immediately asked about the nickname after all. They have not heard such a nickname, and he is very quiet lucky if at least one word for the whole day will say so also sleeps at every lesson. That at once surprised Botanic very much, as he understood perfectly well that they had heard nothing about the legend from the middle. And as soon as the guys asked what happened, can he tell you, the nerd sharply turned around and said that the bell at the lesson he has to go, although at the same time he himself knew what happened there. Although this exciting event breaking the dull retinue of the school year quickly became a hot dark for discussion among high school students. So our hero I was easily able to make a name for himself without even realizing it. And in fact at the time, despite losing to our hero that so-and-so was still considered one of the main bullies of high school, holding the first position in his class. His head was ready to burst with worry, realizing that the pot was about to burst. And here is the second hooligan. I noticed that Fatty, for some reason without needles, it was self-proclaimed #2 who did not understand what was happening to him. But then suddenly Fatty got a phone call and picked up the phone and asked what they wanted, and the phone said that they started the alliance meeting without him. But he still did not understand how he should find, and the arrival of that small in one day said that they may be joking to get him out, to which immediately received the answer that they do not know, because he himself somehow need to find a way out of this situation. Even more angry and upset, but then the bully came to him responded, on something you so questioned, what does he want? And the guy asked, is he looking for someone from high school? To something you said yes. So what? And the bully replied that he's just some students and the high school goes to the same externship school with him. They said he could help him out somehow? But then the bully sharply laughed, saying he's stupid. I also go to school for a joke. For a moment, the bully forgot that this guy wasn't a pure demon slammer. But then, in any abruptly stopped laughing, said that a second thought, because he should be realistic for him to go to high school alone and try to find this very kid is a risky venture. After all, if he needed any proof of his efforts, it would be to his advantage if this guy searched his high school for smart guys. And that's just to show that he's trying to act. So Fatty immediately fisted his fists and asked him if his school was there. And on what bully, as soon as he heard Fatty ask him some school, he immediately imagined how they would dominate the streets of the academy. But all his dreams immediately dispelled as soon as Fatty yelled at him, said that from what movie nostrils flared, so what should discuss the details. And the guy sharply began to say that it is about the externship school near Noryanjin because all the students from the local area go there. But that everyone immediately told him to send him a screenshot of the location on the map, thinking that he is a helper to create the appearance of an active solution to the problem, and therefore his saying to him not to get to him that he does nothing if he can come out victorious from this impasse. Then he wants to see how his leader will sing in this case, because unlike him with Kang Jong, it will be much easier to negotiate. But then the kid skimmed the card and he was surprised that he had his number and the guy said he had it a long time ago. He didn't pay attention to anything at all. I said he'd contact him as soon as he passed by, so he should get ready to bring his body at any moment. And at that moment, the guys were having fun at the arcade hitting the punching bag to see who could beat whose record. The hooligan rolled up his sleeves and said that 87 was not enough, joking that he had become a Dalyak. Swinging, he hit the pair with all his might on the pair A that the guys were very much surprised because they heard the sound. After all, the bully literally with ease was able to set a new record of 970, asking who can surpass such a result. To which you smile, he said that the guy with green hair will be next. Although now it is already useless to hit, but there is some beauty in pointless attempts, doesn't he think the same? To which the kid said nothing, just will really leave it to the strength measuring apparatus. And as soon as he approached without saying anything, he kicked the machine as hard as possible with his foot. And what the hooligans were shocked, did not understand how this is possible, because it is a very strong blow was so also deaf such a sound. Expecting since the kid was able to hit 999. Smiling, he only said that he would have won, realizing that this is his month for billiards, laugh somewhere in the depths of his soul. To what the bully understood that this is cheating as he cannot hit the machine with his foot. But the guy said that he did not remember that he said something about it, as this machine for hand strikes, repeat bully. But the guy just wanted him to admit defeat. But this whole thing was being watched by the guys of the bully who called them in the tunnel last time to meet and bring Hu in. I realized that the problem won't be solved that easily if they just crush him. It won't end anything. Besides, he knew that the little guy shouldn't be discounted when talking about our hero. In addition, they were well aware that one wrong step and the usual scratches will not get away, as they will completely destroy them and do not even blink an eye. But the other guy said that he only said that because he doesn't know Ji-hoon's capabilities. It is said that he will finish everything if he dedicates himself to the cause, and he doesn't throw empty words to the wind. After all, the time will come and he will rule the ball, and it doesn't matter who and what they say about him. But after a while in the evening at lessons, our hero, I was looking for a notebook with his notes. He immediately forgot, but then I remembered that he lent it to the same type. And as soon as our hero turned around, he immediately noticed this bully realized that it was he who took his notes. When that time hooligan sat chatting with his friend, said that it looks like he will soon rise to the top unsuspecting. And at that moment from behind our hero, I approached him. On that hooligan from the bag began to pull out the very notebook which earlier write our hero. Throwing it on the table, her appearance was very shabby. And as soon as the hero took it in his hands, he was well aware that it was not only in his hands on what the bully mockingly said that he very much said thank you that at least all the pages remained intact. He should not be hysterical because of such a small thing. And for all this girl watched from the side, literally trembled with her whole body. All this situation I very much did not understand what this bully allows himself. And also looking at our hero realized that he is very kind to take advantage of it. But she did not yet understand what she can do because he is a child, and a word to the contrary will not say. Also, she was interested in what his name and would like to know the mysterious nameless guy. She said to herself that he should just wait for his older sister to protect him, and already on a break here the most bully bragged to his friend with whom he now began to socialize, saying that he will never cheat, and he really communicates now with the helmet. From what at home was pleasant surprised, because he understands perfectly well that it is now with a key will stand. To what hooligan smiling would say that you never know how the cards will fall, and what the hell is not kidding, maybe thanks to him he will become a threat to the high school. Although on the other hand, it was obvious that even the famous helmet was shrinking like a frightened hat at the sight of Ji-hoon. And the bully immediately said that they are birds of a different flight since he is already at the top of the hierarchy. And yet no one is interested in this because Helmet is looking for that guy to crush him. Since someone says that they were almost on equal footing but the fight ended quickly, so the Helmet is looking for him for revenge. But then the guy abruptly asks if there is any other information besides him being from that school. But that hooligan's replied that he's kind of pale like vampires. But his eyes are snake eyes and he's completely forgotten that guy's name. Although at school they have a couple of guys in their uniforms, but the Helmet will come and he'll figure it out. And the guy was happy because it's going to be a good show and there was no such thing. And at this moment, the girl passing by again mirrors at these hooligans, realize that they also smoke right in the hallway, even spit on the floor, and it is disgusting as she could not stand them. And at that time in the class, our hero sat and thought, because it is obvious that after that incident became quiet. And he is no longer involved in these annoying machinations, and okay, at least the mistakes of the past did not make. After all, if he manages to keep this calm and not to create a problem in me, everything will be fine. Meanwhile, the hooligans continued to communicate among themselves, and asking what if a big shot like Helmet is piling up in the academy, do not expose it to his full lake. They say that perhaps he is his own grain because staggers in the academy to the ground filled with all sorts of nerds. On what the guy laughed, said that yes, after all today, and hooligans can learn well. But still, somewhere in the back of his mind, he knew he was being realistic. High school is nothing but losers, and as soon as the bully entered the classroom, suddenly the phone rang for him. And as soon as the bully picked up the phone, he immediately saw that it was Helmet calling, and he couldn't believe he had gotten there so fast. Picking up the phone, he just said hello, literally immediately answering the call without even giving time to wait for the Helmet. And he in turn said that he was right at the entrance and he should drag his Zato to the exit. On the bully also decided to make sure of it, looked out the window, he really video Helmet said that he is already here and will soon be. Put on the phone. He abruptly told his friend that the Helmet has arrived and is waiting at the entrance right now. Suddenly, for these bullies, nicknamed Helmet heard our hero and saw two bullies trying to run quickly out of the classroom. Since our hero has a good memory, he immediately remembered the picture from the tunnel where one of the guys that Steak called as a Helmet and to get up. Going out on the street, hooligans immediately began to say that he could have called when he drove up so that they came out faster. But Helmet was arranging himself cool, so he told him to get his mouth crooked and take him to those students. They immediately started following his order and led right behind him to the high school students. And after putting in some near the wall, bully said Helmet that they are all from the high school senior, although there are a couple more, but they are real nerds, so they are not even worth worrying about. To which the bully sharply asked them if any of them knew a guy named Yunsi, and the guys immediately began to say that they had heard of him, but except for his name, they don't know anything. Although on the other hand, he came out of nowhere and recently became number 1 in the class of 5. Well, and besides, he hasn't been seen anywhere before, and they haven't even seen his face once. Helmet immediately asked if that was all they could tell him, because he thought to himself that even that was very much, because he was just pretending to look for him and he did not want to cross paths with him. But then suddenly, out of nowhere, a guy apologized. Helmet immediately turned around and did not understand what was happening. And the kid asked him if he could go to the exit. Surprisingly, the Helmet immediately said that of course he could go, literally kindly, because it's not like him. But this for you is not long, because as soon as the guy began to pass, he immediately hit him in the back from what he fell. Leaning Helmet began to tease and say that he told him to go ahead, what he is still here. Reacted that he could go on already, he hit the kid again. And everyone sitting in the class did not understand what was going on. And if anyone could do anything to stop them, some of the guys also started saying that they were scared as much as they were. And the same girl realizes what bad real gangsters they are. Watching all this picture of a Helmet just getting to a regular guy, I wonder if no one will stop him. But the bullies who appeared Helmet B class could not even look at it because they did not even begin. They were very scared. The girl immediately burst into tears, realizing that it was all wrong to look at the whole picture. And then literally out of nowhere heard a voice that responded Helmet from what he froze. After all, he did not realize who dared to respond to him in such a situation when he was just destroying the guy. And as soon as the Helmet stood up and he realized that he could not see who had called him. And at that moment, our hero, I started to get up from the desk. But still, the Helmet did not understand who it was that called him back. And because the shadow fell directly on his face, and he could not see who was standing there. And even when our hero began to go in the direction of the Helmet, some who were sitting at the desks and did not understand what is wrong with him, because he really goes straight there and does not understand what is happening, thought the guys who sat at the neighboring desks. And the Helmet decided the hooligan to ask who it is that stood up spin years, to what he replied that he himself does not know. So the Helmet immediately put your head down, said that now he will see who it is they are, so I'm brave. Found someone who dared to stop him at such a moment. And even the girl who saw our hero coming thought he might be crazy. I just wish someone would stop him because these guys don't pat his head. And yet the Helmet did not understand yet, because the face was hidden by a shadow that served on him, and our hero looked very confident. And as soon as our hero came closer, the Helmet squinted a little and saw the familiarity of it all, and he immediately thought about it. And at that moment, one of the hooligans looked closer, perhaps realized that it was our hero I was. And the most interesting thing is that in his hand he was holding a pen because this very moment resembled a duel in a tunnel. And the helmet, as soon as our hero shattered immediately, went down in a very strong fear because he still understood that it can wait for him. Especially when our hero I passed, he was a man with a pen. And let's say that he is getting closer and closer suitable. Who has a pen is getting stronger and stronger. And the outline of the face became more visible, and he realized that this is the same guy that I beat him in the tunnel. The fat man's fear was immediately filled by remembering the events that had happened in the tunnel, because the moments and awareness helmet was suddenly filled with unpleasant memories left in the teeth-grinding clash. At the bully chuckling, pointing his finger in divorce, and told Helmet that there was no reason to worry since he was an unusual loser. But suddenly for the bully, he did not realize what was going on, hesitated, and looked at the helmet himself. For he saw how he in turn began to shake very badly and literally lowered his head. I don't understand why he is shaking so much like Frost for thinking that it is possible that he could be frightened. And the helmet at the same time think that he came to X**** for a tick. But what this demon here forgot he did not understand, and why he is overtaken by such an unpleasant fate. And at the moment while it is all sorts of pondered, our hero has already come close to him, just clicks his pen, and without saying anything, if I do not understand what to do in this situation. But the only thing that the helmet understands despite the look of our hero is that he cannot defeat this monster, as this guy is rabid. But so far the bully did not understand who is our hero, what he is capable of, so he immediately thought to stop him. The fact that there's some weird stuff going on and he doesn't understand why the helmet is completely silent. After all, he realized that the helmet is the kind of person who freaks out at any little thing, remembering how he raged at school for any cheating. And here, standing in front of our hero, he was not only silent but also very much trembled because he realized what he could expect in the future. But what for him was a surprise. When our hero I just passed by, and what a helmet very much frightened was shocked. And when our hero I passed by, he abruptly threw a glance to the left side in the place where he was a guy who was beaten by the helmet. The only thing he did was to look at him a little, smiled a little too much, realized that now he is not in any danger. I turned around, he went on opening the doors, leaving the office, and the helmet further continued to stand as a stoic and just silent. And at the moment when our hero I strongly slammed the door, helmet even more annoyed as I do not understand what is happening. Think that he then experienced not at all humiliation because of inaction, but rather relief because nothing happened at that moment. And the next day the nerd who sat next to our hero at the same desk, happily humming songs, Shupo corridor to his classroom. I realized that perhaps everything would have turned out exactly as he had not originally assumed, sitting down at the desk and preparing for the next lesson. Looking back at the video of Hyman just lying at his desk and now coming to school to sleep. Yonhoon not even able to sit in class during recess. You realize that this is not a life but a dream, and he even asks for a fun and exciting school day because he just wants the usual calm. But turning around, the nerd also noticed that our hero I also sleeps from the morning. Insert from behind the desk approaching the curtain, nerd only thought that he will stay awnings. Suddenly the light prevents him from sleeping. Do not even realize that at this moment, our hero dreams sleepy with the same curtains only in the past school, where the guy next to him was standing only spelling out what he needed to maximize his productive sleep. Chuckling, they say that he is so worried about him that he will shake himself and we should follow him and everything will be fine. I also ask our hero why such a fixation on studying. After all, he's even focused on when the class was completely alone. And at this point, our hero I woke up sharply. I realized that he dozed off, and I think, how long has he slept so well as now? But he turned around and saw that the curtains were closed and a nerd was standing next to him trying to read. Because looking closely, it was hard for the nerd to read with the curtains closed. When I looked closely, I realized that he can't see anything because of the blackout curtains. So immediately said that it is easier to read with open curtains. From what Botanica was very much frightened, not expecting that our hero I already woke up. And in due time the hero said that he woke up so that he could pull back the curtains and everything would be fine. And the moment Botanica sharply grabbed the curtain, began to open very quickly curtains. From which our hero I got a little Sveta immediately sharp in the eyes, squinted. I also remember the words as he said to him, "Guy, get up, I since you do not sleep, so what time it is time." And as soon as the nerd saw it, he apologized, because he immediately realized that the light hit his eyes, understand that he sharply opened those curtains. Thinking only that although he is a guy, but eternal stinks him in the colors, and it is his sad, sleepy look, it a little scares him. And at the same time, some students are sitting in class discussing among themselves that somehow their class became quiet. And many realize that this is all thanks to our hero, as they never felt so relaxed at school. And then the nerd decided to turn around and tell our hero that they are on duty together next week. To which our hero I said that he remembers and knows it very well. To which the nerd immediately said that if he couldn't come early, he could leave everything to him. To which our hero said that he comes before him anyway, so it would be unnecessary. Without turning around, the nerd also noticed the fact that the class is quiet enough, and there are no more those jokes as before. But in another class, the guy who snitched on those bullies got a message, asking if he had any news about that guy, because he seemed to be bragging that he had the whole school under his thumb. Let's keep talking. It's a slippery type who pissed him in the eye and hit him with a cell phone. Remembering those events that happened in the beginning where our hero I just movie sand and also hit with a cell phone. To which the guy immediately started saying that he should then take his friends and deal with him once and for all. To which the guy replied that he was so with his two boyfriends' gods and still they failed. That very much surprised Hooligans because he did not understand how the three gods I lost to one small. Well, as it turned out, they are related to each other, and the guy asked for help so that he did not look like the last nerd who could not stand up for himself. But the guy just thought he didn't want to mess with his relative because he didn't know what would come of it. So he decided that he had to wait a little bit, because the accident of one of the gang is still being solved, and in the future, everything will be as he planned. And at this point, he needed to shut up and lay low until they make their first steps and destroy them once and for all. So he decided to forget about our hero for now, until the time was right to do so. I remember when our hero said he had nothing to apologize for and no idea who he was. And at the moment while the bully thought about it, suddenly, he saw our hero who was walking down the corridor of the school. The look of the hero was impressive. As always, he did not give any emotion. Something quite strongly scared. On what the guy only thought, how dare he so just walk around the school with such a look, nothing to fear, because he looks like a loser. Well, this bully was a former #1 at the middle school and had never really been in a good fight. Then how did he get to the top at his last school? Because the reason for all of this was his ability to influence others. All started with the usual bragging, where he showed others his new Yamaha that he had just recently bought, from which others were shocked in delight, but also the choice of special victims. Plus, he's always scanning his surroundings for the next target. And once he finds the right victim, he knows he'll win easily. He'd immediately use any available method to get the victim to talk to him, no matter how grabby and to whom. Well, and then also knocked out because of her everything that only possible, usually going further than it should, trying to show off his skills, saying at the moment that now he will know where to stare or something like that. At that surrounding all were shocked, because everyone saw how he goes too far. But the only problem for him was not working with someone who was stronger than him. He usually just stood by and listened to everything that was going on without trying to show his courage, much less the fact that he could beat up the weak, thinking only that if he could only destroy this trinity, the skill would take over the middle school once and for all. Plus, his parents owning a huge real estate option business always solved problems by the finger count, and that was the power of money. And of course, with the help of money, he could buy himself different eye friends, and also showing his influence in the society with the help of money, because not many people could afford also just to invite a few eye people to a restaurant just to eat with them. And for him, it was too simple that he did not even think about the money that is spent in these moments, but just discounts and me on the right to the left treats his friends to be loyal to him. So what first ready rebellion immediately stunned in the delight of becoming part of the group. And of course he bragged to everyone. For when she was asked how he brought them here, he always said there was no place in the world he couldn't get, from which others were delighted. And of course, he very much manipulated people, say that some lately, he is very much pissed off under the implication that someone said that he should deal with him. And what some remembered such words and realized that these thoughts coincide, and to stay in the company, they perfectly understood what they need to do in the future. In addition, the bully in every way encouraged him to say that he cannot justify himself as they are friends, encouraging them to try to beat the hell out of him this time. And he at this point can cover them, "You're reliable, I'm safe," which has always interested everyone he talks to like this, and together they knew no fear. And of course, the man at the center of events, who was a rich bully, quite naturally took a higher position, becoming a leader. And then at some point to one of the bars where usually rested the bully came two guys I do not understand, right? They came. I think that maybe if they go in, they'll get kicked out because it's not the kind of place where a couple of high schoolers would be welcome. And while they were thinking about whether or not to come in, one of the guys with yellow hair rang the phone. It was the one with the bully. And I thought it was a good thing they just walked up and he called them. Picked up the phone, the guy immediately said that he was right outside the building and whether they should definitely go into the bar, to which I immediately heard the answer that of course they should have gotten knocked up already. And as soon as the guys came in and greeted the bar, employee leaned over and said that their trusted person was waiting in room number 7. Opening the door, the guy saw not bad such luxury, thought that he's not even part of the alliance and holds meetings in such places because maybe the silver spoon in him stuck since he's from high school. And then the bully, as soon as he saw the door open and the guys came in, he immediately pressed her and said they finally made it. And as soon as they began to enter, and not surprised that a lot of people are in the room, so also girls. But the bully sharply pushed them away and told them to pass and sit next to them. As soon as the guys sat down, he immediately asked them why they did not immediately go in, and the guy immediately replied that they got to them there on the street. But in his heart, he realized that he was stupidly afraid to go in. I immediately introduced them to my friends from high school. They immediately greeted friends, said that now they will be acquainted since they are his buddies from high school, and how it happens went to different schools since he did not think made a wrong decision. Well, the guys also said it was nice to meet them, but all they had in their minds was fear. Also, the girl who was sitting next to them said it was nice to meet them too. And the guy with yellow hair immediately turned around and said it was nice to meet her. Realizing who he was, I immediately ordered that the others ordered more food and felt sympathy for him. Sympathy to feel his position and greatness in practice. And of course, they immediately began to think that he was incredibly cool without dating the former number one at the high school. It was very cool. And of course, these emotions they couldn't hide literally show them, and it became something they were bound to get at all costs. The guy also asked if he was probing since the school year had just started, to which he bully immediately colored that to count every tape from the table is a waste of time. Not to mention the lack of usefulness of this event, pouring at this time the guy's drink. And also the kid realized that the bully could have captured Yun Chang at any time, but also think to himself that through Hu Ming, he would not have been able to pass. To which the bully immediately began to say that, like he said, he was plucking at the ground waiting for the right opportunity, but that there were a couple of other guys who pissed him off. And the guys immediately asked who they were, saying that since they were dusters, they could help him by laughing. To which the bully immediately began to say that these guys made a lot of noise in high school, and they should discuss the details over a drink, and the night was just beginning. The next day, the guy was standing around the school laughing, and couldn't believe they had the chance. And then, as the boy sipped his water, he looked outside, and there was our hero, and he immediately thought that it was the same guy that the bully told him about, who confessed after beating Heyman, laughing. And at that moment they thought that this is really a good chance for them, because he just in time passes by started to shake the bottle with a drink. They were immediately her on the head of our hero, and what he could not expect that this would happen. And of course our hero, I immediately decided to see who is so brave, I decided to pour soda on him. Seeing at once a guy with an acidic-level grin, and I who held the bottle wasted despite our heroes. The only thing that the hero thought this is still going on, and some still cannot calm down, very angry from such an exodus of events. As at this time, Nerd was only thinking why it took him so long to throw out the garbage, thinking that he was not, and thinking that he should have gone instead since the bell had long since rung. And at the moment while the Nerd was thinking that, the door suddenly opens and there was our hero eye, from which literally everything that only on him were. And as soon as our hero sat down with him, all the water ran off, and the Nerd was shocked, not understanding what happened and why he is wet. Well then suddenly our hero, I sharply spoke to the Nerd, say that he told him that he knows about the local hooligans quite a lot, and that the Nerd immediately said that he knows about the good half, and in a way he is their fan, chuckling, thinking to himself. And then abruptly, hero, IR began to say that the guy from the first grade haircut under the bob recently still bumped forehead with Highman Canteen. What does he know about him? Nerd remembered sharply, and he immediately realized that that guy with the bob, he's a total psychopath. He went on to say that in middle school, but suddenly a teacher walked into the classroom, and he immediately yelled at Nerd to shut up. Didn't he hear the bell ring? But the only thing our hero I remembered was the name of this guy with the brown hair, and by all appearances he was very embittered and very serious. Meanwhile, the bully was watching the guy who was making fun of some guys. Realized that this guy is very much easy to control, and is a great hand-me-down guy who will do whatever he needs to do. Sprawled out on the desk, he realized that there was no reason to pull the cat by the balls, and he would crush him while he had the chance. But then he heard a familiar voice from the window where someone asked him to dish him a ball. It was an old acquaintance of ours. I who takes the ball said that's fine, after all, they were playing soccer. But the hooligan just watched it all as they kicked the ball, realizing that he had to finish soon. After all, he laughs and kicks the ball. While he can still get the message, he immediately sent it to someone. The classmates asked Min if he was going to get away from them, because his friend had been saying all day that they were going out in the evening for billiards and losers for candy bars, because they hadn't been able to get together for a long time. On what the guy only said that he did not have time for the evening game, as he is waiting for him at home to stew ribs. I teased him that he didn't want to eat their food. So the guys decided to go play without him and put everything on horseback and get drunk. But then suddenly someone came in who was playing at the pool tables. Turning around, one of the guys immediately recognized one of the high school boys next door. And the girl who worked there only thought that she had never met such high school uniform and do not understand who he is. Responded the guy, apologize. She asked immediately 1 million came. To which the guy turned around and said that for now he is alone, chuckling, but his company will come soon called the girl baby. But the girl only pretended that she laughed, but in her heart she did not like it, and she considered him boorish, only telling him to sit down, of course. What actually the guy did not do immediately, all in the table, he took out his phone and began to plug into it. And then the girl suddenly remembered that I had the boss to fill the coffee machine. I'll think that she'll run away for a little while if she's out of school for a little while. I doubt anything can happen. But the guys who were playing pool were annoyed by that high school student who came. They thought that for one look they could prescribe to him. Well, that guy just sat in the phone laughing, but those who played billiards realized that this is their worst day because they could not stand it. And the guy was just at this time trying to get those guys who played billiards great with his phone and laughing, smiling into the phone. The guys couldn't take it anymore. So the next thing they did was to approach the high school student and tell him to either take the phone or knock it out. The guy chuckled and said that he didn't want to take the phone and liked it that way. After all, the very fact that he is just mocking them and is in their neighborhood, they are very much pissed off, telling him that he finally lost his way. The guy couldn't hold back, so I asked him what it was. He immediately snatched the phone out of his hands. They say that he is deaf if he does not want to disconnect himself and turn it off. He will do it for him. To which the guy laughed, saying they're very funny, he got a laugh out of it. But the company of the guys, I just did not understand what is wrong with him, think that he is waiting for friends because he thinks he is so cool because he is not alone, so they immediately, who he thinks he is? And also that he got up and bazarala with them in a manly way. But here one and a guy from the company felt something water as he realized that his face was eerily familiar to him. And without having time to do anything, the bully jumped up sharply with a slight movement of his hand. He was able to grab the guy who was showing off at him. Then swinging a powerful blow, he literally sealed the kid into another part of the wall. And of course, no one could have expected such a thing because everyone was shocked that he simply with one blow was able to knock him out. To which the guy smilingly said that someone here has too long a tongue and they should shut their mouths and just play on. But then he immediately said that even though he changed his mind. So are they gonna stand there and just stare at him? And don't they want to kick him to the curb? I just destroyed their friend. Or a special invitation. They're waiting because apparently Santa Claus forgot to give the kids at school. Not only brains, but manly solidarity is joking around saying he's right. But then, when one of the guys apparently didn't want to hear the other one say that anymore, I immediately yelled at the husband to stop. And as soon as the guy asked something, he immediately said that he just remembered where he saw her since it. Jihoon and high school, and he's really good. And the guy immediately realized that he's an Italian bully, and he's also fierce and #1 in his swamp. So the guys made the right decision to turn around and just walk away thinking that they are not carrying the consequences that could follow after a fight with him. And when the bully sat back down because no one else bothered him, he immediately laughed, saying that this is a lot of hilarious, and immediately heard the same ringtone on the phones, because he was called by the same guy who was #1 in high school. And as soon as the guy picked up the phone, Hooligan immediately greeted him, asking why he did not pick up the phone for so long. And also he was interested in where he is now, and whether he got to the billiards at the bridge. To which the guy said that yes, he is already here, he should pass by to approach him as soon as possible, to which immediately the bully replied that he is almost there. And as soon as the guy hung up the phone, she immediately recognized that the type of slippery calculating I am, but such I am driven. Although the bully going up the steps of the pool hall realized that he met the bully too late in high school, and let me not ruin the existing system is gone, that time will not return, but he managed to become #1 in high school. Unfortunately, in the high school, all the seats were already completely booked by the #1s who had joined, and whom he could not fight, because they were much stronger than him. And at some point, the bully's plan to get to the top fails. If he continues to procrastinate, there is nothing he can do. So opening the doors, he immediately saw the bully who was playing pool. The same one who had dealt with the past crowd said the only thing that finally he came. To which the guy immediately said that he should have told me when he was coming, or at least answered the phone so that he wouldn't have to wait long. To which I also get the answer that he is a little distracted by taking chips off his classmates, rub his Kia, and smirk echidnosti looking at the guy. And only now, hooliganism to understand why there is no one here since he has dealt with them all dangerous? I kid asked him if he lowered the steam with these actions. But then the bully sharply said that they could get down to business and discuss what they had agreed on beforehand. And the guy right there says he's sure it'll go smoothly. Raising his eyes, they also say that of course with his help because he knows him. On the bully is really fine and understand that he does. As beautifully are bent from himself high school with the help of greens and gossip. But here guys, he said to get it wrong because he will not lose anything even if he does not keep his word. But still, he should go ahead because his plans wouldn't fail anyway. After all, the bully was confident in himself. He thought he had calculated everything better option and how to get into the alliance and was not, and knew that to defeat the others to get a star place in the school, Senior must defeat Hu Ming. and transport him. Since he had tasted the delights of the alliance, he just couldn't pass up the chance. Still, I keep saying that in the end is as early as possible to establish control over the difficulties along the way. On the bully only, I thought that he has already just received dough from the alliance, and plus realizing that he is not stingy to give more. So the bully is well aware that he will not be defeated. That's for sure, he thought ahead. How can we solve all this? But then, just as abruptly came in the guys after all. They still from school. After physical education agreed that they would go to play billiards because they wanted to play today for glory. But then while one of the guys I turned around and teased the other, I sharply asked that he turned around literally in fear of the finger. And when the guy turned around surprised to see who was playing there, he was very much shocked, even because he did not expect to see in his old acquaintances. On what the guys in turn just stared at the guys who tried to break in shooting billiards say nothing. Well, that guy and in aggression not understanding why they came here. And that one of the guys I'm a bully as soon as he saw them immediately smiled, said he knows who he is. It was a fateful encounter that made the boy replay in his head the painful memories of a year ago that had happened to him. After all, he remembered how the same hooligan literally beat him up, telling him to keep talking nonsense. Laughing, asked him if it hurt him because the difference in strength was enormous, from which there was almost no chance of victory. And while the guy literally trembled so much from fear, Ji Hong towered in his calmness than many years of undefinable grief. But that even the other hooligan pillar to laugh, because he would not have known that they would come here, so-called accident caught them by surprise. And he would not say that he did not expect to meet, as he knew perfectly well that they hang out here almost every day. But then one of the friends suggested to turn around and leave to me to get into a conflict, so the guys just turned around and began to leave the billiard room. But they did not even expect that the hooligan ran up to them sharply and grabbed one of them by the hair. The guy immediately got angry and said that he was a coward, and did he think he could turn around and just leave? The bully immediately pulled the guy towards her very angrily. But the other bully was very happy with this outcome of events, because he realized that it began as he intended. But that the bully immediately hit no one to believe it, Moha, and certainly did not expect. On what is also the second bully, Bravo realized that similar Ji-hoon already warmed up before their meeting, and he is going to laugh. I was indeed, so because the guy already warmed up before the arrival of the group and also another bully, he easily entered the fight and already literally from the knee delivered a crushing blow. But the friends of the guys I did not give up hope, so one of them grabbed the bully's shoulder and asked him to stop doing that. The bully didn't care at that moment which one of them he would smash, so with one easy move he immediately knocked out the guy with incredible ease. Smiling said that he had a great attempt to stand up for his friend and all that, as he was in a good mood. On Huli, she sharply turned around and continued to tell the guy that they understand where he's climbing this. And in general, the line is catching up to where he is in trouble, so also climbs on the road as if he looks at him a year ago. The same pathetic look just as then was. Remember those moments when he was so assertive and bold and fearlessly challenged him when only youthful spice was replaced by slackness? Since that incident, I became crazy because of his judgment and his inability to control himself and let it end because he doesn't want Hu-min to get hurt again. I realized that this time he will have to deal with the bully himself. Remember your friend who got hurt back then, who stepped in for him because he turned around and asked if he was okay? And also the bully think everything that happens, and it's not a bad decision at all, since no one can stop Ji-zoon when he's off the rails and out of control. Besides, any hindrance to his further actions is tantamount to a quarrel with the alliance, and the bully was well aware that this is very good news in the outcome of events. Also, the bully continued to tell the guy that he's not like himself at all, reminding the guy that he first punched young Eun a couple days ago. Continuing to laugh, saying that this time his buddy is not around, continuing to make fun of him, saying that after this, he dare not call himself a man. And also he'd better get a grip on himself, as he won't stop there. Also continued hitting the guy. But after another punch, the guy's friends wanted to intervene, but he pulled his hand out sharply and told them not to do it. He turned around a bit and told them not to come any closer. And the bully went on asking how he felt and if he felt that he couldn't even move now because he was dominant enough. But still, his target is not this kid, but Hu-ming. He'll go after him as soon as he's done with him here, and that's for sure. Hooligans also wondered if he would continue to keep quiet and take the beatings so as not to escalate the situation. After all, he wants to disappoint him since it won't change anything anyway by making fun of the guy. But then suddenly, probably for all the bully sharply rang cell phone picked up, he immediately realized who calls him and sends a message. But the second I am a hooligan stood and still did not understand what is happening and who writes him a message. On the bully further, as soon as he gave the phone, I continued to say that in any case he would not want him to snitch on him to his friend. Also keep punching the guy, he literally ground him into the floor. They also say he's going to find out anyway, and he can't wait to see his violent reaction when he shows up on the horizon with a battered face. But at that moment the phone rang again, and the bully did pick up and asked what he wanted. But it was apparently very something important because the bully sharply literally changed in the face and was very much shocked. Immediately shooed the kid away, he realized he had to hurry. The only thing he said was that he was lucky, and he was lucky this time as they would meet again. In the meantime, he should go to his Hu Ming. He also told him to say that he would come for him as soon as he got the time. Meanwhile, our hero walking down the street was already approaching his school, heading straight there. Looking at the time before entering the school, it was 6:45 on the clock, and walking up to his office and entering the classroom. He immediately turns on the light and realizes that he likes empty classrooms, because sometimes he feels as if his head is about to explode from the overabundance of spinning in him if I remembered from different events. But the silence reigning in deserted classrooms helped him to put everything in its place, remembering that the guy had said his name was Jin-tae, and it was probably best not to mess with him at all. Based on his previous experience, he could safely assume that inaction is not a good option in this situation, and on top of that, our hero couldn't control the fury either, realizing that it wouldn't go away on its own. And literally after a while, Botanica climbing the stairs only and thought that the guy comes but too early and probably on him will not be saved because also today he had to get ahead of him. But passing along the school corridor, Nerd sharply noticed something, turned around and looked at one of the classrooms. I realized that someone from the 9th grade class has also already arrived. But definitely there was someone here. I think that maybe someone is on duty there too. But when he looked out the window, the nerd didn't expect to see such a thing because he was very shocked. Because he saw a bully who literally slept on the desks, do not understand what is happening because he was almost scared because he looks like a zombie. But then he still remembered that he should hurry up in the classroom and need to finish cleaning before our protagonist comes. And he realized that there was not a second to lose. And approaching the botanist's office, he opened the door and didn't expect to see anything behind it. At the desk was already sitting our main character who had just recently cleaned the entire classroom, which was shining. And the nerd immediately realized that he had come and had already managed to clean everything, telling our hero that he came running earlier than usual. But it looks like tomorrow he will have to get up before sunrise. To which the hero I interrupted said that it's okay. He just wants him to finish yesterday's story. And Botanic remembered that he had not finished telling about Jin-tae, realizing that he immediately wanted to get down to business and hear the story. After all, this bully is a notorious psychopath. In high school, he beat up a teacher during a bag check for allegedly dirtying his backpack. And because the subsequent suspension from school is not the best department, and this lunatic, I continue to commit insanity, not only riding a motorcycle, but also bullying others. Also speaking, by the way, Nerd seems that he does not stand in any gang and everywhere carry only with his friend. And also judging by the stories of graduates of the school, cruelty of these two on a completely different level. After all, they literally forced to go through the most real hell, slowly subduing them to themselves because perhaps they from such a process themselves get high. Many guys from high school dropped out of school or transferred to another school just because of him, because he was different from the other bullies. To be honest now with him, should not have been contacted at all. On that, after hearing, the hero literally froze in silence, thinking over everything said. Well then suddenly Botanica, turning to our hero, asked to ask him a question. And as soon as the hero said that he can do it, Botanist continued to say, after all, he is always very early, comes to school even when not on duty, asking why he does it. After a couple of seconds of thought, the hero replied to succeed, and the nerd didn't immediately understand what it means to succeed. So the hero decided to explain, because it gives him an advantage. You had to be able to anticipate any eventuality, no matter what it was or who it was with. Meanwhile, all the students lined up and listened to the speeches where the man said that, inspired by the beginning of the school year, will be encouraged to focus on the class and always keep their heads straight because they are honor students of this school, and that they should draw energy from Guanak-san. And then we are shown a guy with yellow hair about whom our hero was talking with the nerd, because he was not happy, because he did not want to stand just on the street and listen to all this, because he was bored every time listening to the guys did not want to. And then when the man wanted to go to the next point where he wanted to say, suddenly, one of the men interrupted in all forgiveness, said that the lessons are about to begin. He has to go because the morning announcement was over and they can go to class. Bully with his friend only, I say that he thought he would fall off because it is half an hour without a break or just standing. To which I say the friend also said that he is old at the end with Brandel, hearing how again it is said to the students to hurry up, because soon lessons will begin and they should immediately disperse to classes. That the bully's friend also got angry, saying that he should at least take a little breather after their holy principal's sermon. But then the bully fell sharply to the sight of one of the guys who was literally already approaching the door entering the school. He ran away and immediately grabbed the guy by the ears. That's why he felt a strong pain in his ears and did not understand what was going on. The bully said that it was because of him that the principal pulled his on this sermon. The bully didn't care. That's why he opened the felt-tip pen and told him to catch the punishment for the old principal, drawing him sideburns and saying that he would be like Elvis Presley. Also teasing say that they have a handsome boy here, on what the boy only thought that at least not in front of others. And after all, it was very humiliating. Why other guys from school also did not understand what they do, because someone thought that they are just messing with a guy from the class of the first, which all mocked. But then sharply this hooligan saw that in the corridor passes our hero, he could not fail to recognize him. And the hero at that time, without even looking who is next to, just passed by thinking about his thoughts. And it was his mistake. Since the bully immediately ordered the kid that his first mission to see that guy, meaning our hero, saying that he is now the main in the class of 5. And he needs to take this marker and draw a huge cross on his back and go back, and he wants each line to be at least 30 centimeters. If he doesn't make them the right length, he will count it as a broken assignment and beat him. On what the kid immediately began to worry, say that he does not know him at all, but Bully, it was not at all interested in 2 fingers on the ears. And Bully immediately said that since he does not know him, he can walk with him to the garbage incinerator laughing and grab him by the ears. But the boy understands what it can be, threaten him. Therefore he immediately smells, said that he will do everything as he says. And after these words, suddenly for the guy, he immediately got a fist with all his might right in his nose. And the hooligan, very angry, sharply told him to take well, and in his hands and go forward, otherwise he will really destroy him. What is actually immediately the guy did not literally sobbing, he took in the marker, said that right now will run. I realize that he is definitely capable of it because he is crazy and can do anything with him. And while he approached our hero, he only thought why he got into the same class with him. But you realize that such problems would not happen if he was in another class. And coming as close as possible, he immediately held out markers towards our hero with a trembling hand. And immediately, without wasting time, the boy immediately drew a single stripe, literally lightning swiped on the back of our hero. Very hero in bewilderment did not understand what happened, a little turned his head, he only watched what is happening behind. And the guy at the same moment sharply draw a second stripe. From what our hero, I even more fell into a shocked state, do not understand what is happening. But before, since he had already turned around a little, he saw the markers, not understanding what is happening. Abruptly grabbed the guy, he immediately asked him what he was doing, to which the guy only managed to shake so far, without answering anything. And after a couple of seconds, the guy immediately began to apologize. And only now the hero began to notice that the guy with a face do not understand what's wrong with his nose, and also he immediately asked what class he was from. That as soon as he received the answer that he is from the first class, our hero immediately realized that this is most likely pranks, that bully with yellow hair. Because our hero, I despise that bully quite a lot. But also even more realized that this kid pisses him off, no less, clutching literally in his hand. Quack guy just said that he had no other choice. And our hero immediately began to wonder why suddenly he had no other choice. I remember how before he was also told that they had no other choice in his head. It is very much stuck in his head. But don't even listen to the guys, he abruptly let go, realizing that it wasn't even worth his time in the slightest. To which the guy, only lower in the eyes and fumes, said that he could not do anything since he damn mad, I'm crazy. To which our hero, I turn around that walk, only said that it does not give him the right to damage the things of total strangers. I note also that the pathetic attempt to avoid pain, he messed up a stranger's stuff. Since he was trying to escape from the problem by doing this very thing, but he should not pull other people into his quagmire. After all, our hero had no compassion for all such guys, naively believing that there is a situation, at least a little learning, if I do not follow the orders of their oppressors without any attempt to fight back. After all, such people can only whine and blame others for their own inability to take control of the situation, and nothing would change for them. So our hero made the right decision for himself to turn around and just leave. Taking off his shirt, he realized that they themselves should turn on their heads and continuously fight for freedom, to fight as if it is already in their DNA. Meanwhile, in 8th grade, a red-haired bully looked at his phone and didn't understand where his friend had disappeared to. When he turned around, he even asked his classmate where Hyan Tak was, since he ignores his message and doesn't come in sight. I noticed that he was supposed to record with them yesterday in the billion as they were going to go to it after soccer, and asked him if nothing happened there. To which the guy only recalled how the kid told him not to dare to tell Hu Min, as he would get pissed off and would definitely try to roll into the neighboring school to bump off the culprits. That's why the guy immediately said that everything was fine, but they separated early enough, realizing in his head that it was hard for him to explain it all. That actually the guy did not ask because how to understand it, as he thought that he again burned out and went to admire the ocean in the cities. We are not overnight as in middle school. He did it because then he asked not to look for him. And this is the 4th stage of adolescent maximalism. I think that probably went home. I'm like a diligent student. And to be honest, he took offense that he changed it to ribs. Meanwhile, the bully with the animal hair was hitting someone in the men's room again, after another punch, chuckling and asking if he'd come to his senses yet. But it turned out that this time, he was not alone. But with the very guy who immediately began to tell the beaten guy to sit down and keep his head down and turn on his brains, none of this would have happened. Realize that those who have lost the will to fight can't even think of resisting a new opponent. Hit once again, the bully realized that this way you can quietly confirm your status without using your fists, since only a couple of times it was necessary to smear on the face of the already beaten enemy, and to set a little psyche say that since he walks here, vandalism is a child of despair of the enemy thoroughly accepted his defeat. This is probably the most ideal moment to consolidate power over him. Therefore, in such a case you should immediately turn around and go away teasing, and also bully at the guy with golden hair asked all that they had planned today. But they didn't even know that at that moment our main character was watching them. After all, he understood whose handiwork it is. And he also saw one of the hooligans, so he now perfectly understood everything. But then the picture changes to where our hero was sitting on the bus going home. I realized that this act reminded him of Suho's manner, holding a bag in his hand. I remember how the heroes heard that the nerd with cleaning finished and the teacher said that they can go. So leaving the school, our hero holding in his hand a shirt that was ruined, and the nerd meanwhile watched all this. After all, looking at this shirt, it was obvious that just so it could not be washed. So the nerd immediately realized that here is where his years of experience as an errand boy will come in handy. And in just a few minutes, the botanist running to our hero withdrew. His hero turned around and saw, as the botanist in his hands held the package, say that the marker ordinary detergent cannot take out. After all, he has already washed such stains. I remember how one day his shirt also hooligans of drawing completely all the marker. Also, continue to tell our hero that hopefully he did not get angry. Continue to say that in general, washing the shirt with this remedy will definitely improve the case. So tomorrow exactly, he will come early, turning around and quickly running away from our hero. And while the hero I sat and thought about this action bully with red hair approaching the house of his friend just and stood waiting for him to open the door. But I realized that there is no one at home. As at that time, the guy looking at the intercom saw his friend, but did not answer anything, because he realized what consequences could happen. He thought it would be best to just ignore him until her face healed, because he knew how his friend would react, and what he would do after seeing his friend beaten. And after a while, the bully turned around and realized that he was really bored without his friend. Meanwhile, the next day, one of the teachers walking down the hallway stepped in some sticky liquid. Someone dared to spill Coca-Cola. Since it all was near the 5th grade, teacher sharply turned around and shouted to the on-duty classes 4 and 5 to come out and clean the corridor and stairwell immediately. On what the nerd sharply turned around to realize that he did not have time to finish yesterday's homework, he is not there. A few hesitated, thinking what to do. While at the same time, our hero I sharply inserted botanist that he will gain on something, cheered up saying thank you very much because he really helps. Our hero I just picked up in bucket and went to clean the stairwell, and where there was spilled was... But again, it was his mistake that he did not look already on the sides of what is happening, as in the last time when he outlined to him descended the stairwell. And if you look at the hooligan-off according to all appearances, they obviously something schemed and planned, and all this did not just happen with spilled eye in the hallway, because the bully was holding a can, half empty, exactly Coca-Cola. And while in the moment when our hero I was absent in the classroom, these two bullies went straight to the 5th grade and approached the botanist, where he realized that at this very moment, while the hero I am not around, they came, and it is bad business. One of the bullies with yellow hair sharply grabbed the bag, asking whose bag it was, which the nerd said that it was the hero. But you cannot take other people's things without asking, grabbed it. After all, Jin T was calculating and cruel, and it was as if he was bragging that he could cause no more crosses with the victim. But then a sharp bully movie look at the former speaker of this class said that it is understandable that since the head of this class is so insignificant, even the living embodiment of a loser thinks he can talk to him, teasingly saying that now he is no longer number one. And indeed, looking at the former bully, he was a pitiful sight because he could not say or do anything. But still, the botanist did not let go of a bag with the hope that the bully will change his mind and will not take it away. But suddenly, for all he shouted, sharply raised his hand that the plane is coming in for landing. And then, he sharply hit Botanic with a straight punch from that Botanic's glasses even flew off. The hooligan realized that even after such a blow, although Botanic is hurt, but he still does not let go of the bag and clung to it like a tick. On the same side of the bully, from those who will just tolerate and even more to give up what he wanted to do, so another blow he literally seals Botanic in the desk. And everyone understood that he showed his arrogance and is happy about it because he thought that our hero is not different from his previous targets, and the guy video in him only reducing not a rival capable of fighting back, but a fun toy that you can do anything with, In the end, the words in the spirit showing the bag say that it is so and screams to be carried by a loser. And walking out of the classroom, you bully, sharply headed to the top of the steps, saying that he had recently practiced it in the stumps at range, to which his friend laughingly said that twirling the bag in the air, he is definitely weak, looking at how one of the guys is cleaning the hallway and next to it is a bucket of water. Since the bully wanted his buddy to check out the perfect aiming kick, I taught you literally 2 steps bully focused. Lightning ran up to the briefcase of our hero, sharply hitting her. However, as expected, he directly with the bag hit the bucket where she flew into the bucket where she plunged close to everything in the water. This is quite a lot like the bully, as he from such a distance was able to get into a small bucket. And what his friend was also in shock. I do not understand how this is possible. And here is a guy who at that moment cleaned despite the bag. You realize that everything is soaked well. He's also wondered whose bag is it. And it was at this point our hero, I was walking down the hallway back to his class, saw in front of me that something is happening. He saw a guy standing near the spilled water with a bucket and his backpack, and do not understand what is happening. As expected, our hero did not like it much, and what he immediately asked if he did it. The guy was sharply frightened, said that it is not him. Pointing his finger upstairs, he immediately shouted that it is those guys. And as soon as our hero turned around, he immediately saw those very bullies who literally greeted him immediately. And at this point, nerd, coming to himself, I realized that he will definitely have a bump. But he's still homework because I do not understand how to be with the bag. I found the hero. And just coming out of the classroom, he immediately saw the hero standing with the bag and looks up, realized that he has already come. At that time, tried to tease him, asking him if there are any problems, laughing literally at our hero. As he in turn just stood and watched, thinking about his future actions and what he will do. And the bully further continued to say that he is ready to redo once again, because he will nail if it will get on his nerves, continuing to say that he did not even begin to have fun. But I ask him if he even a little itchy hands. Because if he does, he can drag his bony body right up the stairs to him. And nerd, looking at all this, I realize that this bullying will continue, especially after Kim Pil was involved, because it was not surprising. I know his ways. But it seems Jin-tae is just another cog in his cunning plan. I remember how in the beginning that bully came to our hero to talk to him, but he became a laughing stock. And after all the previous events, pale before the next squall because he will be scared to death, notwithstanding a day of such a life. Our hero. I realized that his heart was racing and he was filled with rage mixed with fear, but it was only now. For a moment, the hooligans, what they saw in front of them, I frightened them very much. I didn't understand how it was possible. For at that time, our hero, I ran sharply towards those hooligans, swinging his arm. But meanwhile, this bully was not like the past rivals of our hero. He was much more insidious. Since in a moment, our hero sharply flew sometimes from the bully right in the chest. And what he certainly lost his balance to fall down the stairs, literally flew as if into the abyss. But it was all his imagination, because he was still standing in front of the climbing steps to those hooligans. Clutching her bag, she wanted to climb up the stairs and smash that insolent face into the wall. But he realized that if he did it now, he would lose both in terms of choice of position and in strength, and it was very risky to bear head on an opponent who was ready to attack. I don't really care whether consciously or not, but the bully understood the situation perfectly well and provoked him. I also realized that it is pointless to act according to his expectations and get into an initially wasted fight. I realized that any decision should be made with a sober head based solely on rational conclusions. After all, right now was not a good time and the battle of victory was still to come. So as soon as our hero started to turn around and walk away, the bullies thought he was just scared and started walking around not understanding why he did it. But then the bully suggested that he had turned his head and didn't realize that he was only embarrassing himself now. To which his buddy said that how much is it that I can't go on the roof? On what the botanist intercepted our hero and said that he was right, that they are useful, and further he will move here himself. Also asked him to apologize with his eyes down by his bag because he should have stopped them, but in the end he couldn't. But then all of a sudden Botan heard his own name, Jun-tae. This said our hero also went on to say that he shouldn't apologize because everything is fine. Unfolding the betting walk, the hero also told him to go to the nurse's station since his whole face is swollen, continued to leave. But the nerd only noticed that the markers are perfectly washable, although in the same second realized that our hero, I called him by name for the first time, and he felt a very strange feeling inside himself. I don't understand. But if he had only videoed the entire aura of anger that our hero was giving off, he would have been very much frightened, as it was unbearable. After a while, our hero realized what happened in the stairwell was just the beginning. Since indirect bullying that so liked all the bully became more frequent, at one point offenders stopped going roundabout ways and already met our hero directly in the forehead. Bully abruptly tightened the rubber band, literally shot to the back of our hero's head. But for our hero, this is not the end of it all, because the hooligan jumped up, literally kicked at the feet of our hero. And what is there fallen listened like a bully continue to say that he cannot count on anything, and that he should not get in his face because it seems that he has all the courage from the last meeting. Confused over what Botanica observed, realized that this is already crossing all boundaries. But it was hard for the guy to understand why our hero Ya didn't fight back at all whatever Jin Ti did. So one day, curiosity got overpowered, and he decided to ask directly our hero why he was descending into it respectful behavior off their hands. But the answer was brief. After all, our hero immediately said they were done learning the material, and that's all he said. But after some time came the day for which the hooligans were to remember once and for all. And already after a while the botanist also said that today their off-duty ends, thanking them for a fruitful week. Though in his mind he was well aware that our hero I was probably more exhausted from other than cleaning. And then the kid told our hero that he was going to the cafeteria and asked if he could bring something, and then said that he usually doesn't buy anything from there. And he has a habit since middle school of bringing something to someone all the time. But then sharply our hero I said to buy him ahead, and what a nerd, a little was surprised, but still kindly agreed to buy. As the bully was returning to his office, or very happy, he had no idea what lay ahead of him. Approaching his party, he noticed that the backpack is not there, so from the nearest classmate, he also asked where I said backpack, to which the frightened guy said that a kid from the class came by and took him away again, because he said he asked him to run away to study. Why the bully got furiously angry, said he was rubbing it in with bullshit from what class and who it was. And the guy immediately started explaining that the little I'm on the face of the antique type, I really thought he had him bring the backpack. After all, not conceived before our hero went into them, not office A, and simply took the backpack made up that the bully asked him to take it. On the bully immediately realized that the kid is not lying, sharply ran to the class of our hero, thinking only to himself that he does not even understand what it is, a backpack. He was so thoroughly pissed off that he only told her he was out of line, and he would destroy him right now no matter the situation. And as soon as I opened the door on the bully, and he literally froze in a stupor, for he saw our hero who stood wiping the board, but also saw the background that was behind our hero. Since the backpack was literally on the windowsill, almost falling out the window in the pouring rain. The bully was very angry, saying that he had lost his fear at the end and now he would deal with him. But our hero, I thought it through, grabbing the backpack, he just pulled it out the window, smiling, saying that if he came for the backpack, it was a very good thing. Julian has already said he ruined it, and can you imagine how much the broads paid for it to get it? To which the hero I said immediately, of course he understands, but he totally got dirty since he just decided to save his dry cleaning costs. And the bully immediately turned to his friend, said he could throw him off, so he should get down and be ready to catch his backpack, and that the guy would in all likelihood be not thrilled. I take it that outside, what buckets are pouring, and why should he follow his orders since it's just a setup? To which the bully sharply glared at his friend, told him to just get downstairs now immediately and not ask any unnecessary questions. The kid couldn't say anything, so he immediately said what he was doing now, but in his heart he realized that he should have switched to another bully when he had the chance. Keep telling the bully to our hero that the rain washed his last brains out, because if you think about it, he has not yet received from him normal blows. But then our hero, no mountain is too far away from here, understandably did not want more empty words. Therefore, releasing in his hand from the window, he sharply began to slowly lower the harness behind which I held the very backpack. To which the bully was in a rage, told to just dare to let go of the backpacker, if he does, he will pay. To which the hero only thought he was pathetic after all. There is so much buzz around the usually backpacker, and this guy is so worried about him. There was even a case where he beat up a teacher for a soiled bag. After all, he's preoccupied with his own stuff but looks at other people's stuff like garbage. And that's the whole reason why I'm doing everything I can to get Kim Pil to leave. And now it is more than obvious to our hero his connection to other people or backpack, and does not matter because in the end he is just a naive schoolboy. So our hero I abruptly let go of my hand, literally threw my backpack, realizing that he would bring big names and obsessed with external trappings. Now realizing he has nothing to hold back since he already is let him go, I say Ruck, he too threw himself at our hero. But for him was the only problem since our hero I was ready for it. And he immediately threw a chair him right at his feet, hitting the recently reached hand. Realized that he's a battle-experienced boy starting a deal with the enemy and morale at her. But the only problem he had was that he was experiencing the same thing on himself. All of the very beginning depended on a random overtime circumstance that our hero, I literally easily threw the sponge that wiped the board right into this bully. And what determines whose side luck will stand on is simply there is the outcome of the event, and the delivery from the pocket of the Coke, he aimed in the direction of the bully. So grabbing the bully out of his head, our hero only asked if he liked cola, and immediately hit the bully as it was a powerful first strike. And at that moment, the nerd realized why he needed Coca-Cola, because he had never asked the one to buy him anything. But this time, he asked for Coney. And here is such a blow, bully literally fell on his knee, saying that he sneakily fights holding his face. But the only thing, our hero immediately noticed a step with his foot. I realized that further can wait for him. As a matter of fact, it happened because the bully tried to hit the hero. But since he had already seen this movement, he was easily able to dodge this attack. The bully tried to stop hitting him, so he immediately tried with his right hand. I also hit our hero with his eyes closed. It was almost impossible. I mean, he didn't even see that hero. I literally already grabbed the curtain with one hand and pulled it towards me. And with it, he was easily able to fend off the attack, literally stopping the bully. Then it gave him the opportunity to twist his head and clamp him so that he did not move. From what the nerd was shocked, I do not understand how such a thing is possible at this time only, and screamed in pain and to let him go. To which our hero, I only continued to reel in his fist and clamp down harder and harder on the side of this bully's head. And after our hero, I pulled the curtains even tighter. He proceeded to beat this bully's Coke can with literally crushing blows. Well, after he killed him with the can, he didn't want to stop there. So no need to go back, he noticed the chair. And immediately tipping him over with his foot, he tossed him to stand up. And as soon as the chair was standing, the hero abruptly literally jumped as impossible as possible onto it. And with ease, but with all her might, hit her right foot literally instead of where the bully's orb is in her head to do maximum damage. But it didn't end with one blow, because he continued to hit the bully harder and harder each time. And that everyone in the class was very shocked. They didn't understand how it was possible that he could do it so easily. She's a hero who realizes that to resist a demon like this guy, you have to become the last devil of hell yourself. And as soon as the hero's eye stopped kicking, he sharply turned the bully forward into the wall and continued to hold the curtain. Realized that it's up to the likes of him to rely too much on helmeted authority and then some. And at this point, the hero pulled out a felt-tip pen, drew him on his shirt as he did relying on others. But he reached out using the names of their same idols because he covered the head when he decided to also show off. And at that moment, his friend didn't realize what was waiting for him, because he still brought his briefcase for going into the office, but he was completely soaked, eye to the ground. And at some point, he realized that it made him angry, and he was going too far, and should he lose his temper as it would all end. But open the doors, he immediately told his bully buddy what I say backpack he brought. But what he saw really hit me hard, as he saw our hero who stood holding the curtain, and the bully kneeling with his back drawn in the shape of a cross. And of course, our hero, as soon as I saw the door to the office open, I turned around to see who was there. And the bully only saw it, he did not realize what was going on here because he saw how his friend whom he knows so long ago could not so easily blow. I mean, he didn't understand how it could happen that he was beaten dry. Jin-tae's belief about the bully alliance in particular was akin to religion, and physical grandeur paralyzed the body. And the news of our hero's victory over the helmet from the alliance with you, or the spirit having generated anxiety and fear, realized that this is a critical wall that even Ima would not dare to overcome. But looking at it all, the guy didn't understand how he was supposed to sort it all out. But then, sharply, our hero. I turned to the guy, responding to him from what the guy was immediately frightened. I understand that their voice penetrates to goosebumps, and our hero understood perfectly that he was confused in the composition of such a shocking scene. So our hero, I immediately told him to take this rascal and get the hell out. So from the tail of the bully to the tail of the bully, he immediately threw him far away from you. And the hooligans, literally unconscious, fell on the full. And what a guy, I do not understand how this is possible, but still he understood perfectly well that he as soon as possible need to take him away. So picking up the bully, she first asked how he was, but then realized that first he needed to get out as soon as possible. After all, he knew that Jin-tae, a guy energized by his own arrogance, even if he was able to break his will to fight, he's the real devil's spawn. And of course, everyone in the class who watched it realized that he had won, as always. I mean, he's never once lost in front of anyone. He's always proved his invincibility. And as always, with a stone face, he sat down at his desk literally as if nothing had happened. But he still realized the crazier the opponent, the more important it was to get him to the right condition. But it's that point of no return when just looking at him will make his knees go weak. But the moment Nerd perfectly all the video, he saw what he was trying to hide behind his ruthless and terrifying side of me. For despite the immortal expression on his face, he still couldn't contain the trembling in his hands under the desk and the nerdiness of this video. Unlike his that met harsh reality face to face, he always lived in fear without trying to learn his position. And what Nerd realization of the whole fact has given in full concepts of his complete worthlessness. Meanwhile, one of the guys was chatting on the phone saying he was running out of excuses for Min, asking when he would show up at school. Also saying that since considering how quiet he is now, doesn't think you're the bully's already retreated. It was a guy who'd been holed up at home. They say he was planning on going back to school next week anyway. Well, also got the immediate question of how his wounds got him pinned there and sure he can cover it all up, huh? What the kid immediately said was that he was thinking through the whole Legend A with one almost out of sight. But unexpectedly for the guy, his phone rang sharply at the same second. Seeing who was calling him, he immediately blamed that it was Hu Ming. Unexpectedly, the introduced called him, and the kid realized that he'd better answer. And what he answered for the bully with the red hair was Shoka, since he hadn't answered in ages. And there was an obvious reaction that he would immediately start yelling to the group where he is and what he's doing, and what he's a kid literally from such a scream. Well, the guy immediately began to say that something happened here, and we had to leave for a while on what the bully immediately began to say that he is lying to him, and that he confesses because maybe he again remembered the aggravation of maximalism, because he also probably does not realize how many times he called him on what got immediately the answer, that in general he will come next week and they will still see each other. And as soon as he said that, he immediately hung up on me, from which the bully immediately said that he is always a little shy, so it's all normal. Turning around despite the street, Hu Ming was truly just satisfied at the realization that he would be back next week. But the guy with the green hair knew what he was hearing was serious. I remember him walking down the hallway, and I noticed your guys discussing a situation that happened at pool. But on the other hand, a little thinking realized that it's not such a problem for him, as he doesn't have time to worry about you other people. And it was obvious that the guy seems to be eternally worried about nothing, and not only, but he had a guy in his apartment with a devoutly understandable motto to keep life simple. And already, after a while, the guy standing looking at the way it rains thought about what to do on Monday gatherers and billiards, or go somewhere to eat, while the bully was literally walking out of the school being told to get his friend unhooked since he is normal. And as soon as the bully took the umbrella he started walking on, that the kid behind him realized he just took someone else's umbrella and didn't raise an eyebrow. Meanwhile, in the school corridor, everyone immediately began to discuss the events that occurred in the 5th classroom with our hero because someone shot a video and threw some. And as soon as one of the bullies passed by, he heard the guys discussing the name of our hero and Jin Tae, because as soon as he heard, he immediately turned around and looked at them, to which abruptly comes up the only thing she said was for them to let him watch, and the only thing he immediately saw was the signature of the person filming the fight. After seeing the reaction, of course, too is obvious, because it is so much angry as he wanted to be sent this video too, to see how everything happened. And while at this point the friend of the bully who was beaten up was coming back thinking how nasty he was, I'm also older than him and it was very funny. But the only thing he didn't understand was how that fight could end like that. He also continues to think that they wouldn't stop there. After all, if they know about his loss, they will definitely interrogate him. And he didn't know what to say because he didn't see anything. After all, he was simply sent for a longer backpack to drag where he was completely soaked and naturally could not see anything. But still he realized that at some point he would think of something. So knocking on the door, he opened it, not realizing what the sepulchral silence in the classroom was. And turning his head slightly, he saw everyone looking sharply into their phones, as well as one of those spoken ones he dreaded, who in turn also sharply turned the phone, saw that he's watching a video where the same as our hero, I beat the bully. But the guy, just as soon as he didn't realize where he got the video from. And the bully turned on one of the moments where our hero, I literally drove my foot into his head, and hooliganically demanded that he explain what happened because he's waiting for us right here and now. Because he just took off and his friend was beaten up by some juvenile and leaked to the internet with his tail between his legs. They also say that looking at all this and he can't respect this kind of behavior. I mean, he was wondering what he was doing while his brother had a Coke can hammered into his head. The guy definitely started to say that why should he follow their female quarrels? Because he was off the rails. Besides, he realized in his head that he couldn't make himself look like a pussy who ran away. And the bully began to wonder because he thought that they easily submit to control, but it turned out to be exactly the opposite and spontaneous and exciting. I realized that it pisses him off. Although recall some moments he realized that he kind of proved himself well enough, since he was able to destroy Frankie Stein of Frankie Stein fame because of the scar on his neck, when he was literally beaten in the bathroom in one go. After all, he already thought that they're not the board will easily get together with the clown, meaning our hero. Besides, judging by the way everything was left, someone wants to be honored instead of circles and puts on a kind of show. I realize that only now our hero, I'm not some petty pipsqueak who just obeys someone. But still, just as the bully realized that he had never backed down before in his life. Besides, he had met enough bullies on his way, and none of them came out of the battle of the city clear-headed. Also realizing that our hero was using his backpack as bait, he thought it was a good maneuver and could be tested by planting a new one again and again. But he also decided to provoke the guy, saying that then it would have been all over if he hadn't been there for the little guy and the strong man. To which the guy proudly said that none of this would have been to be. He was there thinking only about that very much to pad himself before further assignments. But then also Yulian said that he had to point out that he was a little disappointed because he didn't care at all which one of these guys I kicked in the snout. After all, he realizes that the real guy in front of him is a level below, and it was worth it just to beckon everything just to provide in a good light to him. It remains only to squeeze out of them, then send them into battle, and it was very important. After all, it is one of the tactics to continuously harass the enemy, and he will not surrender to close the circle. I realized that the bully swore to herself that she would remember for the rest of her life what psychological pressure is and would squeeze it into him until he crawled on his knees begging for forgiveness. Although he understood that the kid was just trying to justify himself because of what happened to stay on their side, but after receiving the tape of the fight, both our hero and others were shocked. For all that, the guy was shocked at how he saw what happened. After all, you don't know what to do. Although contrary to his appearance, a naive teenager, he easily greased to the powers that be. Words on that was in his blood. And after a weekend on Monday, the boy came to school as promised. And where to meet him, his friend asked, how about Shoigu trip filled with reflection and humorlessness, whether he had fun on what the guy immediately said that of course he had fun. But also a guy I immediately suggested we play pool after school. And the guy, as soon as he heard his billiard, he immediately had in his mind the events that happened the moment he got. To which the guy said he didn't want to. And his friend immediately laid it on him to have a heart-to-heart talk before he goes home. And taking juice out of the bag, he handed it to his friend and said that he was holding it and he would only find out after school. And that the guy was at her house, and not because his friend usually shares food, but that now he wouldn't understand at all. Meanwhile, a bully with yellow hair walked into his classroom where she heard a haughty laugh and some words to say to each other that the lake had drawn. When he saw that his former acquaintance, I ignored him, he immediately realized that he wanted to ditch her because he lost to our hero and he's trying to make him look like the last scum now. And it's a very bad feeling, the bully realized, because it's the kind of thing you wouldn't wish anyone to experience. Meanwhile, during school recess, a guy did just that and went out to talk to his friend. As he approached, he immediately asked what he wanted to talk about and why he pulled him out during the break. You don't even expect that it won't be just the two of them, but another one of the green-haired bullies who meet early on asking what he's doing here. But as soon as the guy said that he knows everything and the other, I immediately got angry because he asked everyone to keep their mouths shut, that I immediately get the answer that it's not the guy's said he. So knows that he is beautiful to keep quiet. After all, yesterday they all laid out the pool room worker on which he drooled. After all, and did not go to play pool, and the girl asked the bully with green hair that he has with them because the face is hostile cute, and why he hides it behind bangs and wants to look like broccoli. From which the guy immediately thought it sounded very much strange. But when they were talking about the haircut, the girl sharply asked how their friend with the shaved back of his head was doing. And they say that it seems like the guys from another school beat him up a lot, because she was so scared she couldn't even bring herself to go inside, when the video of him being beaten up was all she could think about was calling the owner. And the guy didn't squeeze the drink in his hand, realizing that he knew he was trying to hide everything because he was worried about him. Every second I stopped, everything says he no longer intends to hold back. Speaking of the alliance, or whatever they call it, he couldn't spend the next 3 years going around and sorting out worrying about the city's crappy people. The guys were wondering what's next. After all, they had already encountered them and considered different. Although they thought that they only bark loudly knows how to bark. The guy didn't sharply say that it's a different case, because he doesn't make a fuss just because of Paku. To which the guy immediately said that he knew he was kind of on the tip. I wanted to go over to their place, interrogated the guy. They say they should prepare carefully for his visit. I understand that if on his way again and again the same problems arise again and again, as if to put it so correctly because they alone break the human spirit and tactics itself is primitive, but most really, after all, only he found as someone disappears another thing you find it again unnoticeably you lose another one, because all the fury stops in despair. Because it happens to you, and all is not forgiven. Teasingly alluding to our heroes, say that he's probably sick of chasing his bag everywhere I go. Besides saying there's a reason he chose this particular day. Realizing that since he has no reason to get his hands dirty himself. And already after a while, when our hero together with the botanist returned PE botanist looking at all this picture, just think that again it happened because it is not his bag. But even he is already a son fed up with all this. To which some of the classmates said it was Kim Pill and his gang who took her. And they said after school to come to the incinerator in the backyard if they needed her. But our hero perfectly understood that otherwise nothing will change until the root of evil will not be destroyed. If he does not deal with him personally, all efforts will again fly into the pipe. So sharply turned around, our hero fiercely went to the fighter because he could not stand it any longer. Well then suddenly, as soon as our hero I rushed to leave the classroom to go, I take revenge on these bullies, Nerd responded to the hero asking to wait. From which the hero I am puzzled only turned around, looked at the nerd. In his turn, he immediately said that most likely he would not be able to help, but he still wanted to go with him and help him. It said that he's been beaten so many times that his Tamakama susceptibility report was erased long ago. But the hero is well aware that in that case, if he goes along with him, he will only get tangled up underfoot, say that this is a problem, and only him he should not get involved. As at the same time the nerd recalls the events where he saw our hero's hands shaking, he realized that how could one do nothing after what he saw that day? The guy was very much frightened. However, could not pretend that nothing is happening, so he already perfectly understands further his actions that he will commit. After all, even if they get the Tomcats, he will still be on his side and still ran after our hero, despite the fact that he said he could handle it alone. And at that time, all the students who were leaving the school literally in frightened faces looked at that gang of hooligans standing right at the entrance, immediately trying to turn around and go around these bullies just to avoid being seen by him. After all, as it was a sufficient number, and no one dared to go directly at them, all literally blurred in different directions, just not to get close to them and not to provoke them to aggression, because these hooligans will aggress on any occasion. It turns out to be the same hooligans who last time tried to attack our hero in the tunnel, and one of the hooligans turning to the other asked where is the helmet and where he disappeared, because they have not seen him for a long time. On that, the guy understood that it looks like he ignores them, because he committed from the guys that he still stayed in his neighborhood, but to them, does not go for a long time. On what the bully immediately said that he understands that he needs to organize more often with the barrel that the hands did not fight off in addition, speaking by the way, he gives credit to the kid because of him came out excellent punching bag. And then the moment he noticed one of the guys who literally tried to walk by was shaking fearfully. So he immediately shouted to this nerd to come over here, immediately showing his hand where to stand. And also said that they would just talk to him, he's next to go wherever they ask him to go, and as fast as possible. And what of course the nerd couldn't say anything, so he only began to understand the order he had been given to approach them, and as quickly as possible. And as soon as he approached, and the bully immediately hugged the guy, saying his name and what school he is from. After all, he has a request to him to bring him Min, but not here, but to bring him to the incinerators, because it is there he will be waiting for him. And also then told him that it's not that he doesn't trust him, but there's always a chance of slipping away, so grabbing his backpack and wallet, he only told her that he would keep it with him for safekeeping. Then he pushed the guy and only shouted that he should hurry up and call the one who needed him and not be delayed. But as soon as the nerd ran, Hooligan sharply opened his wallet, realized that he is not only a nerd but also a major, ordering one of his subordinates to buy him cigarettes and as soon as possible, but for the time being, since he had his back turned, he did not notice the most important thing that was going on. Although the guy from his company immediately noticed someone familiar. It was our former acquaintance, I with green hair. And as soon as one of the guys spotted him, immediately pointed a finger at him, saying he was hanging around with Min. The bully turned around sharply and was very happy, because he thought he would appear in Ming's company, but it turned out that he had come to him alone. But the guy in the form of all this picture only thought why they came today, because for him now is not the right time at all, as he has a part-time job for which he is late, do not understand what to do in this situation. Approaching the bully, they had a very strong, visible difference in height, which immediately drew the attention of the bully, and joking about it, began to say that most likely his father Gulliver because he is such a height. He grabbed the boy's shoulder and pulled him sharply, saying that he had already sent a message to Ming, and that he should shut his mouth and go after him. If he didn't, he would be in serious trouble. Meanwhile, that nerd had already found Ming, saying that he had finally found him, and why didn't the bully understand why he was looking for her? And the nerd sharply replied that a guy named Ji Hong from a neighboring school said to bring him to the garbage incinerator. Hard to breathe, still managed to utter it. And what, two guys? I'm literally frozen in Vita's stupor. They thought it was definitely not going to happen today. And he also said that Jin Ga from the 10th grade class was also taken away with him. He noticed it when he was running away from these hooligans to call him as they were holding a guy led to someone to fight. Min immediately got very angry, but his friend immediately started dialing the guy to verify this information, and at some point he realized that he was not picking up the phone. So they immediately rushed to the incinerator for help and realized that they need to get there as quickly as possible before disaster strikes. While they had already arrived and were just standing conversing with the green-haired bully, and also our former acquaintance bully who literally recently took the bag from our protagonist, also came to this guy chuckling. And as soon as he threw in bag, the bully immediately asked whose it was, to which the guy immediately replied that this bag of that Moloch who beat the helmet. And while the two were talking, the bully's hexes were trying to intimidate the guy green hair say. What did he think was an excuse about work wouldn't work for them, you know? But the bully immediately started smiling as soon as he heard that bag of that guy who beat up the helmet, saying that it was the one not unknown to psychopaths. In fact, this is very good news, as he was just wondering, since he had instructed the helmet to scatter with him and that Colobus for lying low and not contacting him for a long time. The bully understood that this was very good news, but also that the juvenile is still his and Kacha. So to get everyone together and beat the two bunnies was a great idea. Also, the bully went on to tell Pilt-Yoon that once they totally figure it out today, he should remember to transfer the balance to the wallet he gave him. But because immediately Bully replied that of course he will do it, even in the head apparently should not take, but about himself thought what a beggar he is. And the hooligan's ward continued to threaten the guy and said that even under the bridge, they had itchy hands to prescribe him a lash. And also grabbing his hair, saying what's on his head, because it's probably some mop of dyed mop, pulling his hair and teasing, does he even see anything around him? But at some point, omit in the head, and listening to all these twists and turns, the guy realized that he can't take it anymore, and made the right decision towards his. He literally immediately, with all his might, hit this bully who was pulling his hair with his foot in the stomach, from what literally flew a few meters away from the guy with the strongest pain in his chest, because the blow was really powerful. And at that moment, the kid got really angry about it. You know, there's gonna be a fight, but there was no way to avoid it anyway. While Hu Ming, with his friend as well as the nerd who had called them out, were already running towards the garbage incinerator. Well, and of course our hero also, together with the nerd, quite quickly ran to the garbage, because our hero, I was very much pissed off. And all he wanted to do was to finally have no mercy for all the things these hooligans did. But then a bully saw all this and asked what the hell that was all about, to which the other replied that he had heard him called Fighting Leg in middle school. About which Bully was a little surprised to hear Fighting Leg thought it was probably kind of a clique. Bully immediately started approaching the guy, saying the title is worthy, and maybe he's building up to RoboCop? Coming up, they say he's outnumbered and about to get his ass kicked, and still brave enough to dig himself a deeper hole, laughing and saying it's just creepy. And he'll be glad if he keeps it up, so he can definitely go to the hospital for teasing. But the guy didn't want to stand for it, so he immediately shouted at him to shut up, because he's a low-life piece of shit. But then abruptly the bully, as soon as she heard it, abruptly ran up to the greenhouse yelling boom, literally scaring him. But the guy was not an easy guy, and as soon as he realized that things were heating up, he immediately tried to kick his foot right into the bully's head. But it was a very big mistake, because he was able to put a block and repel the attack. You realize that again, he is stepping on the same rake. And what is this such a bad habit? Said that this time he would help him get rid of her because of the overturned cloak. Everyone already knew exactly what would happen next. Since the blows immediately fell into the jaws of the guy what he literally flew into a knockout, not understanding how this is possible. And the bully only shook a little with his hand. I say that he warned, however, they can't calm down straight, even in the face with something. But once the kid came to his senses a bit, he didn't realize his some kind of incredible power that he was able to knock him out like that with one punch. Bully, looking at all this further, I will continue to laugh, say that, at all this, their not new friend Combat Boot Slipper or whatever it was, for him it does not matter, because he should stop with his ponce. And as soon as the bully said it, the same kid felt a hand on his shoulder asking how he was. The boy was surprised to see Hu Ming and his friend coming to his aid. And here is a hooligan cartoon that all this is all started, abruptly, literally ran away, for the side realized that was going to start watching everything that will happen. And the bully just saw Hu Ming, immediately told him that they had not seen each other for a long time, and he thought since he tore up his buddy, he would also snap at his soul. But he takes his own, saying that he made him wait and then get his ass up and drag himself to this bad neighborhood. But at that moment, one of the hooligans was handing the other one a bag, saying that it was the bag of the guy I had beaten with a helmet, and that he should stand on the aisle and watch so that no one else would come and take it away. Hu Ming, as soon as he heard the helmets, he immediately realized who I'm talking about, whose bags they are talking about. Well as you cannot take your eyes off your friend after all, when you do not know when this Parshavitsa earth, and will introduce as in the billiard room, chuckling. Hu Ming immediately told them to leave our hero alone because he had nothing to do with it. To which the bully only laughed from this, say that it is velikol stuffy, but not in a position to nervami because of the other's steel or Persian snotty movie Zedelia. But by then our hero along with the nerd had already arrived at the place, only to see a guy standing in the aisle with his bag. And they were discussing amongst themselves because it's been a long time since they've seen Ji-hoon in action beating others. But the nerd immediately noticed these guys. I realized that it's the high school uniforms next door. Don't understand that I brought them here because it looks like they're in the best historical skirmishes. But our heroes, it did not care a bit because he saw only his bag and that's it. And he was also interested in the hooligan who took this bag, is he here? But that could be solved as soon as he picked up the bag, so he immediately headed for that Botanica, echoed our hero's name, asking him not to do that. And in a moment, She Heroes was already near the bully holding his bag on something sharply lowered his gaze. Ask him what he was staring at? If he doesn't want it, we should get out of here fast. To which our hero didn't immediately tell him to give him back his bag. From which the bully laughs, saying that out he is the milksop that I was able to beat the helmet. Jokingly, they say that the helmet is some kind of worm, and as if a branch on his leg blew in. And if he wants to take his bag, let him try, because he will not just give it away. Also keep telling him to listen to him and think twice before opening his mouth, since he was really hoping he would give him his bag, put him only ask. To which our only hero asked if his jaw was titanium. Found the bully, of course, didn't know what it could all mean. And without listening to anything, our hero immediately headbutted the bully in the jaw to knock him out. And what Botanica just saw that was very shocking was asking to please at least match his appearance a little bit. And while the company were sorting out and talking amongst each other, suddenly, here the guy who flew him in jaws was holding our hero's bag abruptly fell down, literally unconscious. And at that moment, one of the main bullies did not realize what had just happened. After all, he had already said to hold the bag, and what kind of hero decided to go on stage to them? At what immediately from under the corner of the dining room appears our hero with a sinister face he literally devoured, and all who were there giving the notion that with him jokes bad. And what a bully, as soon as at the video of our hero said that he was impressed but asked who he was. I'm not the owner of the bag by chance, because he did not imagine it at all. And also our hero, I noticed those guys he was fighting shoulder to shoulder with in the tunnel. But so far he still didn't understand what was going on here. Hu Ming immediately told the bully that he thought he was after him and why not end it there. But the bully immediately said no, because that little I was responsible for the disappearance of their helmet. Also, now one of his gang members is now getting smacked in the face with a finger pointing, saying, so what now? Tossing the bag, he said he couldn't let it all go down and he should pick it up himself as soon as they were done, because he was pissed off today for many reasons. So the proud bully decided to say that he will now nail everyone here, spreading his arms and saying that he will rip up the cactus burner of anyone who stands on it. But then also one of the guys turned to Hu Min's friend and said that the only thing annoying about him is that when he's around him, it's like he becomes a different person. After all, he's no bug to be left without proper attention, and after all, in fact, I met and not one-on-one he would never look him in the eye like that. But the guy took a sharp swipe at his opponent only and started saying what? His demeanor of acting tough next to Hu Min just brings it out. Hu Ming, of course, videoed this, and turning around, he immediately struck his crushing blow. Literally, with one punch, he was able to knock the kid out, since he wasn't an easy one and had plenty of strength. Saying at once that they all around really do not understand anything until they get a fist in the face. I will not think about the consequences that can happen in a second after unnecessary actions. But then the bully abruptly began to smile, realizing that Long had endured Hu Ming. Before striking, told his underlings to immediately tear them apart. And in just a moment, the guys were surrounded as there was a rather large crowd against them. But most of all, who liked it all Botanic, because he realized that he could see everything with his own eyes. They heard from others' stories how it all happened. Since the nerd thought it was a legendary fight between Ji-hoon and Hu Ming, because of the different schools. And they were both number one in their schools and the strongest. And the fight continued. But then Hu Ming's friend sharply picked up the initiative and he began to strike crushing blows. The guy blocks all of them, laughing, said that he is only capable of indiscriminate strikes, because evolution is not about him. On that, the guy did not think so, so sharply saying that he can try to dodge it. Grabbed in the face of the guy, sharply prepared her head, also shouted that her whole body is a weapon. And of course, he immediately, with all his might from the head, hit the guy, give him the notion that it is not so easy to deal with him. Why the guy's face got even redder and he got even angrier, you realize he's becoming a pain in the ass. In addition, the green-haired hooligans also did not stand still and took on two opponents, realizing that he wants to beat them very badly. His legs really were so light that he didn't even need to hit with his hands. He literally smashed everything and everyone with his light movements and his strong punches. On what the guy not immediately began to shout that against, with their saying he was a complete nothing and now the most showing off his abilities with kicks. But the most interesting thing was in another country where the two main hooligans got up to face each other, realizing that now there will be a brutal fight. As one would expect, the first one to go into battle was Hu Ming. He was the one on the first to throw up his hand and go on the attack. But the only problem was that his opponent wasn't that easy to hit, since the bully was also quite good at fighting. But also Hu Ming, not of the last guys from his school, because he is better, so the great experience of the fight gave him an advantage in the first phase of the phase, because missed with one hand he was able to reach the elbow strike. At one point, the bully sharply spoke her rival's name, making it clear that it wouldn't just end there. Because as soon as the smoke cleared, you and I can see that it turns out the bully could have caught us by talking to him. The only thing is that he managed to lose all his skills and he can't beat him. And actually already the bully has found a counterattack, literally giving the notion that he is several heads higher and stronger than his opponent. and he can defeat him by hitting on a counterattack right in the target. Then jump back into the bully, immediately realized that he could not stop there. So he knew what further attack he would make. And as soon as he moved to his right side, he immediately landed several crushing blows. But not all of them came in one piece, and not much of them were able to engage. Though the bully continued to laugh, saying that he was finally able to come to his senses. And even the kid with green hair was very surprised at the sight of them fighting, realized that Hu Ming's opponent is really very strong. Since after the fight with Hu Ming last year, his opponent attacked his skills day by day. Scuffle after another, seizing control of the school and looking forward to getting even with his rivals. But after Hu Ming was rehabilitated, he lived peacefully and didn't get into trouble even now. The difference in experience played a bigger role than originally expected. Meanwhile, some bullies targeted our hero, ordering him to go immediately to them, apologizing for what he did. Which one of the guys noticed? I realize I can easily pull off the hero thing by laughing about it. But as he distracted by our heroes looking in order, he almost missed a punch from his opponent, who saw that his opponent was distracted and decided to strike. But when he failed to do so, he only said that if he continued to be distracted, he would lose to him. Well, the hooligans have already tried to hit our hero for the first time, and apparently they did not know how dexterous he is since the first blow passed by, because the hero was able to easily dodge such a primitive blow. But not only to dodge, but also to grab his shirt and pull it over his head to block his view, realizing that this is the best solution. After all, while the opponent is blind and does not see where someone is, can I easily put under the foot to fall and turn and difficult to get up? And of course he couldn't leave it like that. So with a slight movement of his foot, he immediately hit the bully's head like a soccer ball. By the look was clear that our hero was very angry, because he understood perfectly well that if now does not stand up for himself further, mockery will continue. Well, and of course the hooligan who all for this mess brewed under the night and all from different sides, watched all this and realized that all acts according to plan. Since everyone fought, they didn't want to be defeated. Besides, who wants to get punched in the face a couple times? But still, one of the guys, I couldn't go against the numerical advantage of the bully, since there were 3 of them to his 1. Though they didn't have much of a chance to do anything, but since she was outnumbered, the advantage was noticeably more visible against one person. Also, the other 2 fought exclusively against each other, comparing who was stronger. But finally, the most important problem for the bullies was in the form of Hu Ming, as he was the only one I delivered the most danger. Though at some point the bully had already started teasingly raising her hand, jerk her around. He only forced Hu Ming to block the punch to avoid hitting him directly in the jaw, and naturally jerked and lost concentration. Although bully just laughed at the whole thing, you realize that his power is much greater, and the advantages in this fight are on his side. And unfortunately, every blow of the bully came right in the target, because he really was much more accurate, and more dexterity in his movements was present. At what bully, looking at all the picture, chuckled and realized that if Ji-hoon deal with Hu Min, then in his school there will be only one little thing left and he can become the main. But also it should not be forgotten that our hero with ease was able so far to give one literally with a single blow to the nose, and that he could not even stand up. On what one of the guys did not understand what kind of fighting style this kid has, not that he did not see how he dealt with the helmet, just that he could not predict his further tactics. And what happened next, first of all, the guy is in shock because our hero just simply went to the trash can and began to pour out everything that was inside it. And the guy did not understand why he needs a trash can, what he is going to do. But still he didn't care, because he wanted to deal with him with a single left as soon as possible, because he's not easy to beat, and he'll get back everything he had twice as much. But he didn't even have time to make a meter. As our hero, I easily made a trash can on his head, literally clasping his hands. And it was easy to get the guy I was in the trash can stuck. What actually our hero aimed to do apparently did not care about the consequences, because he wanted to deal with them all here and now. And just at your garbage sides, our hero, I literally shoved the kid into the garbage compartments without giving him a chance to get out. And of course, to prevent him from getting out and interfering, our hero just launched the bucket with all his might to knock him out. And at this time, the guy who got into the first fight was able to pull off his shirt and still see what was going on around him. But as soon as he saw our hero, who was literally staring in his direction, he immediately yelled for someone to stop. But the heroes wouldn't care about that. So coming up, he stomped him into the ground with all his might as far as he had. But the fight between the 2 main hooligans was still going on, and it was still not clear who won the fight, because the 2 stood on their feet as if nothing had happened. Although Hu Ming took quite a lot, and so different kinds, not only with his hands but also with his feet, I realized that now it is worth remembering everything as it was last time. His opponent has more fight than he does, and he invests in every punch, so he hits the target with precision, occasionally injuring his opponent, and his fighting style is unpredictable. In addition, he lets the entrance to unconventional techniques, realizing that in his school, he became the head of the clearly not for the pretty eyes. Still, Whatever attacks his opponents used, the guy realized he was much stronger and capable of more. So taking all his will in his fist in a sharp movement, he literally drove his fist into the guy's head. And what the one-hit man fell into a deep knockout of unconsciousness. And of course, his boyfriend immediately noticed this, realizing that he was able to live him down in literally one blow. But it will also be all over if he loses. They should move and need to buy time for their non-boss to recover from such a blow. Hu Ming immediately rejoiced at his punch, showing how populated it was, and saying that this is how to punch, also encouraging his opponent to get up B. After all, they are still at the very beginning of the fight. But then the guys decided to stall for time and tried to hit the guy from behind, giving their boss a chance to regain consciousness. And as he began to come to his senses a little, he began to realize that it was power, because he was able to knock him down with ease. Hu Ming also noticed that his opponent started to get up, thinking that it was impossible because he charged straight into his jaw. But suddenly the bully had someone patting him literally on the back. It was our stone-faced hero who told him to return his bag, to which the bully, only thinking that why is he so fearless, because maybe his self-preservation instinct turned off, or just victimized by the curious in early childhood, therefore telling our hero to listen to her very carefully because he discharged the atmosphere of the crack tries. However, the fact caught his face fist does not mean anything, and does not give the right to all sorts of dorks might get to him. Besides, they say he saw it himself. He threw it on the incinerator. He should go get it himself. But as soon as he realized that our hero just so will not get away from him, he immediately tried to hit, but to his great surprise missed because the hero was able to easily dodge. And then the hooligan tried to strike again and also missed, and did not understand what the hell is going on, and how he so dodges his direct blows. Since Ji-hoon's fighting style mainly consisted of targeted strikes, there were no maneuvers or stumps in his arsenal, as these techniques were perceived by the guys as a waste of resources. In this way, he was able to minimize energy expenditure and was able to develop a style consisting of reed punches, always hitting targets, which for you is a significant advantage over others. So the bully didn't understand how it was possible to come back from his blow so easily. And after all, no one had ever managed to do it so easily before. After all, watching all of this, he became curious because he does not look very fast. And I realized that if you think about it, too, he was also able to put down in a matter of seconds. After all, the bully all this time thought that the helmet because of his stupidity got. But in fact, from the third word about what was able to defeat him easily, and it was obvious. But here, not before time to even think, bully Hu Ming sharply tried to strike a blow to his opponent, literally taunting him exceeds further fight, also emphasizing that he has dealt with all his henchmen, so he should not be distracted as his opponent is him, and not our protagonist. I turned around, the guy turned to our hero, saying that they will get his bag after he spells flatter again to this ghoul, and we should give him just a minute. Been out so long, it looks like he should call it a day. Hu Ming was well aware that this entire battle was going to his side and in his favor, and in this situation, he could win his opponent. Ji-hoon immediately began to laugh, saying that he was pathetically credited. Although he was only defending himself, and he fanned out once he was caught in the target, then his anger on his face with every second more and more stopped. Hu Ming also noted that the fact that he did not collapse in a single blow because he is small eye, and was able to gather in a pile once their main one fell down, decided to instill in them the habit of throwing themselves at opponents while he himself retreats. On what his rival immediately said that the guy has changed, perhaps he has read smart books and learned to be impertinent, but he wants to see who is right, as he will exchange tobacco when they finish, and he has enough to talk and should have attacked. But not waiting for Ji Hong, himself ran into the attack, realizing that he could win this fight, I hoped, but Hu Ming was well aware that the targeted blow was difficult to dodge. So he's right to take it and hit it back, since blocking and dodging is just wasting energy. Plus, he really wanted him to feel the same as last time, since he realized that he was much stronger and his punches were more powerful. And in a blink of an eye, the two fists hit right on target, and it was still unclear who had won at this point. Ji Hong immediately attempted a second strike without stopping punching. Hu Ming, also realizing very well that he cannot stop at this moment, so with the same force he struck his opponent once more. And all around were very much shocked, because such a fight they have never seen, and also such a sound of blows they have never heard, because it was so powerful, and that deafened everything in the neighborhood. One of the guys watching all of this realized that Ji-hoon is in a lot of trouble at the moment, because he's being naturally stung by the lunges, and last time Baek Jin showed up at this moment. And after all, he had completely succumbed to Hu Ming's pace, leaving not even the slightest manifestation of his pace. Ji Hong, already literally in the moment, considered that he won because the opponent was not particularly strong defenses, and his face was open before the blow from which the guy immediately swung tried to aim directly at the head. But once he hit, there wasn't much damage to be seen since his opponent was still standing in the same place. Ji Hong did not immediately realize what had happened, but he immediately felt that after this blow, his hand began to shake very badly, and he did not understand how this was possible. Hu Min immediately started saying that he was really tired of him, and here's Baek Jin. So with one strong blow, he easily punished his opponent, who at that moment was already tired and could not fight back. And that everyone in the neighborhood was shocked by this outcome. I mean, they didn't think it would end like this. And all of this was also closely watched by our hero Ai, who realized that having lived through the moment, when someone fights for you, and seeing in the victory of his comrade in arms, our hero felt a strange, inexpressible feeling. Because at that moment, it was a good experience for him, which he will remember for a long time. And here, Ji-hoon's defeat for his companions and the others had turned into a huge blow under his breath. After all, they were the only ones who knew how many enemies he had defeated to take his place. And his loss only once again proves the incredible power of Hu Ming, which proved not in words, but really in deed. Because everything that was in his power he did, and no one had no other option but to recognize the undisputed victory of the enemy, while the bully who started it all didn't understand how it could happen at all, because his whole plan went down the drain. But one of the guys finally recovered. Don't know that the fight was already over. He immediately shouted furiously to destroy him. Grabbing one of the metal objects, he wanted to destroy whoever had beaten him and shoved him in the trash. And already as soon as he swung approaching our hero, he could deliver more precisely strong damage to him. But then suddenly Botanicus was knocked down by his daughter-in-law, protecting our hero by not letting him quietly hit her on the head with a hard object. And already everyone was starting to scoff at it since they said they were done, and for him to stop being stupid and go back to where he came from as soon as possible. Or he'd get supplements right now, because he didn't know that they lost yet. I don't understand where all his guys and Ji-hoon are. Then Hu Ming's friend climbed on a building to get the bag and throw it to our hero, responding to him telling him to catch it. And when he came upon his bag, he said nothing but stared at it intently, thinking of further action. Hu Ming, also seeing Botanist, immediately smiled, inquiring from where he popped up with Prashana Youkeeper Leon made for our hero. And they also realized that it didn't seem like they should be celebrating a victory just yet, because it was all about how they were going to take the loss, and the other guys reacting to their failures. And from what he knows, Ji-hoon will not escalate the conflict more than it is now, although he may try to get back at one-on-one a little later. To which the nerd immediately said that he probably has his own reasons for that sudden attacks despite this, and the popular opinion about last year's battle that he lost dry. In love and will not engage the alliance over another defeat, risking falling in the eyes of Baek Jina and below. That's why he's not going to risk his reputation. Hu Ming immediately told Botanist that it sounded very logical, except that he wondered how he knew so much about the inner workings of the alliance. Not knowing what a nerd was, but subscribed to all the hashtags of the hooligan group and followed them for a long time. Said that the usual observation, because it comes out, if you think a lot on what the guy said, that okay, Hug would, and he will not get into the essence of things. And as stated earlier, everyone was already well aware that the bully is a nobody without his own, and he realizes that if he plugs the alliance on Baek Jin, then everyone will know about the shameful loss. And this will lead to his ego, and he would not want the last to know about what happened. However, the problem also lies in the long tongue of someone else. While the helmet-looking high school Hug that I am, he will not allow a psychopath to wipe his feet on himself, as his accident said to solve the issues of unreasonable behavior should be with him. Plus, he's been here before for a meeting, so it looks like the place is behind this building. And walking into the helmet room, bumped into one of the alliance guys. He was a member of the high school council. To which the guy immediately asked the helmet what he wanted here and why he was here. To which helmet immediately said he needed to borrow about stopping at the school. And the guy immediately let him through, saying to head to the office since Baek Jin is in his office. But once again turning around, the guy asked again, what should he report came without Ji-hoon? A little chuckle saying the school has failed? And going into the office, helmet noticed saying who was sitting talking on the phone, say that they send in 2 parts, one in the morning, the other closer to the evening, and that they do as usual everything. And also that they transfer to the account he specified and do it right. To which as soon as he put down the phone, he immediately asked without turning around, what's the point of nailing him here? Helmet immediately lowered his eyes and said that the school was in a mess with management, so they didn't take into account the rules established by the alliance. And since he was one of the first to join their ranks, he cared about what was going on. But the crash immediately said that the report seemed to be missing important details that he had left out. Asks also nothing line he wants to tell him before it's too late. The helmet immediately began to say that Ji-hoon accepted the offer from Kim Pil and independently attacked the said B school next door. But I say it was all unimportant, he was interested in other things, which actually he immediately asked, and the results? To which the helmet could not in any other way lie or say anything differently. He told at once the truth as it is that he lost. To what he says already laughed, will lose his ring. Say that they took out one of the neighboring school. And now also the senior decided to cast, because does that mean that the street thugs surviving in Ukraine and other pocket taste water better life? And in the end, found another scum that we would not have demolished, not only roof awareness of his position, said the only helmet that he heard her, and the one can go, and helmet only realized he can't do anything else, said okay. But in his mind he was spinning that his head didn't even turn. Also saying the gangs realized that he's been wanting to deal with Ji-hoon for a long time anyway. And this is a very good moment, and reason has come up for him to do so. After all, it's about time for a good show to have a showdown flight in. Well, I'm also saying the gang was wondering if the guy's back on the scene like he was last time exactly a year ago. But after just one day, our hero back to right to the evening class sitting at the desk. The girl who met us earlier immediately noticed that our hero came, but she realized that he was absent yesterday. You think that something opportunity has happened. Also, she realized that he was an intimidating young man, and had to say it was a little strange to realize this. For since maybe he was keeping a secret that he couldn't reveal to anyone that day either. When our hero came face to face with the helmet and literally stood in front of him, let me give him the notion that his fear is stronger. The girl did not understand what was going on, and she did not understand how such a thing was possible, because it felt like a deer had subdued a hyena. Besides, the girl was scary, but at the same time looking at our heroes, she realized that it was also mesmerizing. And besides, they hadn't even exchanged a few words yet, which made the girl upset. But then those old hooligans who were helping the helmet were discussing among themselves that they looked at the student list and found out what is the name of our main character. After all, it was his helmet who was looking for. Plus, after that helmet incident, it was gone when that unexplained situation happened. Well, the bully also understands that his instincts are stupidly drinking the alarm. After all, it didn't end with the helmet and the whole gang of Ji-hoon was killed, realizing that the school's status has also fallen to the bottom of the ladder. However, at that moment he was burned by curiosity, because no matter from which side he approached, nothing was clear. In addition, the helmet then staggered in horror, and the situation ended up being resolved before it was resolved, and it was very hard to believe. I mean, a lot of people thought our hero was literally like White Mamba, since he's already got a nickname, though the man immediately thought he was sure he could take him down, since it was worth it to take advantage of the situation, and Ben the Serpent thought the bully, if he could beat him, he'd be the boss of Yasung. But the other realized it was very risky, because the helmet acted like a naughty dog last time. But the thought popped into my head that maybe they've been re-evaluating helmets all along. But at the end of the lesson, our hero came out as if nothing had happened, and all would be well. But then suddenly he heard the click of the camera's photo. Immediately the hero turned to confusion about what just happened and who did it. But no one was there, and those who were there were talking on their own topics, and Hero thought at that moment that he might have heard it, although he was sure that he heard it clearly. But here was a guy behind the wall who thought he'd put his phone on mute, realizing he'd almost burned himself. Meanwhile, events are moving to the old Pexon school, where Sparta and Sparta sit two guys, the same one who spotted our hero, listening to the teacher tell the students to remember to take notes on the main points of the previous lesson. Talking amongst themselves, I realized that they didn't qualify for a separate school, so they went to Noryajin school. I hadn't heard that the top teacher had transferred there. And then abruptly, the guy turned to his friend sitting at the desk and told him to guess who he saw there. Abruptly turning around, he immediately called the name of our hero, said that it was him he saw in this school. On what his friend, immediately not believing, say that he is lying to him, because he does not think that he is quietly studying himself, because perhaps lies somewhere under a stone with bipolar. That very much upset guy with blonde hair who jumped up sharply angry, saying that he says it all seriously. But the guy only and laughed, saying that he sees that the one in the class is not for the gifted, but for mere mortals, a reminding what was our protagonist before. But the guy went on to say that advanced courses in their school does not consider a candidate student as not specialized or private institutions. To which the guy just turned around and said to his friend that he doesn't like that. That if he has a lie detector on legs, then he can talk about it. But he doubts that he can recognize where is the truth where lies. To which their friend immediately said he wouldn't buy his bullshit anyway, so he should take a picture of him, and then he might believe it. Found the guy I realized that he could not be mistaken, saw with his own eyes. He immediately said that they can bet on 50.000. To which the kid immediately said he was doubling the bet. You realize our hero is crazy and won't study like anything after what happened. He was wearing an Unchang high school uniform. To what the kid immediately laughed and said that let's say he's not lying. They say that it turns out that a high average score for him is a simple matter, but the level of the school itself is mediocre. I mean, he must have to tear up in order to get extra classes, at least in his personal file. And in such a shitty school, teachers have no time for all sorts of subtleties because, anyway, they are stroked on the head already for the fact that the local scum have graduated at all. Continuing to say about our hero that he will always be able to pass and without school recommendations exam on what the guy immediately put his hand up say that and compete with all the unfortunate on Tuesdays because the usual admission is not for him. But then the guy goes on to say that not to take into account all the position of our hero. They knew perfectly well that he was a bloody monster, so surely they do not care what path he will take. Since they still remembered the very incident that happened to the hero and let them talk about the same thing, but they do not understand how he is going to compete with them, because while they walk on the asphalt, he jumps on the slashing bumps without any semblance of any path in front of his eyes. And yet it is one difference in learning in terms of what is worth, but it all exceeds that he is telling the truth. But in general, they didn't care, and the guys were only interested that he could offer him a picture in return for their trust. After all, they had bet 100,000. And the guy did not realize at that moment that he would no doubt win the bet looking at the photo, thinking that he should have demanded much more and put it on the line. After all, as soon as he uploaded it to social networks, all groups started to pick it up, and there was a lot of activity on the photo. But at the moment while the guy was looking at the photos that he made and put in the social network, our hero I was already standing behind immediately asked why he wanted his photo. Why the guy literally gasped with horror. And the hero went on to say that he knows him perfectly. After all, forcibly repressing memories of feelings with a new force, memories that could not be forgotten, and of course those that are unbearable to remember. Memories were really terrible about those days. And our hero began to remember those very events where every day he read the textbook from cover to cover again and again, repeating math problems that have already solved. And also listening to his teacher, he was incredibly focused on the lessons like no other eye which he was given. And the reason was one of the most trivial. Because already in those days our hero knew perfectly well what we will do in the future. While classmates behind the back discussed our hero because he is again in first place, and it is as expected about the aspirations of the elite society. But the guys also wondered what his class hand disliked, because it seemed to them that it is quite noticeable, and frankly hates, but no one knows why. Although our hero did not have a goal that wanted to achieve, so he is a true nerd business all that he is told, but at the end of the account felt only a real sense of desolation, and to fill the gap in the soul to rapidly get more knowledge, such as religion, philosophy, science, literature, practically classes, history, any genres and topics, because he read everything in a row, despite what he needed or not. And our hero really thought that the inexplicable void would be filled if he would study everything possible, and the results corresponded to respect and effort. But in any case, the hole in his heart didn't disappear for a second. But there was only one problem, as on physical education. While the teacher asked our hero to stretch at least once, he could not do it. He was literally shaking, hanging on the bar. And at some point, the teacher of physical education is a little bit even got it out of the spout, and he immediately spilled out all the anger in the direction of our hero. Say that you cannot sit forever at the desk, staring at the book, because even for studies, need a healthy body. To what our hero I perfectly understand this would have asked for forgiveness. He only listened to him to teach consistency, as it is the key to success. Besides, when people limit one sense, the other senses are heightened to compensate for the deficiency, and he was as attentive as he was weak. And even while the bullies were making scandals between each other by shouting incomprehensible words at each other, for they were aggressive without even realizing what they were saying, insulting each other as if it were the last time. And even at the moment when some of them wanted a bloody massacre, someone only asked them to stop and stop. But our hero, I only closely observed everything that was happening without interfering or saying anything. He only looked for weaknesses in each of his opponents that he could only see. And to say he was good enough to do it, for one, he videoed the weak spot was the right cheek, but the other had the body on the left to be seriously open enough to deliver a crushing blow. Since in any case, watching and analyzing the clashes our hero learned before guessing further events, and it was enough to forget about his weakness once and for all, and he began to consider himself not a weakling, but a smart A, and even before he had time to realize this fact. And then came the moments when the whole class was doing its own thing. Someone played the console. Someone wiped the board, someone ran just in the class. Well, and of course someone fought on brooms as if on swords. And someone was sitting and thinking about how he could already play his favorite game and get a new title. And also joking about how he's sick of it all, saying that he should get a dandruff shampoo for Christmas. But still the guy noticed our hero, who was literally sitting at his desk, not paying attention to what was going on around him, realizing that they often crossed paths with each other at the ceremonies of the reason for the beginning of the study, and he was awarded for places in various events. And here is our hero for excellent academic performance. In fact, they often enough stood in one row, receiving diplomas in each other. And the boy looking at our heroes again realized that this blank stare remembers only as his name. After all, looking at all this madness, the whole class goes crazy. He is still focused because the textbooks are practically problems. Tasks of classical literature. Looking at all this could only hurt to assume what he actually wants from this life. In addition, watching how he writes as far as ointments on his fingers, reckless guy only thought a guy despite his appearance. And at the moment when our hero I was sitting at his business writing in notebook's new material, he immediately heard an incomprehensible sound from the left side. Turning around, it was the same guy who waved his hand. I greeted our hero. On the Stangaroy raised his head, also said hello. And the guy immediately began to tell our hero that he is purely out of curiosity something. Although he asked him why he is so obsessed with learning, and whether he tries to notch textbooks from cover to cover thinking that many of the materials that he is studying for 11th grade. Also, he is well aware that the students of their school are the first contenders for admission to a specialized school. But still, is he working so hard to get in? But at this point, our hero, I only answered yes, because it seemed pointless to explain anything. But the guy did not decide to end there. He immediately said that he was lying, because he is well aware that he is not studying for any particular purpose. That even a little surprised our hero, because he first thought that he really knows something, or perhaps he randomly said something because he had enough strange feeling as if the truth was revealed. I asked him if he realized what he was driving at. He sharply said that it does not matter at all because he was interested in one question as he because of him has never once taken first place in the class, laughing. To which the hero also immediately said with the same look, how he does it always that he is not even in second place. And also the hero I knew the guy with whom he was communicating was an unusual guy, as he spoke honestly and frankly without holding anything back, and towards others showed sincere interest. But then abruptly the guy told our hero if he wants to hear a little secret, because in fact he can be the first if he wants. In addition, he bluffed perfectly, and the hero understood perfectly well to begin with that he is not even close to the zone of his rivalry, as he is in first place, and the guy on 23. So it's not even a dispute. But then abruptly the guy pokes at the notebook and says that here is the first formulation of Kant's categorical imperative, because he hasn't answered anything here, so he should act according to that and maxim that he can, and it will undoubtedly become a universal rule, something like that. And what our hero I was immediately shocked as he understood that the imperative of Kant was not part of their curriculum. And however, even after this incident, he continued to believe that he had blurted out the first thing that came to mind just to attract attention and desire to find out the reasons for his devotion to learning. But then suddenly in the new month, the same guy became the first place. But our hero, I took second place. And only now the hero realized that all this time he was not joking. And on what the guy immediately began to tell our hero that how can he such a thing because he said, if he wants to win it will be for him no matter what. And our hero at this point began to look at the guy, realized that he is a weirdo. And maybe he is the same as the hero. While one of the guys went to class only, and argued about the fact that the head teacher shook the whole soul out of him for the fact that he did not hand over the money in time, asking what about the class of another student. And the guy immediately said that they do not pay. And what the guy was very surprised, I do not understand. How is it possible that they do not require money? On what the guy named the name said that he covers all the costs. And of course immediately followed him questions that perhaps he is very rich that can do so. To what the guy immediately began to say that he would not say that, since the guy always wins every school extracurricular Olympiad, where the prize money and gives it to the class fund, but he is just different. Although it was funny that he suddenly got first place in a recent test and also right away, the guy asked who he was usually together with, which surprised him so much. And as soon as he heard the answer that somewhere between the 20th and 30th, and the guy was even more surprised, and he was very shocked to think that this man is really different from others, as if he lives in a different world. And after the dispute with our hero, the guy's grades fell to the former place in the rating of academic performance, as if the first position was an illusion and deception, because he only wanted to prove to our hero his knowledge and no more. Turning around, he only laughed, saying that this is how the fall because success to them all in the video, if possible. To what our hero I looked very closely, because I do not understand how to all this can react, but it seems that the guy perceived the school as a playground and nothing more. But already after a while his friendly attitude to our hero began to imperceptibly also affect our hero. And one day one of the teachers communicated with the guy and the support of the region because it is not everyone can do it. He should not count energy in vain on what the guy only said that after a thorough investigation, he was told that they are well equipped in addition, plus all the necessary documents are already filled out and need only his signature on what the teacher immediately said that he is once again ready to repeat because the plan will not work. and he suggests that I wisely spend limited resources in the form of time, since he needs to get down from heaven to earth, and it was obvious that it will not work no matter how much not to try, because in their region, a lot of school and the same fool's chances are equal to 0. But suddenly a girl responded to the guy and told him to come to her. I don't care whose signature it should be. And actually the guy immediately began to approach the girl, and the teacher only thought that this boy is very much annoyed his class teachers flatly refused to sign the usual papers. And after all, at first the teacher's excuses were only that it's an impossibility of success. And also our hero and I, together with the guy, sat and played at home in the console, where the guy immediately asked our hero that he waited a little bit because he has a punch from the bottom does not work, and the joystick is malfunctioning, and because he cannot sagging, but our hero did not stop, he only achieved uppercut at the gate. And of course the guy every time more and more angry, saying that he cannot do anything, but our hero continued to continue his bundle of inflicting transition. And at some point the guy is more and more angry, because he realized that in this situation he does not get anything, and he did not want to lose so easily to our hero, and that turn only, and achieved in the game of the character that he was very good at it. And as soon as the guy lost, he immediately cried, saying that it is not fair. In addition, combo from Heihachi was already too much still, and all the movements he learned after all. What is the fun of the random game, and how he knows such combinations? On what our hero said that he just memorized the spelling in this manual, on what the guy realized that he is a freaking psycho. Because for him, textbooks all where the letters are even a little annoyed him because it is pure random, he should be ashamed. Our hero. I smiled for the first time in a long time and said that luck is also a part of skill. And the guy noticed that he smiled, saying that of course, Mr. Perfect. And at that moment, he agreed with his victory that actually our hero, and began to do ordering Chinese dumplings from one of the restaurants because it was one of the awards for victory in the video game. But then a few days later, the girl who agreed to sign the documents from the guy saw something from which she was very much shocked. Immediately responding teacher, she said that the result they discounted, and what the teacher sharply pulled his hair did himself hurt. But he immediately turned around and did not understand what other results came. And it was a past decision to participate in an experimental project to support the regions where the guy applied thanks to the right paperwork and perfect tactics. Their class received many advantages as the first students of the new program and a new classroom. But then abruptly a man approached the teacher saying that he knew he was a great referral for students from class 4. They said that apparently the competition would be good for the school's prestige, and he should keep it up, Mr. Ban, to which teacher I bowed and said that, of course, he would keep it up. And that's how the class teachers mocked the very idea of participation and signing the competition papers by the project supervisor at the very last moment. And at that time a guy came up to our hero and asked him to evaluate what she had. He had a mattress pin in his hand. The guy immediately said that you can fix it on the pants and they will not fall down even without a belt. On what the hero, I thought that this is silly something, but the guy thought that this is a cool find and he will use it in the future. But the hero meanwhile did not understand what the guy is trying to achieve. Ask him, because he donates all the winning money and then gets all kinds of support from regional programs. The hero didn't understand why he was doing all this and what good it would do him. On what the guy immediately said that people around him become happier and it brings him joy, and maybe it is his way to assert himself and whatever it is. Turning to our hero, the guy only I said that he can trust him, as it seems to him he as nobody else will understand his ideas and his essence. Well, that hero's only chuckling, thinking that he again somewhere in the clouds flying, and yet Jangan Pin looks ridiculous under the guy. And what the guy sincerely laughed because it really made him laugh and pleased. And after a while, one of the movers unloaded gifts for the class of the 4th. What everyone was shocked, since the luxury that was not to give when there was a guy in different classes. And even in the class, everyone was surprised as they still couldn't believe that it was all theirs. As the guy's maturity and impartiality distinguished him from other middle school students, became the one who completely filled the void in our hero's heart, and his depth was beyond anyone else's comprehension. The events shifted back to the teacher who, looking at the lists, apparently wasn't too thrilled. And he immediately told the students who were nearby and were on his list by name that those who did not pay for lunch may not enroll in school until they pay off all debts to the school. But the guys who heard it didn't understand what happened to him, because it was all the same for lunches, and probably the principal told him off for the full program, so the teacher went out and started bothering everyone with his lunch payments. And our hero together with his friends stood and watched the whole picture, seeing how the guys began to look back smiling and saying that they did not pass, and they do not care. Our hero's friend immediately started telling the hero that there were more of them than he thought, as people were making ends meet. The hero pointed out that they were not from their class, so there was no point in worrying about them. And also the guy said that really, since they have no debtors in their class, smiling a little at that. After all, the boy had already approached the teacher saying that he should just use his financial aid and his appeal for funds to cover the class expenses. And he had also heard that a lot of people had big lunch debts, saying that he could cover them too. To which the teacher just stared without averting his eyes, and apparently he didn't like it. The teacher immediately said that of course he should go now and he would do it. The boy bowed to the teacher and realized that he couldn't do anything else, so we should leave. And as soon as he turned around, he immediately heard the teacher's voice where he called out the boy saying that since he was so generous, would he like to fulfill the shortfall in the budget of the education committee? She class teacher disliked the kid not without reason because his efforts benefited the students. But for the class teacher, Bath was incredibly annoying over time. And being in a middle school with a lot of kids and well-to-do families, the teacher did not understand and did not see the benefit in helping a person who has no rich relatives and who has no money to deserve it. And a little time after that, the guy asked our hero whether he will take part in the upcoming Olympics, and something immediately replied that, if nothing better will be, of course also asking why you signed up for me. To which I immediately received the answer that there is no cash prize. Therefore, it makes no sense for him to participate in this Olympics. And then about freebies at the table, I noticed 100 years where they could sit down proposing to our hero that they sit exactly there because the hero I said without resistance that, of course we can sit there. But at the table, strangely enough, sat one of the guys who was alone and eating by himself, although all the others sat at different tables with friends chatting among themselves. And the guy immediately told him that he wasn't tired of eating alone. They could join him and eat together. But the guy sitting at the table didn't even realize who was talking to him. He looked up and saw the guy, our hero, who was standing next to the guy, and that's how they met Bom Suk. But then after a while in the classroom when our hero was sitting with the guy, they heard a voice asking him if they wanted to go to the cafeteria with him. And it was the guy they sat down with in the cafeteria, where he immediately said that he was buying them a meal. It was the shy Bom Suk. And already in the canteen, guy comes with a spread with all sorts of goodies, says that if they want something else, just let him say that the guy No has already started to say that they will have a pretty good meal with it. Our hero is well aware that he made a huge effort to spend time with them, and at first he did not care. But after a few days, everything changed. When at some point leaving the school, our hero together with the guy responded and say people adapt well with the guy, and of course after that, they began to spend more time and go everywhere, the three of them. But however, the same guy who used to be shy also changed little by little. And one fine day I watched as the guy was putting up different ads and sticking them on scotch tape. And they were watched by two hooligans where one of them said that I'm the idiots with duct tape. The guys nicknamed it Scotch because he puts up posters everywhere and also acts like the apostle of Christ. While the guy was pasting posters, it was symbolic because he had tape on his hand and he was taping it up without even thinking that they were discussing him behind his back. But then the same guy running up to our hero with a guy only to her said that he is very much sweating. We'll see the same picture where the hero just watched the guy pasting posters. Ran closer, it already began to tell our hero that he saw something again in the first place, and it was very cool on what the hero immediately said that already so fell for. But then suddenly the guy is not left to ship a boyfriend of our hero, say that she was the best A, and possible confirmed responded with a claim. And even with such a smirk, I did not stick up his nose with pride, chuckling. Well, okay, if it was over, but he immediately started saying that he was leaving the place for him at the bottom of the check he felt. That he was completely fake, and who he thought he was, mocking that he was the defender of the weak and oppressed. It was at that moment that our hero, for reasons I do not understand, felt a very strong disgust for the guy, thinking that the guy said such things because of an ingrained inferiority complex, because there, without realizing it, he sympathized with him and tried to justify what he said. And yes, perhaps it is called sympathy. But then our hero did not suspect that because of some circumstances, his thoughtfulness is completely inappropriate. But as soon as the guy finished hanging, while he immediately mocking told the hero that they can arrange a rematch on something tortured, asked if he thinks he can win this time. And here were the girls watching them, literally marveling as the high school was considered a common school. But the girls' and boys' classrooms were in opposite parts of the building, where there were girls on the left and guys on the right, and the students only crossed paths in the corridors, on the sports field, in the canteen, and other public places. But then the guy turned around and looked at the girls who were running away. But immediately after that, he turned around looking at the hero of the guy, and saw how they sincerely smile and truly friends with each other and happy. But they video big difference think it's all because of the glasses. Meanwhile, the events are transferred back to the classroom where everyone is having fun as always. But only our hero, I sit at the books and something is constantly writing. And at this moment during the break, he is sharply tapped on the shoulder by someone responding. It was the same guy who immediately began to tell the hero to quit. Why should he so much bother with his studies? I'm after all. He buried himself in the book, as a worm, and we should be simpler to what our hero I just saw the guy, and thought that today he is without glasses. And the guy goes on to say that all these efforts are crazy to keep from collapsing in the rankings and they're all creepy and pathetic. But at that time, the hero, I understand that since they are friends, he perceived his behavior as a conversation without flirting. Listening to the guy continued to say that in the same spirit and a millimeter will not grow if he will study like this. That suddenly our hero do not understand what is happening. On coming closer to our hero and the guy, he immediately said that Bomsock took off his glasses and it suits him better. And then suddenly the same guy turn around, I realize in my head that he is Stupid I Scotch Manaya, the very nickname that gave him a bully, but heard the guy I suggested to meet after school at his house because today everyone left. But already after school sitting at the guy's house box some, only I kept saying that some how many, and he cannot stand this boredom, not understanding how they can just sit one in a book and the other in the console. So the guy abruptly started saying that they don't seem to have a bunch of ozers. On what the guy immediately laughed me, began to say that he is king at the lake in the onion. But it is very much laughed the guy say that he really is a king. What is true is true. I continue to say that in fact, he is in this room the dumbest. I notice our hero that they count, because he all day long with books, and here he is in terms of grades typical mediocre if lower. But the guy just laughed even harder at that. They say it's funny to think it's a roast. But still, the horseshoes from the guy motivated him to start studying, so to speak. So the guy immediately started reading a lot of books and studying, realizing what topic would be on the test to learn and pass with flying colors. It was like he was watching a video instead of real life. Bomseok, meanwhile, was also studying hard, realizing that he also had to study to not lose in an argument. I understood that he also had to learn to not lose an argument. I could see that he was very well aware of this guy's tricks because he was different from him, or even from everyone else. Bomseok, who did not get food for satisfaction because the guy was in first place, hero in second place, but he himself would be his 13th, where the guy immediately began to connect with our hero, that he again jumped to the first place, that in this, it was necessary to say thanks to Bomsock, and that day felt a powerful blow to his ego, on what he only thought that the hero at least was always on top. But here is a guy annoying him, and how he pissed him off because after that strange behavior from him increased. And as time went on, the guy got worse and worse about the other students, grabbing them by the scruff of the neck. And sometimes, they all could not understand the reason for these changes, because he only grabbed with Lapshai and joked at them, literally making fun. But also he was not allowed to forget, and constantly reminded of the hierarchy that occurred because he was walking down the hallway. Older put him in his place and gave him the notion that he cannot make fun of everyone. There are those who can easily beat him. Because of that, when he found someone below him in status, he also began to show his psychological qualities and mock them, thinking how they should act, joking that Fatty is right the whole class, and of course immediately began. But then in one of the days, I guy together with our hero went into the classroom and saw the whole picture where he was mocking the very fat man. The guy immediately responded to Bomsock, asking him what he was doing, to which he immediately began to laugh, saying they should look at the cute victim. Riso reaches for the gum and maybe he ate the fruit here. But the guy apparently got pissed off by this. He immediately went over to him and told him to quit fighting and to be nice to his friends. Took the guy away. He just asked him how he was feeling, on what he then easily said that he went in peace on his own affairs, on what the overweight guy immediately said thank you very much, and our hero together with the guy just watched him leave. But that time our hero, I caught a glimpse of Bomsook's special face. After all, he immediately video as a guy was not only angry, and my fist and the hero understood that only then, even then, he could not recognize his distorted ego. After a while in the classroom, the teacher shouted and told everyone that as they know, everyone who did not turn in his performance evaluation homework today will receive a deserved punishment. But then suddenly Hero didn't realize what had happened, because we could immediately see how scared he was. Looking under the desk, I do not understand where it went because he remembered, and was sure that he put the homework in the port. But it disappeared, realized that the teacher mentioned the impact of the work on the final rating. And of course it was noticed by his friend that our hero was confused and couldn't find his homework. He immediately lowered his head sharply and began to describe something on a sheet of paper, and then, insert from the party, he began to walk towards the teacher, passing by our hero along with the leaflet. And then abruptly the kid and a new sheet on the table to our hero. And that here he was, literally shocked, raised his eyes, he did not understand what was happening. But the guy sharply said that he does not care about the rating and goes to elementary school. He is not going to, so he can take his job since it is all important to him. And the hero, I also began to tell him that no, it is not worth it. He also needs this job. But then the guy sharply told him not to worry because he knows he'll find something to dig up anyway. And it was really so. Because the teacher was illuminated, he immediately began to shout back to everyone to drag their lazy bodies to him, saying that they are completely out of hand and how many times they can be warned already. And then at that moment, a guy comes up to the teacher, but he doesn't give any leaflet, on what the teacher immediately began to literally mock him, say that he is running everywhere as if the second happiness, and decided to arrange and the simplest task to perform not able. I teacher is promised for not bringing homework, he immediately punished. What he is a hero I could not even look at, so immediately took his eyes in the cook just not to watch as his friend gets punished instead of him. But the guy only thought that it is not worth it to get very upset, because he could his friend, and it was much more important to him. But this was watched by their other friend in quotation marks who stared intently at our heroes as well as guys, since he had in his head only thoughts that he even decided to get punishment for the hero. And it was he who took away our hero's homework to hand it in himself. And this guy is very much pissed off after all. He arranged such a melodrama, betrayed and cool, and that the guy could not contain his. But meanwhile, one of the hooligans who were in this class among themselves, I discussed some topics because one of the guys I could not believe since they just a week ago joined only thought that the other guy is making up. Suddenly Boxiok started to pass by them, which they immediately noticed because as soon as they saw him, they immediately threw on sneakers that had been on for a couple of days. So it was a rare model, they were hard to get. They immediately responded to the guy from what Bom Siak, well understand who they are hooligans on what immediately heard the question where he got such sneakers and where he bought. They also say that they can't get such sneakers in their neighborhoods and in the vicinity, thinking that they might be fake. But the guy would sharply say that he asked his aunt to send as she lives in the States, so that these are original and cannot be a fake sneakers. And the bully immediately went on to say that he always has to negotiate with the resellers and pay in Korodoroga and give them extra money and very expensive whether he can get him a pair calling them size 45. And the guy immediately says yes, of course he can do it. And also the bully goes on to say that resellers make the price of at least 400,000 won, asks how much the guy will take for this amount, to which I immediately get the answer, that the difference is somewhere around $220. It was about 330.0001 on about what the guy bully could not even believe it. Also ask his buddy to lend him some money, and tomorrow he'll give it to him, but his buddy didn't understand why they say that he somehow got all hot on the dick, immediately told him to close up because he's worse for the second week looking everywhere, and couldn't leave to find a normal price. So he immediately hold out the money of the kid, said he would wait. But he also counted on him calling him by name Bom Seok, which of course he decided to do as quickly as possible, so take home he immediately called his aunt, say, if she remembered that she sent him sneakers, asking if she can buy another pair of sneakers as he needs it very much. And after a while, the bully would try on the new sneakers, realizing that they are very cool, because he already wanted to give up and forget about them, and what also his friends were shocked. And the bully immediately turned to Bombsock, saying that he is really cool, to which the guy immediately said that nonsense. And the bully abruptly turned around to his friend, asked when they were going to Gamma about the intersection and that immediately got an answer 8 hours. And the bully sharply turning to the guy asking if he's busy after school. On that immediately also the guy says that especially today is not busy. And the bully said that they are going for a spring with girls from the neighboring school, and whether he wants to go with them. On what the guy immediately gave a thought as he was going to go to the internet cafe with our hero and another guy, but then smiling, he immediately said, why not? Thinking that he should not hang out with some lakes anymore because alcohol girls are much better, and this is his chance to become cool in this school. The heroine is well aware that from that very day, the guy has been distancing himself from them further and further away. Meanwhile, our hero, I was reading one of the martial arts books, and the guy as soon as approached our hero could not expect to see a book on martial arts, asking if he still reads such books, because it is a technique of hand-to-hand combat, smiling saying that he wants to be everything at once. On what the hero, I immediately said that he was just interested in HMO, ran through the first pages because of you, but it's much stronger. But the guy continues to say that he still cannot understand his vast field of interest, to which the hero also replied that he also does not understand his field of vision, and also concerns him. Then they started talking about the other guy, Bom Suk, saying that he rarely came to their attention. On what the hero confirmed it is because he realizes that he is entangled with a gang of hooligans, and even smoking began to not understand what is happening to him. And the guy also did not understand because it was not like him. And the guy abruptly changed the subject, saying that they can talk about it too, asks if he is ready for the Tekken match, since he already today will not have anyone at home and he can beat him by the way the guy asked if he can take his shower after coming, because he was sweating after basketball. What actually happened? Because after coming, the guy immediately went to the shower only thinking that the parents of our hero is not often at home. After a while, the guy went out into the hall. To our hero say that he was as if reborn, on what the hero I teased long asking him will he go to him to wash? On what the guy did not get immediately teased, saying that he cannot admire the face with gone from the statue of Michelangelo as if in the flesh. But the hero only thought he had foam on his back and now he won't tell him about it. And already after our hero together with the guy played Vera guy did not lag behind to leave on what heroes I said that they will see for tomorrow. But the guy, since he did not win, but only waved his hand, I said that one day he will lose. Further thought should he walk so to speak muscles only thinking about our hero because he is still a fighter here. But after a while the guy on them that the path was longer than he thought all this time. But since he has already walked so much to turn around was much more informative. But he did not yet know that practicing at you watching one of the guys. Feeling that turning around he would be surprised because he saw Bam-suk waving his hand sharply. He greeted not expecting to see a guy. But he also saw the bullies who were literally bullying one of the guys who abruptly threw a glance at him. The first thing he saw was a bully and then a guy who was being picked on by all sorts of bullies do not understand what happened to him, thinking only that it is not necessary to offend their friends. On what the main bully sharply raised his gaze, only stared intently at the guy, but then jumped up becoming to approach our guy. And immediately began to say that he heard about him a couple of affectionate words as it was whispered to him that he quietly talked nonsense about him pulling out a cigarette from the pack, smoking it. He also went on to say that he had long led him around by the nose in a false way, and how good and wonderful it was that they crossed paths in the street today. But the guy immediately says himself that there was a terrible misunderstanding, because he had never said a word about him to anyone. On what the bully immediately looked at Bam-suk, say that now he is now himself innocence builds. But then suddenly the guy started to say that he always said nasty things about him, and not only that. And that guy was unbearably shocked. He only at least say that he never said it as immediately. Hooligans of all force hit the guy without giving him even a word to say in his defense. From what he literally without any help collapsed to the ground in great pain. The blow was so strong that it shook the guy hard enough, but here a little molesting did not expect such a thing. Bully crouched down next to said that behind the back of eye, he is showing off like a god. And now the fool decided to turn on. Let's go on to say that even without Bam-suk's stories, it was across his throat as one of the girls praises him very much. He is happy to act like Jesus. And what left to laugh looking at the guy they mocked, say that such a lively because he went against him as if heroes that now will save the victim, and in the end fell with one poke. And the guy doesn't sharply listening to what the bully says, he looks at Bam-suk, not understanding why he hates him so much. But that the bully immediately noticed that the guy looked away from him, immediately hit him again, ordering him to look him straight in the eye. Grabbing the guy, the bully immediately began to say that he was talking to him and therefore he would look him straight in the eye. On what the guy sharply lowered his eyes. Only I listened to the bully say to him whether it was fun for him to crack behind his back. Swinging continues saying that now he should try to say all the same things to his face that he was saying behind his back. Bam-suk, only watched this whole picture. I'm like a bully bio guy saying he's an apostle, not finished thinking that in the end, a huge adult inferiority complex in his eyes. He was finished as he went all over the guy standing in his way the whole time. While the actions fed his pathetic ego, the truth is the last thing he thought of was the cruelty suppressed and the thought of how much the guy resented since he hated gifted people and wished he could put them down, and there wasn't much of a reason for it. And this situation amused him more, and didn't need anything else to realize that I was boring him with it all. But as soon as the bully was done, he started to leave saying that they would see each other at school. And at that moment, the most insulting thing to the guy was, it was Bam-suk who left shouting at him that he was a lake and no longer dared to act like an old buddy. That last glance I gave him upset him very much. And the next day, walking to school, our hero noticed the guy immediately was shocked at what happened to his face. To what the guy immediately replied that it's nothing and heroes I could not understand. How is it nothing if he is beaten? I do not understand what happened to him. But then the guy sharply began to tell our hero that he for the future to the class did not do anything, that the hero even more turned to not understand what was happening. He did not understand why he should not do anything. And the guy is not smiling told the hero that nothing will change, even if he shrinks, just does not want him to get involved. To which the heroes asked that the guy at least tell him what happened. On the guy smiling and told him that it was nothing special. And heroes realized that on the face of his boyfriend reflected a strained smile that he had never seen before. Realized that it was as if he was trying to hide more under this mask. But meanwhile in the class, the guy apparently was very upset. And it was not surprising after such a thing as it was possible to have fun and smile. Which of course noticed the hero, because every time he turned around, only I saw his friend who was lying on the party and not so already cheerful, But while the hero pondered this, all to him approached one of his classmates, asked him what he was already going to participate in the Olympics radius, on what he immediately answered too. And he immediately showed it on the lists, say that his name is not in them, and today is the deadline to bring them. But the hero remembered perfectly well that he came to the teacher and brought the form for registration, asked that he please include his name in the list of participants, and that he immediately replied, of course, and leave it on the table doing his own thing. So he was completely sure that he was giving the application form to participate in the competition. The guy immediately told me that there is still time, and they can go right now to the teacher's room to send another questionnaire on what the hero, of course agreeing, began to go after the guy from the classroom. But suddenly at that moment when the heroes were leaving the class, and from the other side of the class came one of the guys, I chuckled and joked about something. It's the same bully who jokingly said he'd punch him in the face, and all his buddies, including Bom Seok, also laughed with that one. And then entering the classrooms of the bully sharply said that he is very surprised because he likes to have such silence in his class on what one of the guys, only I think that the gang of bully that found on them, because lately they are behaving louder than usual. But then a sharp bully began to laugh, saying foul words in the direction of our hero friend. They say that in the classroom should learn and not count sheep, laughing at this, and so cannot continue because he had to wake Sleeping Beauty. Unexpectedly for all of them, hooligans sharply approached and snatched a chair from under the boy, making him fall down. What actually happened, as the guy did not expect such a thing, and so he of course immediately fell to the floor. Then he turned around and asked what he wanted from him, on what the bully immediately began to say, "Hi, Mr. Dummy," well, ask if he wanted to again in the cabin, laughing about it. And then the bully sharply swung, said what should he do now? Because it seems he has a great way to him to cheer up which of course immediately noticed the guy because such a smell no one could not fail to see. But then our hero, while walking down the hallway, something felt him immediately at the video. Something bad happens in the classroom. Turning around, he only thought of his friend. The bully did not hit the guy. He immediately began to point his finger, laughing, saying to his friends saw they even pooped from fear. And everyone immediately noticed, of course, that the bully is now aiming at the boy, realized that this is very bad news. And the bully further continued to tell the guy where did his loud speeches shouting behind his eyes. Why on the tongue shoved far away, perhaps because personally everything to say missing balls. But looking back, the guy perfectly understood that Bom Seok was still that swindler in the form of his smile, and remembering how he treated the guy, his attitude changed gradually. His admiration turned into envy, and that turned hostility into contempt. And of course, the guy did not notice how that whispered bully literally turning him against himself, and more became really true, and without any possibility to justify or prove his non-involvement. After all, the bully, after each whispering, immediately dumped all the aggression on the guy, and now he became the main target of the bully. But then the bully again grabbed the guy, began to say why he hatched the dials is not. He boasted that he can bend him, say that he can offer him to go out and check it here and now. Goes on to say that he can jump to the top of the class if his brain kicks in. And so why does he show his approach complex in a fight, waving it at his head? They say he believes in it. They also say that he gives a tooth, that the trickster stupidly rolls answers at our hero. Here and was able to distinguish himself with a fake was the same remained because in fact so he's a bad, I'm a boy. But then the guy sharply began to think about why he because he should ask this question in the ear and why Bom Seok, trying to put him down, is it really everyone in sight turns into his enemy and why he should act so low. Well, and of course, why everything to do this pretend as if nothing is happening. How can you do something strange and stupid? Does not someone really believe in the nonsense that he weaves from the beginning? No one cared what is true or false. And also the students did not understand what is the logic because how it was possible to get scores higher than he from whom you cheat was unrealistic to roll under the stylish supervision of the teacher. The bully did not stop asking questions and say that he said that he could beat him easily because he said it to Bom Seok when he talked to him. But the kid knew perfectly well that the result would not change anything. Whatever arguments they gave, such a bully was very aggressive, so he decided the only thing to do is to say I can. Again repeating that it was true because he said he could beat him. Faced with the rage and violence from the group of guy, I decided not to even try to whitewash my name. To what all classmates did not understand why he just blurted it out. You know what, guys, no one pulled his tongue, but no one understood why he said it. On that, as soon as the hooligans that heard it became to look at the guy literally from on high. But then the hooligan, with all the force of her foot, hit the guy right in the face. And of course, from such a guy immediately fell on the nearest desks that were standing because the blow was so strong that all in the class immediately felt it literally on themselves. since everyone saw that the guy kicked him with all his might right in the face, began to survive among themselves, and a little turn around to look at all that is happening. But as soon as the bully noticed this, he immediately ordered everyone in the class to turn their faces away until they also got, and while he was kind to them, which is actually all immediately did. They immediately turned away because no one in the class did not want the same fate from the bully that befell the guy. And bully time, he began to come closer to the guy, saying that he somehow still does not see how he beats him, or even trying to laugh. And at the moment when the bully is close enough to the guy, he immediately hit him again with a leg, saying that he should show a here and now. On what the guy just looked at the floor, because after such blows did not want to say anything about what, only laughed even more, saying to their souls that they parallel on him because how many useless words were to now just look and endure all this. But then suddenly on, the bully turned to Bomseok and immediately said that this guy is now all completely yours and he can do with her whatever he wants. And that Todd immediately smiled, rejoiced, because he did not even expect that the bully will give him as well as to play on it. So this news is very happy. On what he immediately went to the guy squatting, first pretended that he wants to rally, and then asked how he is doing now. Not immediately with all her might slapped. The slap laughed at this point, watching the guy only gets. But unexpectedly, the guy suddenly turned around and looked at me with the strongest aggression as he had never looked at me before, and Bomseok, who was seeing a guy with that look for the first time in his life, didn't expect it. And of course he was immediately frightened. But then it became clear to him that there were bullies standing around who wouldn't let him do anything. He immediately started bullying him, saying, "What's with the look?" But then followed another blow with more force since last time Bomseok, although hit hard enough, but it was not enough for him to understand. And of course such a picture made the bully happy because they didn't even expect such a thing from him, and that he would hit him with such force. But the whole class did not understand why Bomseok was doing it, because they saw that they were friends, and together in addition to being always at school, and went home and to different places to walk. In the meantime, our hero came to the teacher asking why he was not on the list, and the teacher turned around and said that he had completely forgotten, asking his assistant to follow her on the list, which the girl immediately agreed, but immediately realized that it was impossible to forget about it. Because of the teacher's negligence, he could not get to the Olympics. But the hero decided not to argue, and not to get involved in the conflict. He just bowed, realizing that he will not do anything and will not tell the teacher that he, instead of working, is engaged in his own affairs that do not relate to the school. On that, when they were already going to the class, a guy who went with our hero also noted that the class teacher should have at least apologized, and does not say that he is just for the memory of this, because it is impossible to act like this. On that, of course, the hero, I decided not to stir up because of this. No conflict, said that now the most important thing that he is on the list and everything will be fine. And at the moment when they have already approached the classroom entering the hero, I abruptly stopped on the threshold, literally frozen in a stupor. On what he immediately noticed that in the classroom was Arbavaya silence, and all literally sat very much frightened at what the hero. I of course immediately paid attention. I do not understand what happened for the moment that he was absent. But then rarely a glance swung to the desk with his best friend, not understanding where he disappeared. After all, when he left his friend at the desk, but now he was no longer there. Although it was obvious that all the students kept their mouths shut for fear of becoming the next victim of the bully, because they were sitting in the back row looking at the hero and his reaction to see how he did not understand what happened in the moment of his absence. Although the same people that are yesterday vaunted the friend of our hero as the most important person in the class, already today, and Miha led to his classmate, just closed their mouths and kept silent and not even having the courage to say anything to our hero, behaving like the latest coward. But as soon as the hero sat down at the desk, he read a message from his friend that he will leave early today. And now after this moment he realized that from that day, his friend became deliberately distanced from him further and further. Although in fact it was obvious because the guy was worried that he too would become an object of bullying if their communication does not stop. The hero I may also suffer at the hands of bullies like him. But for our hero was to see his friend slowly sinking into darkness, unbearably painful. And most importantly, he still did not understand him because of what it all happens, and no matter how much he did not ask him, he certainly refused to tell about what is happening. But then suddenly the boy, in one of the days I met with those very hooligans together, where they were resting and warming themselves near the fire in the barrel, faced the hooligan face to face. The guy immediately heard from the bully to address himself, because the bully wanted to tell him something, as he would like this news, and the bully was completely sure of it. They say that he is now on the 22nd place in the class. If he takes the last place on the next test, his torment will end at that moment. The bully's friends remarked that it was quite a bargain, and it was a bargain, laughing at the guy, And the bully also asked him what he thought about it, because it was great news for the guy. But then suddenly, without waiting for any answer, the bully sharply hit the guy, said that on one blow, they will end today. Note the fact that today is his birthday. So he is very generous, and today he can get away with only one kick. But he needs to get away from them as fast as possible before he changes his mind, on what his friends immediately began to laugh, saying that everyone should look at the bully as he is like a saint today. But that, of course, the guy took his bag and stood up and started to leave, because he did not want any more conversations, and even to answer, and he just turned around and began to go away in the distance. But the next day, after all this situation that happened with the bullies and the guy somewhere already to him to fail the tests, our hero, as if nothing had happened, went into the classroom. But he immediately stopped abruptly, looked at all that is happening in the neighborhood, literally measuring in. As he walked in, heard wild laughter, not understanding what is happening. Going to his desk, sit down at a chair, hero only, and pondered why they are all laughing, because at this point he became somehow uncomfortable with the fact that all around laughing, and he still does not understand why. On what the camera immediately changes to the same bomb sock, who held in his hands phone and also looked at the hero and laughed, because it was probably already obvious what exactly happened. But then, unexpectedly for the hero, but on heard a sound from the neighboring desk, where one of the classmates showed him the phones on which would tell you to go right now to the toilet. And as soon as he did, it approached the kid. He asked what he needed, to what he showed a movement that he quietly behave and do not say anything. He immediately took out his phone and quietly handed it to the hero, said that he should watch the video that was already open. And as soon as the hero took in his hands phone began to watch the video, he was immediately shocked by what he saw, because it was exactly the video where the bully hit his friend, told him to leak the test. Well, as soon as the hero saw not only the video but also communication and correspondence, where there were quite a few people, I was shocked. He did not understand why with his friend all this began to happen, since their friendship with the guy was sincere, but most of the classmates misunderstood it and started whispering in the group chat, and all this under the leadership of Bombsock, and so that the same bully, in fact. It was they who encouraged everyone to turn against his friend, and all the students of the school began to ridicule their friendship. Communication in that chat room was a forced measure, and just another way out was not there. In fact, they only pretended to agree with them, since everyone understood that if they do not play along, they all also especially wants to hit the head, and eventually none of those people did not care about what was happening as long as they themselves were not victims. But already, after a while, the teacher in the classroom was saying to all students taking part in the Olympics tomorrow, instead of going to it after the first lesson and it's raining outside. So the people on duty should make sure that they close the windows properly. And that was the end of the lesson, so they could all be free now, because all the students immediately told the teacher, "Thank you for the lesson." But without even having time to get up and from their desks and collect all the books, suddenly, our hero was already walking to the exit with a lowered head. And of course it immediately noticed our hero. I looked at it all, did not understand why such a hurry. And as soon as he collected all his books, he immediately ran out of the office, trying to his friend the only place where he could catch up with him. It is already at the exit from school, where the guy already literally opened the umbrella, was about to leave, but heard how he called our hero. But the guy immediately tried to pretend that he did not hear anything, turned around, and began to just walk, asking what he is doing, and whether he is not afraid to become the next victim of I bully wrong next to him. Speaking dryly, that let the classmates' hero also shouted to him that he does not care, as he does not mean that they should run away from each other and from all this. And this apparently gave a little impetus to the guy to think. Turning around, he looked at the hero, asking that he is without an umbrella, to which the hero immediately replied that he didn't think it would start raining, so he didn't take it. And at that moment the guy perfectly realized that he was doing everything wrong, and we should think about fixing it. So he immediately stretched out an umbrella, closing the hero from the rain, just turned around and began to leave with him, at what the hero at this point was a little bit even shocked, because he did not expect such a thing, telling our hero that he is asking for his conversion since he pulled in some, and he did not want all this for him. Although the hero did not want him to apologize, said that he is not right at all. But then suddenly the guy for the hero said that he is afraid that he will break if he is also harmed, but a shooting all is well, smiling, proving it. Continuing to laugh, the guy also said that he's pretty good at taking all those punches. But the heroes, I heard all this, only getting angrier and angrier with each passing second, telling his friend that he would bury these bullies once and for all. But the guy did not want him to go somewhere. So laughing said that he left all this and do not worry about anything, because he will completely cope. And then the guy abruptly left laughing, said that they should play a video game after his Olympics. After all, they haven't played in a long time, noting that all his training could go to hell if they don't play, and he doesn't take revenge. But the hero, it only gets stronger and stronger, Plum. and what he immediately shouted at him to stop pretending that everything is fine there because it is not, saying that if you look at him, he's all mangled and beaten up and it shouldn't be like that, while the rest of us can only laugh about it and snicker behind their backs about it all. But the guy didn't offer a smile, told the hero that things would get better, realized that he was becoming Exodus on his own fault, and needed to turn their attention to himself. Came so that they finally focus on him, then no one would think of disturbing his friend, our hero. After a while, our hero and the guy's paths diverged as they lived in different places. The guy immediately threw an umbrella to our hero, said to run in the rain without an umbrella is a sure way to sue, and he still has an important event tomorrow, and he went. Only throwing his hands over himself so that less water falls on his head, he also began to walk away. At what the hero I looked with surprise. I do not understand why he is so kind to him. And the next day, all the students went as always to school, and some looking at the bus so much, and thought that it is already today the Olympics, and some thought that it is cool to leave from the first lesson. But to this immediately there was a counter-argument because they do not even understand, because they literally go to write a super-duper complex test. And after a while in the classroom, the teacher ordered everyone to shut up, saying that as they remembered, students participating in the Olympiad are sent to it after the first lesson. But looking at the whole class, the teacher realized that apparently from their class will go one on our hero. I told him to be ready for it. To which he of course replied, and that already a long time ago ready. But then also the teacher lifted a sheet of paper and said that he got clearer results for the intermediate year, and also he knows the general rating of those who underestimate grades, so they should know their punishment. But when the teacher looked at the sheet, he was literally surprised, not understanding how it is possible. So he immediately called to the board a guy friend of our hero, but so far no one understood what happened and why the teacher was so surprised and why he needs this guy. And of course, as soon as he got up, started to go to Honda Hooligans, immediately smiled, realizing that I do not remember this conversation that happened between them just recently, where the bully was telling the guy that he should like what he has to offer him since he is now in 22nd place in the class. If he came in last place on the next test, his torment would end at that moment. They immediately thought that he was probably the real test to laugh about it, Bomsiok. Also laughing with that, he said he was tired of the constant out-of-diva remarks that he would get from the class teacher anyway. But as soon as the boy came to the teacher, that immediately began to tell him to accept his congratulations because his scores gave him first place in the school, and not a single mistake in any test in all disciplines received was a perfect result. And all in the class immediately were shocked because they saw that the kid took $100 as the second place was our hero with 97.5 points, it all at once. Believe shock. Well as a Hooliganova, it is also over-entered because they say there are no heroes. All otherwise, he is generally. Although the situation turns out controversial, they were wondering whether she will bring it all down, so the term, the main thing he hoped for, writing a test for 100 points. But the boy only turned around, showed his smile, looked at our hero because he will really be a hero who is able to go against the bullies and not fall for their tricks. And of course, our hero was very much shocked. As he realized that this moment gets to the depths of the soul here, he showed himself as he really is. And meanwhile, after some time, our hero together with other students got on the bus and went to the Olympics. And the driver looked at the number of students who sat in the cabin, did not understand what kind of school it is. Why so many people are going from here to the Olympics, on what another man also told him that while they are on the way, they can once again redo key points, and most importantly that they do not worry. As the hero sitting on the bus just thinking about what happened in the middle of class, a man came in and said that there was an error in the itinerary, and apparently they should move right now, so from this attitude he told him to pack quickly, to which he immediately gathered his things and started to leave the classroom, where the man also asked him if he had forgotten anything, to which he just turned around and looked at his friend who also looked at his eyes. And only on the eyes of the guy can see a good effort and won this Olympics. And when our hero was on his way to the Olympiad, meanwhile, the lesson ended, and the teacher said that all who failed the tests should bring the work on the mistakes by next week. We are immediately shown a bully who apparently was quite a strong enough guy's behavior. And as expected, as soon as the teacher left, a gang of hooligans immediately approached the guy. So the main hooligan leaned only. I whispered to the guy that the opposition understood, so they will continue to have fun, would also tell him to go to the roof because they need to discuss something. After all, the hooligans at that moment only wanted to teach Mom's excellent student a lesson since it was time. Bomsiok also went with the hooligans, and he also happens to be quite angry because the guy did not listen and went against the rules, realized that he really pisses him off. To that, the kid just sat listening to the other classmates discussing the meeting at the internet cafe as they were committing to launch a linear new game. Well, and someone, of course, as always, going to the buffet, offering others. She is a hero. I already sat at the desk at the Olympics preparing for the test where he was immediately told that they can take the worksheets and heroes are well aware that he must necessarily win just like his friend. After all, out of the whole class and those who moved to this Olympiad, he had to come out 100% winner. And after the end of the Olympiad, everyone went home where the senior told them that they say everyone who came for participation and the results will be sent to the school a little later, and many discussed among themselves that it was the Olympiad and brainwashing when going on the way home. I sensed the complexity was giving, and there was a task 31 generally unrealistic to solve. And Heroes at this time not talking to anyone, just phone in his hands, only dialed one number of his friend as he wanted to share his impression of the Olympiad. And as soon as he brought the phone to his ears, he heard again where it says that the subscriber is temporarily unavailable or is out of range of the network. But the hero only thought why his friend did not pick up the phone and what happened at that moment. Remembering his words where he told him in the rain that he wanted to play a game after his Olympics as they have not played for a long time. But then suddenly looking at his phone at the hero's video, that he sent a lot of messages to the same guy who showed him the band and went to school. And he is overcome with inexplicable why he wrote so many messages, because it cannot be that he is very worried about him. It is that incomprehensible, unpleasant feeling from which the whole human gut shrinks, not understanding what happened, why he wrote so many messages. But as soon as the hero's opening the inbox, he also saw an inscription where the guy wrote him that his friend fell from the roof. Meanwhile, one of the students would run very, very fast down the hallway towards the teacher's lounge. Where the teacher was on the phone discussing her business, they say if he trusts him, continues to say that in truth the company in Chin shares they invested now goes to Rise, chuckling, negotiate with someone to meet, but then suddenly a student who ran in called the teacher away, to which he immediately turned around, heard a speech about a guy who recently scored 100 points and took first place in the results. The teacher immediately asked the student what he had done, to which he in turn immediately shouted in horror that he had fallen from the roof, and what immediately the teacher, hearing this news, literally dropped her phone on the floor. And at that time, the hooligans standing on the roof just looked at everything that was happening in horror, realizing that they just wanted to scare him, and he began to yell and talking to each other, not realizing how he fell, so that it's really quite funny to hear. And from below, the teachers together with other students and teachers were already running to the place where the teacher immediately started shouting for them to call an ambulance. And one of the older teachers I turned to the teacher said that he does not watch his students at all, and just a moment later I arrived. Soon I began to take the guy and the teacher. The rest of the teachers told the guys to disperse as there was nothing to see all this. At the same time, only thought what to say to them, because maybe they just say that he just lost his balance and collapsed. That's what they wanted to create themselves on what the bully very much noticed, saying that they do not go away from their testimony, and there will be no problems. And also the bully remarked that if the case swelled to settle with his father, lay mouth shut on what Bom Seok thought it was a good idea. It is like his father of the municipal committee, and they would have to rely on him. And the hero opens again correspondence geolocation where her friend was taken. It was not far from where he was in the Olympics. And the guy didn't know about all the details, but apparently with his company, I'm on the roof, and he thought by the time he got there, he would have emergency help. And of course, getting out of the cab, our hero I stuck in a bill with money to the driver immediately ran to the hospital. That here only I thought that rushes like a fire and all look like a schoolboy. And as soon as he ran to the ward, the doctor immediately began to say that the young man received a serious brain injury. And looking at the way his friend is lying, listening that at the moment the chance of full rehabilitation is quite small, the only way to keep the patient's condition stable is to connect him to a life support machine. And he'll definitely regain consciousness, but most likely never live a normal life again. And some of the doctors, I look at the picture when the hero, I look at my friend only, and pondered among themselves. After all, this child as if lost himself. But that some asked if they are sure that is not dangerous after all. Perhaps it is a younger brother, but his eyes were glassy such as never seen another nurse. Heroes, and for a while I stood by my friend, at some point turned around and started walking with a nonchalant face. And when he was walking down the corridor from the ward, but the exit. But I also began to discuss that he stood there with a blank stare for about an hour, and did not even move as in the beginning on the face of approximately red shock, but he is completely calm. Thinking that there are such people who remain calm under any circumstances despite our hero. But they did not even know that as soon as the heroes left the hospital walking down the street, he had for the first time in a while on some tears, because his friend was for him a light. But as soon as he weighed her tears, hero immediately wondered whether he was for him the same remember some moments, or he remained a loner in his own world, until the end realized that only at this moment he was so painful as never before. And the next day in the office of the director, the very father of the bully questioned him about what had happened, because according to eyewitness accounts, there is still some threshold to inflate the local to impressive proportions. Asked the director if he talked to the parents of the boy, and what here replied that he believes scandals cannot be avoided. But still, they did not fully think so, as if you carefully approach and no problems should not arise in this situation. And also the man began to say that they would be honest, because there was no ironclad proof of his guilt, and besides, none of them was interested in having the incident discussed outside the school, but about the incident. Could they be sure that they would not take care of anything else and he should not worry? To which the principal said that of course, since the matter had been settled, the child had fallen on his own, and it was obvious, so there should be no problem. And meanwhile, in the teacher's room, the girl who took this very guy documents in the beginning, I don't understand why the hooligans got off with some 3 days of community service on the school grounds. I don't understand. Where's your hiccup here? And the principal immediately began to explain to her to make her understand. Since the rumors of punishment for violent action in the school will be to both sides, could not put at risk the reputation of a prestigious institution. And as soon as the girl heard about the reputation, she was immediately shocked, because I think that's what his justification for the principal immediately asked her to deceive herself, because the father of the bully himself personally posted the school to ask for a favor. Their leadership can only nod their heads in agreement in order to escape unnecessary problems, so they should stop unnecessary talk about it. And at the lesson, the teacher immediately said to be quiet in the classroom because there was no point in hiding that a terrible event had happened. So he wanted to ask them not to plunge into the abyss of anxiety, because at such times, and still it is worth being strongly concentrated on their school obligations, I asked them to understand him. But then suddenly the teacher, for notice the free time of our heroes, asked who is sitting there. Then all immediately said the name of the hero, on what the teacher interrogated why he is not there. And classmates immediately began to say that he has a boyfriend, hinting her at his non-traditional orientation. And what the whole class literally laughed in wild laughter at what the teacher just said, that not a minute of peace with them at all, the boundaries of attraction do not see. And as soon as he left the classroom, he immediately told to grow up to go to his office. As the teachers began to discuss among themselves, that it was not necessary to come and eat all the raspberries, but still they're early that they came out of this all dry. Although the teacher language, but on them very strange look, immediately laughed and say what else is left for him, as not on the sides to shoot his eyes because he could not do anything. Meanwhile, our hero, I was lying in his bed and watching different shows on his monitor. And also, the results of the Olympiad were already known, and the same teacher's girl taking out the envelope realized that only one student from the school took the place. As soon as she saw that the main prize goes to ours, she started to think that the child refuses even to show up at school. I don't understand what the certificate means. Well, she also began to doubt her competence as a teacher when such a smart student simply stopped coming to school. And the events are transferred to the class of our hero, where it has already passed after that event almost 2 months, as the last time they saw our hero together with a guy, students discussed among themselves and laughing at them that they are faithful and really served, and then went on a long journey. But then suddenly the teacher came in quite angry, just saying something to himself. Everyone noticed at once how much the teacher was in the hall that day, so the principal gave the teacher a beating and told him to listen to him. After all, they positioned themselves as an educated and well-equipped school. So why did their support expire? And this is not the last problem, but because the 4th grade class has always paid for lunch, and now none of them pay. And now it's clear why the teacher would be so angry, because how would he know what he needed to do to keep her from being taken away? And as soon as the teacher got to his desk, he took out a piece of paper and started listing the debtors, and it turned out that it was literally most of the class. They say that they did not pay for the poor, and until next week they need to eliminate the debt. But some of the students, namely those who laughed at our heroes guys, only thought that earlier they were kind of exempted from payment, thinking that it is somehow all of a sudden. But as well as the teacher, I immediately told the old man to collect all the regional support equipment and hand it over through the clerks on duty. I asked the teacher how they could hand it over, since they would not be able to update their student registry and successfully complete their studies. Could they claim the competition back? But the teacher spilled it all even more, since the fan class had regional support and everything was held by their students, and he immediately shouted that they should see that it could be done, and the support was over, they should stop bickering and immediately collect the equipment. But then after another of the lessons and hooligans returned, class realized that after the first lesson he had already been yelled at and that he came unprepared. I ask my friend what's next and get the answer PE, but as soon as they entered the classrooms, they also stopped in a stupor, not realizing how such a thing is possible. After all, they saw our hero sitting at his desk in class. To discuss behind his back, that he grew long enough hair and perhaps quit to enter science school, as it is quite possible, after all those absences that he made himself spoiled his reputation. He should at least graduate to begin with. But then suddenly our hero, I looked inside, the desk saw a certificate that was lying there. It was the one about the Olympiad where he won first place, remembering how his friend said that if he won, he would get a huge portion of pork and sweet and sour sauce and Chinese noodles. But then he thought about it, because he would take some place anyway, smiling, saying that he felt tested before the competition even started. But then into the classroom came also those same hooligans who did it with his friend, who immediately began to make fun of the hero, saying, "What kind of people in Hollywood?" And passing by only told our hero that without his friend they somehow became bored, continuing to say, maybe together to visit him in the hospital, or he will rise from the dead and come to school himself. But passing by and trying to hurt our hero, they only thought that he at least laugh and not as a zombie sit. And after a while, the hero approached the very guy who first told him that there suddenly fell, and also showed the conversation, asked him if he is on duty today. On what immediately said yes. The hero said that he is somehow not good, and he would like to swap with him on duty instead of him. And the guy of course agreed, because looking at the hero, he only her thinking as Vidok he will be so right now will collapse. Well, the hero recalled those moments where he watched one of the channels where they showed that while the clothes are dry, nothing is noticeable, but it is worth it to soak. Then the smell will instantly give on the nose, and it was very disgusting fire. As soon people around him would start disassembling without looking back from such a horrible odor. This is what helped at some point our hero, because it was seen that he does some manipulation with the shirt. One of the guys, also having smelled it beforehand so that there would be no problems beforehand. And after a while, the students of this class went to physical education where they started to run. But then one of the guys, I smelled something. He was nicknamed Bloodhound because his sniff was the best in the class. And as soon as he turned around, he realized that this stench comes from the bully that actually immediately told him that here, I do not understand what it is about. And he immediately picked up and smelled his shirt and felt the strongest, as if a cat had peed on his shirt. That soon, also noticed the gym teacher sent the bully to change his clothes in the classroom, because continuing to say that you should wash your clothes and not walk around in them, for who knows how long, thinking how long it takes to carry clothes that it smells like that. Fucking great, everything is great, cool, didn't understand why his shirt stinks so bad. He walked into the classroom. Immediately he took off his soccer jersey, and I think he told them to wash it. But as soon as he tried to take it off, he only began to wonder if it was his, because as he tried to take off the shirt, he realized that it was a small size on him. And since he had already pulled on the shirt, he only thought that they are his right from the smell right in the classroom. Do not know that our hero at this point was already standing behind his back. And then hero, I pulled out the very paper clip that I suddenly bought for my pants. Immediately hooked it on the shirt and pants of the bully so that he could not pull it off, as he immediately did not understand what happened, thinking that maybe he was stuck. And the hero remembered how the moment when he gave the pin to our hero, smiled very much well, saying that he can take it to himself as a souvenir, as he will hit it. And the bully still did not understand what happened and at what point something went wrong, without guessing that passes near him our hero. From what Todd immediately suddenly began to climb on the desk to rise from the bully, looking at him literally from above, thinking that he cannot even imagine how much effort he put in to achieve with his bony body to really achieve the result of the average level and get to the minimum threshold of basic standards, because he still really do not know how much and how desperately he trained all this time. And he didn't even realize, for the sake of realization of the planned transformation of 100% into 120. Our hero, I kicked the bully with all my might, only thinking about the fact that that pin minimized the likelihood of losing. So sure enough, he jumped out from underneath the desk. He knew he had to end it once and for all. Therefore, immediately followed by the strongest another blow, such a hero literally landed on the guy who was lying. But the whole time he didn't realize who he was and what was going on. And the moment when he is constantly tugging his shirt, hooligan still managed to get out of the pin as it literally ripped off the shirt. And our hero, of course it is immediately video realized that he freed himself, and to delay in no way was impossible. So the hero, I immediately grabbed the bully by the shirt and literally with his strength began to pull on himself. And in this was a piece of strategy, because he t-shirt hooked to the hook on which everyone hung their backpacks, which were on the desk, without giving him the opportunity to remove the shirt from himself. On the bully still did not understand what again could be caught on not realizing that all this is the pranks of our hero. And then suddenly bypassing the front of our hero, I sharply threw my leg on the desk for a single purpose. To push her with all her might right in the stomach, bullying and pin him down on what he still did not understand who he was and why he allows himself such a thing, and whether he can say his name if he is not afraid. And of course the hero I said who he was. And the bully was even more confused about what was going on and how he could do that to him. It was a very big mistake of the bully that he at that moment only thought about who is hitting them. They are trying to solve this problem because our hero I grabbed a chair already swung to hit him. What actually happened is the hero was quite angry with all the dark events that were happening, so also remember the morning, where this is the most bully said bad words, nothing will happen. I stopped he at the resident bully in the movie and the chairs of his hands away from himself. Only the moment the bully was already unconscious. Well, and at the moment when our hero rose a little shortness of breath. After all, so many blows with a chair he did not do, never such, and of course tired of it was quickly enough can be. But then suddenly the crouching hero reached into his pocket for the sole purpose of taking out his phone. And as soon as he did it, I unlocked it. He immediately began to write and one of the friends of the bully to come to class now. And at that moment, the bully received a message on the phone, but I do not understand what he wants because he said that he would quickly come back without understanding why to call him. But of course he went to the classroom, but only thinking that he was fed up and just wanted to go home and play games. But as soon as he approached the mass, he just shouted his bully without noticing that I think it was tied with a rope so that he could get caught on it. Which actually happened because he went in. So was so immersed that the bully called him now does not respond that he did not notice his rope hooked on it, thinking only about his own affairs. And of course, hooking over the rope as I stand expecting, he immediately collapsed to the floor. Bumping his chin, he didn't realize what was going on and what this strange prank was all about. But as soon as he lifted his face, he immediately saw something that no one was happy about. Because it was our hero I who with all his might hit the bully right in the face. And what he collapsed on the floor just grabbed his face, could not do anything. And our hero I went for the rope, which he caught to make the bully fell. And taking it in his hands, he immediately began to twist A on one of them. And the bully still did not understand what awaits next. As soon as he regained consciousness, he immediately began to literally a little bit to rise up. Do not know that the heroes at this time are already behind his back eye, with the rope on his hand. Hero that already swung remembered the words that he did not cross the line and supported the example of God's educated man, only think that not this time. After all, now he only thought that he would cross all the boundaries of permissible, he does not care at all about the limits that were set. Remembering these moments where he went into the ward video as his friend is lying unconscious, you realize that if these descendants are not held back by anything, he will not be held back by anything either. But then suddenly all the classmates began to come out with PE going back up in the classroom, where many of them as soon as approached the door were shocked, as she saw something they definitely didn't expect in that classroom. Bam Seok, who was one of the last ones to arrive, noticed that all of his classmates had stopped abruptly. He just started pushing everyone around him, saying, "Why are they standing up and let them go?" as he wanted to change his clothes. But what he saw also shocked him because he was standing in front of him. Our hero who I've been waiting for. It was him, and he finally came to class. And then as soon as Bam Seok entered the classroom, he saw a scary picture for himself, where the hero stood there as if nothing had happened. And behind him I am two hooligans who were unconscious, and also between each other tied with a rope. Of course, seeing the hooligan believed in shock and threw in sweat because I do not understand how such a thing was possible. But as soon as he threw a glance at our hero, he saw how he was also a little sweaty eye with a very glassy look. And then he videoed as our hero, I began to take one step at a time in his direction. And of course the classmates who stood behind the doors were shocked, not understanding how is it possible that the heroes I did this to them. But the hero understood that all people are subject to their own habits and certain behavioral patterns. That's why encountering something unexpected can momentarily realize each of the people. And with all her might, she kicked the bully's foot with her shoe. That felt the strongest more. And usually such situations in the human brain is turned off. Awareness gets clouded like what happened to Bam Seok. But after the blow, the hero I was not going to stop there, so I grabbed the bully by the hair. He pulled sharply on himself. And then to say that he least deserved to be forgiven after what he did to their trusted friend. Without waiting for a single word, he immediately hit the bully with all his might. And unlike the first two that at least tried to fight back, he was unable to even look him in the face after that, as his older comrades fell at the hands of our hero. The heroes are well aware that the guy was always on the inside, remembering all those moments telling him that Bam Seok, the worst person he knew ever. With each blow, the hero only wanted to know where his friend had crossed him, friend each time repeating to him to tell him. Remembering those moments where he with a snide smile, I too slapped our hero's friend, I don't understand why he was forever insulting him and hurting him. And each slap was stronger and stronger, which knocked out all the desire for the bully to continue. But then suddenly ran in some classmates who asked our hero to stop saying that he can skate off and he goes too far. And as soon as one of the classmates grabbed him by the shoulder, the hero turned around very angrily, told him to take his hands away. His look was truly creepy. And what the classmates immediately frightened literally jumped away from the hero, realizing that they may also suffer as hooligans, on what the hero I just simply added that earlier it was necessary to stop. Since they are like pathetic, complied with all the commands of the bully, afraid as if across the insert and stop happening over his classmates. But our hero has too much courage to fight back, especially reading all that correspondence that was, and remembering it, realize that not one of them is not worthy of normal treatment. I also told them not to dare touch him, or they'd be sorry for their company. And also to subjugate others through fear is much more effective than trying to change them through self-assertion. So the heroes continue to do what he thought necessary by throwing the guy with all his might into the desks. But the guy, as soon as she fell, immediately began to ask our hero, crawling away from him, to stop. But then suddenly Hero, I pointed a finger near me, ordered him to come over immediately. Bomseok, hearing this, didn't realize whether he should come or not since he had already gotten enough. But still the hero repeated that he should come up again, for the positive result would be manifested a little faster. So Bomseok stood up and trembled, but still approached our hero. And he once again grabbed him by the shirt, immediately tipped his hand for another blow. But if before he literally just stroked, at this point the hero with all his might stung. And already this time the blow was followed by a fist. And each blow behind me I carried away to its consequences, but also he is stronger and stronger, literally hammering. So all who stood in the classmates were shocked that they do not see and what our hero does with the hooligans. But then at some point the hero stopped and said that he did not want to kill him with his bare hands, because now he will have to wash the dirt off his hands. Grabbing him by the hair again, he immediately pulled him to his new friends who were still unconscious, and throwing the same unconscious bully along with them. But then the hero, I also took out a green duct tape, the very one that his friend constantly carried him, and which glued all the posters. Unwrapped it, hero prepared to wrap this tape around these bullies that they could not go to see. And all the classmates, as soon as they saw the duct tape, were shocked because this picture they immediately remembered. After all, they all nicknamed the friend of our hero Scotchman everywhere, pasting posters, and also behaved like the Apostle of Christ. But the picture changed as soon as the hooligans were not only beaten, but also literally completely rewound with duct tape to the head. But still the hero, it was not enough, so he came up once again with all his might, hit the instigator and former friend. After all, to think only because of these bullies, he will no longer be able to see his best friend and his smile because of these identities. But at this moment, suddenly along the corridor past, the teacher does not understand what is happening and why all the students piled up near the entrance to the classroom. When he approached, he immediately asked why they were all standing at the door and not going into the classroom. But as soon as he got closer to the classroom, he couldn't have expected this enough to be angry and shocked. For he saw a picture, where stands our hero, I, and near him 3 hooligans beaten and bound. But then the heroes, as if nothing happened, threw his eye sinister also on the teacher without saying anything. I have already. After a while in the principal's room, in addition to the principal, were some teachers who were discussing everything that happened, and it seems now their school from this story will not win, also under the sword to the teacher that they said to watch their students. The teacher immediately began to talk about our hero, saying that he has always been quiet and diligent, studying all day long, and there was no hint that he would bring any problems. They also say that here they can't let things go. Also asked the teacher, what does he do in his spare time? Why do they keep an eye on their students? I turned around and they didn't understand what to be and what to do with the child, reminding me of our hero. But considering that 3 people were hurt, including the son of a high-ranking official who recently came to their school. But then sharply our hero began to speak about his son, and also other hooligans, whose repeated priodavodatsi about hooligan actions in school have been brought to naught by the leaders themselves, worried about the reputation of the educational institution. And also the director of the school, not helpless father of the hooligan, received an elite donation for the development of the school from representatives of the region, deciding to continue to use the money funds for personal purposes. And also the faithful assistant Mr. Installer, full control of students' teachers to avoid the spread of unwanted dry deputy principal. Well, and of course the teacher for a man, one of the deals to the right people to adjust the incident report in favor of the bully was exactly the teacher. Going on to say that such narrow-minded people are running around trying to make the facts known to everyone. But also the hero, I said that Shiloh in the sack knows everything perfectly well, everything that goes on in the school and how they cover it up. And what he principal teacher from Mama were shocked to hear such words. They immediately told him to shut his mouth and held respect for elders. But the heroes did not care about all that they say, it is them. So looking special look opened the doors, he began to leave. From what the principal and others literally struck say that he is ill-mannered, I asked the teacher to explain why I am his student allows himself to bore teachers. And after some time, friend of our hero to transfer to another hospital, realizing that their methods of treatment is very limited. Yes, and representatives of the patient chewed as soon as possible to leave this district, and they experienced enough pain and fear. The hero leaving the hospital heard an unexpected call, and as soon as he picked up the phone, he immediately heard my voice of the very teacher who said that it was she who was bothering him now. They say that maybe he doesn't need it anymore, but she sent the certificate for the Olympiad by mail, and it turned out to be the only person who cared about the past situation, and it was this teacher. The girl also keeps saying that what happened with the guy is heartbreaking for her too, however. She continued to say that he should not let the difficult circumstances with you quietly and should be solid and keep going. Well as most of the institution near the school, I refused to accept our hero worrying with his image. Mostly adults referred to his serious cases and then came up with a number of other string reasons. And also took care of the father of the bully who ordered his assistant to call all the high schools in the area, every single one. After all, judging by rumors on the process of his enrollment influence the authority and way will be thorny. Nevertheless, he was able to enter the school that found the teacher. Frankly speaking, he wanted to get away from the excessive lousy city as far away as possible. So he indulged in freedom and went to the new adventure. And then the events returned to the moment where the same guy who was a classmate of our hero took a picture of him, so he immediately ordered him to delete it. To what the one in fear immediately showed the phone on where it would be written that his post was deleted, "We'll do it." And then this guy said that since he deleted asking if he could go now, and as soon as he turned around all he could think was what the hell, because some little thing to pick on say that they took it down that cried his 100. But then suddenly for the guy, our hero, I grabbed him by the collar with all my might, and the guy did not realize what was happening because turning around he video as the hero, I pull out one of the magazines standing next to the shelf. All of a sudden the guy got a pretty good smack with that magazine. All of a sudden, the hero, I said 2 words to the guy and told him to do it right. What the guy didn't realize right away, I asked him what normal was. But after getting another slap from the hero, she said again that he apologized normally, literally ordering him to Tanya. And after the guy did it, the hero also said that he dared not to get in his face and acted as if she was seeing him for the first time. And if he will arise on this occasion, he will bring him down 3 hides. And that will not get off just a magazine, as his reprisal will be much stronger and tougher than he can even imagine. After all, our hero perfectly understood that painful memories for them is nothing more than a reason to laugh, and it really pissed him off. But the next day, unexpectedly, in one of the classes, the very same hooligans who were present in the fight along with our hero talked among themselves. I and the guy with burgundy hair immediately said that he decided everything on what the guys to the end understood what it is about. And he immediately turned around and said that he was going to 5th grade alone and that he should sit here and not move. But the guys didn't understand what fly had bitten him and what it was. But then suddenly one of the boys, I noticed that it seemed to him that they hadn't been at school for a long time for something else I noticed. Because it is so. And then the bully, as promised, went into the classroom. He immediately went to the old one, saying literally, "Dura," his cheeks, looking at the reaction of everyone who was present in the class. But turning around, he saw the hero with the nerd who sat at the first desk. And as soon as he approached and embraced the nerd, immediately said hello to him and also to our hero. They say that he just wanted to say that it's wrong that they spend all their youth ignorant at the desk to wipe their pants. We continue to talk about why they should not hang out together and also share thoughts and plans for the future. But a little confused, immediately said that it would be great at least once to get together and play another party in billiards. He stayed. And immediately after these words, he looked at our hero and how he would react. So he immediately asked him what he was doing today after school and whether he would go with them to play billiards. He remembered the hero's words where he said that unlike them, he has something to do. So somehow they go by themselves. He is not interested in participating in all this. You realize that probably should not have asked, and also think that he will in any case refuse. But then the hero also got up to remember those moments where the hooligan told him that they will get his bag after he prescribed to one guy, and if he can give him a minute. And also where to the other, I climbed on the roof self-handedly and got a backpack to the movie hero. Remembering also that moment when no enemies were defeated. Not heroes, not even a lot even thought about it. But immediately said, okay. And the guy, not expecting such, began to say that he perfectly understands that he is too busy. But then he was shocked, not realizing what he had just heard. The heroes reiterate that he's going. And Bully, hearing this, immediately rejoiced, and it was seen saying that of course I am not otherwise, and then they will meet after school. And then turned, looking at the nerd, asked him if he was going with them, about what the nerd was shocked that the guy and he offered to go with them to play billiards. On what the hooligan said that it is, as the advanced informant is obliged to be present at their meeting. On what the nerd also began to smile. And happily leaving the class, all have a good day, and also coming to the same Bully once again rubbed his latches and said that see you soon, cutie. Nerd watched the whole thing in incomprehension. Is he really joining Hoomin's gang? And after a while going into the classroom, guys did not expect that the hero can agree. but the bully said that he for the bizarre Halvoy responsible. They say that he thinks that he has a super powerful reaching blow during a skirmish with the enemy, and could not help but open his heart, smiling. They also say that straight pride takes. But one of the guys immediately remained to change, saying that it is gay sounds keeps him aware, and where he gets such gay passions. But here he immediately did not realize where their banana milk, noticing how two guys I drink. And at the same time the heroes this very milk, not realizing what he does in his bag. And botanist looking at our heroes realized that it seems that from that day our hero slowly began to change. I think that perhaps the heroes I like to decide to open up a little to the people around him from some country. He was even a little happy about it. On holding milk in his hands, he only remembered those events that happened to him in the last school, where the same teacher told our hero that it's hard, but he should look around him and realize that never forget one thing, because there will always be those who will support him. And also on the very bully who started it all, sat and only thought that the Gorskaya juveniles were able to crush Ji-hoon, thinking that it was no big deal. But he kept it, which did not take the layout was easy for him in his pocket, with all the disadvantages did not go. After all, it was not even worth doubting that the dry tidings of defeat would sooner or later reach the ears of Baek-jin, if they have not already, because in any case, the alliance just needed an excuse to crush Hu-min. They certainly will not turn a blind eye to what has happened. However, it is unknown whether the full force will mobilize for such a cause. I understand that he planned to start with the closest supporters of the old school alliance and beat Hu-min, control the school and get a ticket into the alliance. But because of that kind of sheepishness, he had to negotiate with the other bullies. I realized that since it happened that way, it was an obvious choice. Because he wanted to see what would happen next. I mean, after all, Baek-jin's word is law. And after school, the guys planned to go to the pool table, telling the girl to give him one table for 4. Which actually she immediately began to do. And also together with the hooligans, went into our hero, together with a nerd. What a girl was a little surprised to see them. Since for all this time, these two she had never seen before in the billiard club. On the hooligans talking to the girl, I also decided to make a joke saying that they are just starting to prepare for war, so they decided to get together. The only thing I'd say about the war. But of course I thought to myself that modern boys have strange amusements. But also looking at our hero, she noticed that he looks very feminine. And during the game, the guys started to argue with each other, saying that the billion only have room for Chinese food and they should order faster. But some of them wanted something else. Well then, one of the guys I turned towards our hero asking what he would like to eat now. And of course, all the other guys also turned around looking at the hero, literally drive him into the paint. But he immediately answered that he wanted tteokbokki, thinking that he had eaten Chinese food too often with his best friend. And then the burgundy-haired bully shouted sharply saying that he should know that adequate people don't do delivery, so they should go together and buy for everyone, but to which the guy asked what he would do. And the hooligan immediately replied that he needs to teach the guys the basis of the game, meaning our heroes, and the nerd telling them to hurry up and take. While the guys went already back to the billiard rooms along with the food. One of the guys asked the other when he already his pat trimmed to which I immediately get the answer that they have already discussed the details, since he does not want to cut his hair. And then the guy went on to say that he did not finish listening, and there is one very good salon called, and I have a coupon for it somewhere, but at that moment his gaze rushed to the opposite side of the street. And the guy immediately started asking me what the coupon was for, why he cut it short and stopped talking, and even faster than before. But the guy was so scared that he immediately said to look strictly in front of him, and did not turn his head around. The bully immediately did not understand why it was because of what he was so frightened at that as soon as he got the answer only, go. He realized that it was some sudden change of mood. And as soon as they came to the nearest kid, immediately wrapped up behind him. And his friend did not understand what happened. Say that he all pale and can he finally at least now explain to him what happened. And the guy also started saying, did he see you sitting across the street? To what they were like. And of course he's on their video, after all I was hard not to notice them. To which I immediately got the answer that it was the alliance. And with them was Baek-jin. That was the #1 bully alliance leader at the high school. Meanwhile, a guy with burgundy hair taught our hero with a nerd to play billiards, say that they need to hit a white ball on those two red if they can get a good spin on it. She and Easy will make a 3-board on what Botanica just stood there not understanding anything. But then suddenly, our hero asked the guy whether it is obligatory to mark on the reds first, from what the guy immediately posture a little, but then replied that if you want, you can, and into the board, to then white bounced in the desired side of the main thing here to hit both balls with one blow. Despite the balls realize that if he first spins the ball clockwise to hit the board, then the inertia will hit the target. It will create both was a cross trajectory and increase the accuracy of the hit. So he immediately bent down and prepared to hit the ball directly as he had not intended. And the first shot turned out anyway, as he did not want because it hit the curb, then the curb, and another ball. And the guy looking at me all this, I do not understand how from the first time you can perform so accurately blow and create thinking about the fact that the game of a beginner should look very different. I think only that already really time big brain absorbed new games, as at that time the nerd could not yet do anything because it was difficult for him. But then the entrance and came two guys on what the guy immediately say that long they ran for the order and brought jokingly asking traffic jams on the roads. But if you look closely at the guys' eye, apparently they were not to laugh at all because they left in a completely different mood than they came now, literally downcast eyes. And of course the guy noticed it and immediately asked what was going on with them and why were they so sad. And then the guys began to say that they, while they were walking back on the other side of the street, sat Baek Jin. And what about Hu Min? He was immediately shocked. I don't understand. How is that possible? Well, I certainly botany just heard this name immediately feel the strongest fear. And on the heroes looking at all this did not understand what is happening. Hu Min immediately tried to explain to our hero who is Baek Jin, saying that he is the head of the Bully Alliance and they all understood perfectly well that if he himself appeared in the area, then surely she will be inquiries because of the recent clash with other bullies who are also in the alliance. But one of the guys I did not think so, because he realized that in this case he would have come to them immediately. People like not driven to ride balls to give the enemy time to counterattack, understand that I am the one satisfied I would not be humiliated in front of the alliance trying to open up with the school. But then suddenly one of the guys I turned around to Botanic decided to ask him what he would say, on this account that they may have forgotten in their neighborhood, but to make it about them, immediately answered that he does not know. Although after a little thought he remembered that he heard that he goes from school to school on the last day of the month, organizes the so-called report conference, and just in this period, yes, you match. And of course, the nearest school is the neighborhood school. But the guy didn't remember that Chung Jin is at that school. Well, also the nerd interrupted to say that he was expelled from the alliance, but the reasons would be known to him, and the guy also said that he also heard something about this case. Still, even if you think that if he was kicked out of his post, who is the number one in the school now? And after a while, all the students were literally lined up in front of the new VOVs of this school, which was held for a meeting with the alliance. She was a considerable number, but one of the most important stitches in front is the most important. To me, in one of the offices of you here, the council was already expecting them. Going in, the new number one met with the head of the alliance, who was sitting and already waiting for the guy. He immediately noticed that it seems that they are doing well, and that he has been hustling for nothing all this time, whether he is slowly adapting to his new position. To which the guy I immediately asked her if he thought he was going to start the job without any training already. Since this place would stick with him for a long time, it was the new number one at the high school. The old number one for one of the current moment played the role of a frontman, and he was in charge of all affairs already. He, since the former number one of the high school had left her title. And also in the alliance crash noticed that that kid never knew how to keep his emotions to himself, so he's thinking about getting him the hell out of here before he does anything. Well, that guy would also become a father, say that now he can see as much as he wants to see, only now it will be a total nullity. But still speaking, alliance thought about it. After all, not taking into account the joints of them in the abandoned was a reputable kid, wondering whether to expect a threat. On the other hand, however, it was even better, because such a guy is easy to keep under control. Suddenly, the guy decided to ask the alliance speaker truth or rumor he'd heard. Is it true that he personally went to the neighboring school but got a kick in the ass and left in shame? Saying that he has no brains left at all since he did not take lessons, and what happened say that he really is not trained in self-righteous? I am a douchebag. But then the accident sharply said that somehow he quieted down after the punishment on the schoolboy hat, and it seems to be time to become stricter. And the guy realized that courage never complained nevertheless from this only talking to him as if not noticing the cold then on the game, almost frightened. So the guy didn't remember that he caught his eye back in middle school the first time he stepped on the street. This guy marked his arrival, and the revolution is true. For as soon as he appeared on the scene, bad word about him spread with a sheet of fire between huge watch groups using his charisma leadership qualities of presentation image and ability to finish what he started. And by doing so, he quickly united the high school district especially stood out. And everyone was well aware that his mindset is sharpened for business despite his young age, which is most needed for an active growing organization. Many would assume it's collaborative, but that's the wrong answer. To that would be practicalism with a pounding over the edge luscious intelligence on a guy fueled and fulfilling basic human needs. Like an adult manipulating the will one of his offspring, he easily subjugated the masses. And also the decision he made and further actions of strong, ruthless, and indomitable character and dry dispersed quite quickly. After all, even the largest group of high school students in Mongolia knew of the existence of the Alliance of High School Students, but did not take them seriously. After all, who would have thought that Mongolia's decline would come from underestimating the city's underclassmen? Since after graduating from middle school, the guy decided to take control of everything to enter high school. And already by those moments in their souls, there was not a drop of fear because such actions were the only ones for their leader. And going into one of the rooms where the gang said, the guy immediately said that here they are where their dear manvolas are hiding. They say the fact that they came into the world early doesn't save their faces from a good plushie. And of course they say the gang didn't like that kind of impertinence. So one of them decided to teach the kid a lesson. But he could not expect that one of the strongest blows that they will feel on themselves, it will be from him. And of course, once the bully buddies showed up, there was no doubt that he had taken over. And that's how these hooligans were completely destroyed the spirit of the Alliance that put on the blades of a serious opponent raised to the heavens. And also gradually the strength of the Alliance was multiplied. And concepts such as power, intelligence, image of performance, he had no special places in the very perfection. But also in addition in the fight, he was also not equal to all the above mentioned. And the bully was above all others absolutely in everything. And in his 17 could completely take over the whole city. The guy was still interested in how the bully and the head of the Alliance is going to eliminate the joints of the guy. To which he immediately replied that first she realizes the meeting of the Alliance and then publicly prescribe a couple of spankings. But I also note that if there were another, bully, he would not look at the other schools renewed, would have taken into the conflict on their own. But that guy is well aware that I know his character with one of mine could roll. But on the whole school, to learn he would not. But speaking of the Alliance, also noted that none of him has such an opinion, as putting aside any doubts whether he does not think that even longtime members of the Alliance need to be checked, since many of them were forever climbing into the fray with hardly any control from the outside. However, he was too cautious because of the victory of the boys of the neighboring school over the members of the Alliance. And this picture is painted, to put it mildly, very badly all the same. It is directly close to the offenders. And the guy at this point began to realize that he is a perverted snake. I realized that this is a test, and that's what he's driving at since they were able to destroy one of them. The task is clearly not easy at the moment. It's really harder than the old days when he had to stand side by side with the former ringleader. And it was also true that if he could overcome the difficulties that fell to his lot, he would get much more than he could get in the past. If you think about it, even the skirmishers were in no hurry to get into a fight with their neighbors. I remember how he told him about the neighboring school, and also noticed that they are not even part of the Alliance. Why not teach them a lesson? But the guy always responded to the same thing, that he didn't understand what he could get out of them. They also say that inviting this school into the Alliance is risky as long as Hu Ming is there, and last time was more than telling, because that psychopath was tearing down everything in his path. But still, if they all plan and unite, it could work out. But still thinking about whether or not his defeat is beneficial, and whether or not it will be beneficial in the future. But also realizing that he fundamentally disagreed, so much easier was the case to demand he wanted the day and in advance like Ji-hoon. But with him as a sheep, you can't build a constructive dialogue. And that's why I understand that whatever happens, we can't let the hotheads get hurt. And if they don't come out, the little ones from the neighboring school will expose everything that didn't need to be exposed. So at that moment, he realizes that he needed to prove himself more than ever. I came back. He immediately told the guys that everyone from the neighboring school in the horizon to destroy them and do whatever they want. The main thing is to smear. And at that moment, he got a call from one of the guys. I asked how he was. I was the bully major who was setting up the whole thing, asking how he was doing. To which the guy immediately himself says that if he wants him to destroy them all in splinters, he needs to know the guys face to face, otherwise his guys can raid. To which the bully immediately remarks that it's good of him to be the first to bring it up. And it's nice to talk to a reasonable person, and not someone like Seung-jin. On the events return to our heroes who were playing pool for victory because one of them was left to roll a 3 board and victory was for him. But at this point, the nerd only thought about it because he missed the opportunity to get away much earlier. Since the hero at some point looked at the clock and said that he had to go because soon will begin extra classes. And as soon as everyone said goodbye to him, said that they would see each other again. The nerd did not expect such a thing because he at some point did not want to stay. You understand that he had to leave together with our hero because of all the questions. He did not understand anything as they communicated only on the game. But then suddenly turned around botanic video phone of our hero. And as soon as he took it in his hands, he immediately thought that this is incredible luck and loss, only pondering the fact that perhaps he left it on purpose. I imagine our hero, I will tell him that he knew that he would be embarrassed to leave, so he left his phone and that he would use it as before and take off. So the nerd immediately responding guys told him that it looks like the hero forgot on his cell phone and he thinks he has to catch up with him to give it back. To what immediately received the answer. What okay asking if he knows where his school. Nerd immediately answered yes. So packing up, he started to leave saying they would see each other and all the other guys said goodbye to him. One of the guys I smiled. You realize that heroes throw things around, even perfect people have unexpected flaws. And respect. After a while, the nerd was walking on the map, realized that he was already close, but just thinking why the faces here are so confusing. And then suddenly from behind appeared guys who looked at the photo and at our botanist understood only one thing. It was their client. You realize that they can figure it out here and now. And just moments later, Botanicus was thrown right into the garbage. Asked him why he stuck his nose in here and also that he was unlucky. But the nerd understood that these are guys from the neighboring school, and thinking about the fact that before the constant passing by them, and never had a problem. On these hooligans immediately told him that now their school is under the gun, but the nerd only thought about the phone of our hero, although he was told that only bluff can be. After all, I cannot sow some rumors to hide nothing, asking who there was a white mamba and the neighboring school laughing at the fact that they heard about it. But still, they didn't want to stop at just pushing, so they swung around and wanted to continue their conversation. But then, all of a sudden, one of them, got a sleep slap in the side, and he didn't expect it. And once they got over the surprise, they didn't realize who it was yet. But apparently Botanica, as soon as he opened his eyes, immediately recognized the one who stood up for them, and his shock was visible in his eyes. The hooligans still didn't understand who he was. So they immediately started telling him that they're going to try with him. It will be the same guy who biome our hero for what he did to him at school. And as soon as the bully looked him on the nerd, he immediately himself to say with what kind of weather he sprawled in that in their form, you notice that you added only, you remember that this is the nerd who did not let us take our hero's bag. He immediately averted his gaze and exhaled, remembering all the events. But then the hooligans immediately looked at the picture and realized that this guy is among those who are told not to touch. But then looking back, they saw that they also wrote that he is no longer in their collective. So the hooligans immediately prepared themselves, realizing that he is no longer on the list. Understand that he was fooled, and also they were ordered that he can also smear. And Bully was well aware that they were part of the alliance. Recalls his former acquaintance realizing that he was the one who started it all. He immediately made a decision that everything went to hell, since he is no longer with them, and is considered a lonely sentry. So he immediately began to tell the hooligans to filter their bizarre asks. The bullies didn't know who they were messing with yet, so they immediately started telling him that he was squeaky clean after one punch. A juvenile undergrown who he thought he was, if he didn't know that everyone in their school who crossed the road doesn't count their teeth. But then suddenly the guy started laughing, saying that his neighborhood is not under the control of their school. But as soon as the bully wanted to get into a fight, he told him to start. But then suddenly for him, he heard a familiar voice and literally in fear turned around. He realized whose it was. It was our hero who responded to botanist, and he immediately noticed him. But then the unexpected hero asked what happened to his face. I asked if it was again, Gopchik blurted out, hinting at the bully with golden hair, who immediately lowered his gaze in understanding and remembering everything that happened to him earlier in school. But then the nerd sharply began to tell our hero that it is not true in general. He was trying to help him avoid beating these bullies who are standing next to him. And that hooligan immediately tried to make himself serious, say that not everything was so, but realizing that he does not want to get in touch with our hero, turned around and began to go away at what our hero only looked closely. And then the hero suddenly walked to Botanic, said that they will now go. But as soon as they began to leave, the same hooligans immediately began to launch at them, asking where they are going. And also addressing the bully with golden hair, calling him names that he is there, in addition to yapping that Kostya will count yes. And now he runs with his tail tucked. We keep saying that the seniors at the neighborhood school are so ugly. They may have this new tactic of running away pretending their pants are dry. Saying they must think they're in the grave. I can't go over there and play in 5 minutes. They'll figure it out. And then suddenly the hero of the deployment said that if it's really a matter of 5 minutes, he can play with them. And what hooligans immediately began to laugh because they saw only the complexion of our hero, but not knowing what he can do. But then the bully with golden hair screamed like crazy. Immediately about it, his first blow reached the target right in the temple. And what the other bully was shocked, not realizing what was wrong with him. But the fact that he was distracted gave a very big advantage for our hero because he was already standing behind the back, swung his bag. And as soon as he was able to easily throw the bag over his throat, he immediately began to pull him towards him. And as soon as he did, he put his foot down. And of course, about such a footstep and the way the hero pulled the bag, hooligan did not give him a chance and everything to stand in one place. And throw in the leg, he cold-bloodedly just looked at his opponent, and then literally stood up to drive his foot right into his head, realizing that he could do nothing. With a sneering smile, I ask my opponent if it's been 5 minutes or if he's ready to play. Also, the bully with golden hair was already able to defeat the other bully with ease. But then he turned around and only glanced at our hero, who was not even tired and kept his foot on the bully. Immediately turning around our hero, I cold-blooded look at the bully. I realized that all this is over. And of course, in the end, the bullies were completely defeated. And our hero, I together with the nerd and another bully, were leaving the prophet, turning around and going in different directions. But our hero turned around all the nerds in the order lion, to what he replied yes, and he certainly noticed how the bully with golden hair also looked at them. But walking down the street, the nerd was just wondering if they should just give him money so he wouldn't get hit, because his face is still sore after that punch. And then suddenly our hero turned around and just said, "Go ahead," so that the nerd doesn't immediately realize what exactly "come on" I said, and whether he thinks it's a good idea. And about the money, I think maybe the hero is worried about him. But here, heroes, I said that no, because he asked only that he return my phone, and the nerd spoiled it and said that's what he came for. But still, the sweep that took place in different corners of the district affected only the neighboring school with some exceptions, and in the end, the school's defeat is equal to Humin's loss. As they say, the pictures are, so to speak, a report on the incident that happened to all the students of the neighboring school. Smile, you realize that you don't have to be a natural like Jihoon to end up with a slap on the wrist. After all, he perfectly understood that as long as they are together, victory will not see them, and it will be more correct to gradually get closer to these morally and attacked, while the more that they completely work just like in the textbook and are done, and they have nothing else to worry about. But then the nerd turned sharply to the hero, say that he was thinking here and asked this question or not. The hero replied that he listens to him, but that the nerd immediately began to say that he seems to hang out with them in the same company. And after all, from the outside seems completely out of place whether he understands what he is saying, because he does not know how to fight. So he would like our hero to teach him if it is not difficult for him. At something, he turned around and stopped on the spot, staring in spite of the botanist. But then he began to tell him that since he was going to ask a favor, and we should choose something acceptable, noting that it's worth asking him to teach him not to swing his fists, but to study properly. Give him the light to start preschool and forget about this fist-punching nonsense. Nerd Sushi understood all this perfectly well, that I'm in the evaluation are no good, and on the case said, and not to pick on at all, say that he is right. Give him advice where here is excellent teaching English and math, as well understand difficult to memorize subjects. Meanwhile, at the very school where I switched number 1, there was a fight in the bathroom between two students who grabbed each other's things. But they could not even expect that at this moment will come in number 1 new. I ask what she has here going on, laughing, saying Piss Valley. And all of course immediately noticed that talk came in as the gang is not to be confused with anyone. Well, and besides, they were not a small number that literally passed, intimidating everyone who stands around, do not say to get away. And while the deputies say began to tell them to quickly run away from here, that in turn responded to them, said that they can watch, as with you, I'm much more fun. And while the guys were holding each other, saying for one of them to let go first. Number 1 say suddenly sat down, told them to ignore him and keep entertaining him, and whoever sells will get a 10 slap from him, asking what idea? That gave the strongest incentive to start a fight, which is actually one of the guys I immediately started doing. But there was only one problem, as the clearer fighting ability was almost at the same level, so here immediately got a response. Despite all this, says only laughed, and watching this said that the lake fight turns out to be a spectacle. Meanwhile, some students from our hero's school were talking amongst themselves, discussing that they were also beaten. To which the guy remarks that they might have done, as they stupidly started beating them up. After all, not completely off the rails, as well as one of the guys heard that the 3rd grade class of 4 were beaten up. You don't understand what they want. But he knew it was just a warning to Humin. But still, they didn't realize what would happen next, and it looks like they are such random guys in their school uniform, but they can't not wear it. But at this time, the hooligans were outside discussing what was going on around them, and one of the guys immediately began to say that as they thought the worst situation began to heat up, you realized that it was him he last time, and tolerated that it did not happen. And yet, Humin, I realized that the situation is very bad. Not that he was not mentally prepared for this, yes, and such an outcome was expected, in fact expected even worse. But the only problem was that the guy realizes that in all these options, he was attacked directly. And he didn't expect his entourage to end up with him. But one of the guys, I also noticed that that's what they're trying to do, since they were beaten because of Hu Ming. And that's what he's trying to plant in the minds of the others, asking if there's any idea of something that can turn corners. Hu Min immediately began to say that there was no point in straining their brains, a problem that could be solved if they knocked out the desire to cling to their school all at once. One of the hooligans said that it was purely in his style, but there was a very big problem. Before you can do that, you must first assess their strength and check what they are capable of, and call our hero and Seo Jun. Meanwhile, in the neighboring school, one of those who started the fight remained in the winners. To which the Rex stood up, pushed him away, and told him to get off the loser. Come on, I slapped him. He noticed that he warned them that he would slap them about the shower. After all, if he thought that he collected, he is very wrong, so the bully immediately began to fulfill what I ran saying, that he better should have fought, and he is very pathetic and not worthy to fight. But then at some point, one of the assistants said that the third team came back, to which the one turned around excitedly and said that they had finally arrived. But when I looked at them, I felt sorry for them because they were all painted up. And then they said to all the gawkers that it was over, they should run away from here as soon as possible. But as soon as his charges approached, he immediately began to ask them who had painted their faces so much. But while they stood silent in the crash, he decided to slap him. But then they stopped and turned around and gave the other one the same slap as the first one. They say that he did not ask to touch the big fish 3 times, said so, and was told to make a show of it in front of the midges, asked already, Summer, was it so hard to do? But then one of the guys I started to say that they were gnats, since one of them was Kim Pill's buddies. The other was Mamba from a neighboring school, and the guys immediately began to remember that after the fight that ended her, they began to realize that in the neighboring school there are such monsters, although they did not even know about it. Realizing that the rumors about the white Mamba from the neighboring schools that binds his opponents and knocks them to the ground is not such a yinya, because he literally felt it on himself as our hero. I am exactly with a bag, I captured it and easily defeated. But then suddenly the guys realized the only thing that guy with blonde hair must be. There is a white Mamba, although they were well aware that it was very unlikely, but by all indications very much like it. Well, also in their case, it is much better because if it's not him, it's better to lie than to admit that they will be destroyed by some no-name. But still, the hooligans realized that from what they had seen, he was without a doubt the eye that everyone had been talking about for so long. For something else, I also agreed to say exactly that, since he also realized that this was the best way out of the situation. You know, what if it was some brat inside out? But as soon as they told about it, I say immediately, some assistants began to talk about what they heard about this guy, who I pierced my hand with a pen, and with a brick on my skull. I understand that maybe the rumors are true, as they all heard very well, that our hero uses unconventional methods. But I also realized that he seems to have heard about it too, and he thought that outside the gang he only had to worry about Hu-Min and his buddies. But I'll have to take this Mamba into consideration, because it's better to fuck up than to fuck down. Remembering that last year there was a school battle under the bridge between their schools where our hero studied, I realized that they have not lost their powder in their powder pots yet to fight back against them like that day. Well, also they understood that there is the source of all the rumors, was exactly one of the guys I told how White Mamba smacked the helmet on the head, and also in his school he knits enemies, and destroys everyone who gets in his way. And in the recent battle it was the same. The kid had exceptional storytelling skills and made up voiced nicknames. And also he liked for cookies to tell others about the proper story with a pen already in the preparatory in the school that all of course immediately believed. And since the guy also said that he saw it all with his own eyes. But then suddenly the guy going in trying to enter the class saw that very bully who was defeated on our hero with his friends, realizing that he is very much not to go in, as since in the class are very heavy atmosphere they should leave as soon as possible from there. But saying the gang took his hands, Phone only read the message from which could be a shiver in all knees, because he knew exactly what awaits after such a message. It was a message from the Speaking Alliance where he wrote that he sees a heavy owl, he does not listen, so they will see each other at the meeting, laughing with this. On the bully, as soon as read this, understood that it sounds yes very dangerous, not understanding how he so quickly got wind of it and arrived defeat, realized that it was necessary to prepare for the fate. And then suddenly hooligans began to approach 2 guys addressing to them, say that they dry that he in the recent fight received normal spit. We continue to say that somehow inadmissible for him came out is not he thinks so, or besides, he is also offended for it. Because they should at least imagine how he should realize that he gave the crown to a man who could not even do anything in the neighboring school and who got his ass kicked. But then the other guy, I immediately tell him to shut his mouth because it stinks. After all, they still decided a long time ago since he got his ass kicked and now he's probably here for more? Besides, it blows him harder not to be deceived. He didn't give any crown as it fell off him while he was picking up his teeth from the floor. And the fellow sharply told his friend and right hand not to race through the air and waste time on any brats. On the hooligan decided to further tease, said that they know their place, addressing to the speaker said that they shake off unnecessary questions the other day. She's something else, I hoolie. She immediately says that he is a vegetable since he took to break the ground here because he has been told many times and they do not understand how many times he needs to finish in the brain. It is to in his meanderings at least woke up some sense understand that he cannot do anything against them. On apparently the bully took the defeat, they were in a serious mood. So said to the 6 not to open his mouth until they let him do it. But then suddenly the bully guy jumped up sharply saying that since he wants to talk and grow all their non-issues the other day, why should he wait since he should right now be more than covered by me? On what the bully echidnomously smiles only and asks if he thinks that he frightened with his outburst. Because he looks like a small 6 who cannot do anything. But then suddenly for that bully, he immediately flew one of the strongest blows, literally immediately gave him a message to shut up. And of course, as expected, the bully with a crack flew to the floor, and not expecting such a strong blow, he literally lost his balance and collapsed on the floor. And immediately began to come up saying that he now has a skull cracked. He piled on him, continued to say that since he is so offensive, they can and arrange another fight for a place in the hierarchy, but he should not talk teeth as it will not work. And did not have time to answer the bully in response, as immediately flew another spit, but not from the hand, from the knee, right in the jaw. And the only thing is that after the blow from the knee, his pants got dirty, so his anger was not limited. But still he turned around and said that there was still nothing between them, so he should stop whining about his ugly weapons and wait. And as soon as they started to leave, the friend immediately started to smile, for it was now that he began to see his former friend whom he had known all along. And when they got out of class, the guy immediately started saying that he had been whispered to that helmet was now hanging out at a neighboring school not far from them. To which the accident immediately started smiling, saying that Helmet still can't seem to sit in one place, and laughing about it, and understanding why he went there, because it's obvious that the school is rubbing his ass, just using the big guy for done and scary things. Meanwhile, our hero's friends gathered on the roof to discuss the plan. And then the guy with red hair immediately asked Nerd, "Why hero?" I did not come, to which he immediately replied that he called him, but from our hero received an immediate answer that he does not go on the roof. Not in any case, so will be without him. But in fact, it was not the main thing, and the guy immediately began to ask Botanic that he is well aware that they too also yesterday attacked, but that they said yes because he went to the district to return the phone to our hero. And then suddenly the hooligans were immediately shocked to realize that he may have single-handedly killed the two and the neighboring school, as they understood perfectly well that she could hardly help him in any way. But then the nerd said that he fought together with the hooligans from the first class, whom he had recently beaten relatively, to which one of the boys, I didn't understand. Since when did he help him, since he didn't like the guy with the golden hair at all? But the guy with red hair immediately laughed. They say that guy's talent to form go because even him, he was able to drag to his side. But still, it was not only that. They were well aware that our hero is not the type to start a conflict on his own. And at the same time, it's easy to let things go. You know that heroes are very risky guys. And at this time, while the guys were discussing all the things on the roof, our hero, I sat as always at the desk. I am fully immersed in learning, and he watched this very bully who was the first to get from him. I remember how to this bully approach one of the guys, say that he heard how the hero was completely able to destroy the bully from the neighboring school, immediately surprised. How is this possible? His thoughts immediately came such an understanding that he intended to break the truce, since they heard that after the events of last year, it was decided to keep a distance, meaning under the bridge. But despite the hero, I realize what's going on right now, and our hero, I just think it's time to immerse myself in my studies. I don't mind the fact that their school could be completely destroyed by the Alliance at any moment. Maybe, and how can you concentrate on your studies at a time like this, because maybe he's a cyborg. On the hooligans sharply, Chu thought he didn't care at all and told his buddy to go to the roof so they could talk. To which his friend immediately said that now on the roof, Hu Min, with his friends, so they cannot go there, decide that they can go to the bathroom. Meanwhile, on the street, at the ringleader of the neighboring school gathered with his buddies on the street, just waiting at the bus stop. And then suddenly one of the guys abruptly turned around and started walking the other way. And after he approached two guys who were standing literally not far away, said good day on what immediately received questions what to do. And the bully immediately began to introduce himself, giving his name and saying what high school he was from, continuing to say that he would like to ask them if they would like to fight with him. And as soon as he said he wanted to fight with them, one of the guys, I immediately started to bully him. But the other guy with the long hair just tried to stop him, telling him to keep his talents down and not to do it. On what the guys, seeing all this picture, immediately began to laugh, understand that her friend again took up the old laughing. With this, I realized that it can produce. But one of the guys, I decided to leave it, since their not me friend is stuck with street brawls. And for him, it is one of the important activities. But here again, the frame changes to the same guy saying that since they don't want to, can they at least share cigarettes? To which the guy sharply lowers his head and realizes that he still needs the whole pack to share with his buddies. So at some point he freezes. And as soon as the guy handed him the packet, he immediately turned around and started walking, but then stopped and said that they should not make such angry faces because they are now on the street. And of course, with the video of all this, his friends laughed a lot, realizing what could have happened to these two guys if he had been in a bad mood. And the guys were just thinking that these high school kids had gotten all cocky, thinking that since they were in an alliance, they would be completely protected by it. The leader started saying that he was a first year worth showing respect to the seniors, laughing. But here I just gave it to him, and the only thing I ask is if he's really going to go after Hu Min. I mean, he's off his rocker, if he even lays a finger on him." And the bully immediately answered that he really wants to beat him up, saying also that he has very itchy fists, so much so that he wants to flatten him to the asphalt. And then the leader laughed and said as he wanted, because then he should go and sort it out himself. But the nerd standing on the roof with the boys began to reason, because they should already know that there are 4 schools in the alliance and also the 5th, which is completely in the hierarchy in the first place. They say it's your head that they all know, so they should skip this part, but it's a start. One of the school runs the accident he became number 1 after the exclusion of the former number 1 of the alliance. Simply an aggressive approach of the previous heads changed to a more cunning insidious current, as he does not leave near him those who are not personally tested on the fighting qualities. So he is a proven fighter, and according to rumors does not get on the road, and longer thinks out the next step. After all, many say that the accomplishments of the former number 1 is also his plan, which I ended up fully justified. Also, the second horse suddenly broke in this year and took over the establishment, and they were sure at this point he is the last of the alliance. In addition, and he redshirted, it was symbols of the fear of those streets that he kicked out, as well as his overstepping all boundaries and tendency discouraged everyone from challenging him. And then suddenly Botanica, a little hesitated, said that there is a chief in one more school say that most he is known as the strongest in the alliance after the most speaking alliance, of course. And he comes out of high school, and people wondered and questioned why. Then he joined the alliance. And the reason is that last year the unification of the high school with the speaking alliance as the leader, and it was the peak of their influence spreading to the neighborhood. Well, also in middle school, he wasn't able to be in any groups, and you could say was walking around on his own, basically. If you think about it, he was too good to fit in anywhere. And the reason he became a fan of bullies is because he was a nerd with his school and knew he wanted to be one. They say that he is confident in this, he never humiliates, reads comics, himself is handsome, and rapper can become awesome because it was just the ideal of the bullies. Say that he definitely found his life on the guy, only did not understand where they could carry and how it can even relate to their business. But then suddenly, on the guy noticed that their friend disappeared somewhere, do not understand how he could shine so quickly after the conversation. On what health I noticed that he went to the Ladens with a Faience friend, and that friend immediately laughed, saying that he was the king of the White Throne. And then the nerd remembered a very important information would say that he would quite nearly forget to tell the most important thing. Because the guys from the neighboring school who did the attack a couple days ago mentioned one fact. I remember them joking about him being able to vomit and dry some concoctions with nothing alluding to White Mamba because their school laughed about it. Didn't talk about the rumors because of their school alluding to one of them. But the boys immediately didn't realize who it is I'm White Mamba and why they never once carry out about him. A vulnerable, emotionless demon that easily destroys a brick and sticking a pen into anyone. Speaking of it as a White Mamba, he excerpted in the shuttle after immediately what happened to him. And then the boys began to guess stopping. They realize perfectly well that this is what our hero is. And in addition, given that they have, no one has heard of it, but such a post exists and is actively discussed in other schools. And most importantly, we source the guy who's spreading all these rumors. But then a guy with red hair introduces our hero where he is being killed around by a White Mamba, realizing that for a strange appropriate clique since he really totally resembles it. Meanwhile, events shift to another school where one of the guys I asked to slow down, it was number 2 high school. And he was exactly talking about how he's always in everything on the page ahead of this was number 1 high school, about which is from the nerd.